Hey, hey everybody. Sorry your girl's late. Okay, the lights are flickering here. I was literally just cooking my dinner. I ain't even eaten yet, but I did have a snack beforehand. So we're gonna go and dive into it. Eventually, I might have to go and top up on snacks and get some little stuff here so that I can actually keep pouring into my body whilst I do the channeling tonight. But we're going to go and dive into it, everybody. Let's do this.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well this Saturday night. We're just getting into the space. Apologies. I was doing dinner like I mentioned, guys. I was dishing up my food just to make sure that I've got all my meal preps together. Oh, that's okay, Kayla. That's okay, beautiful. Like I saw when I came in earlier that the list was already full and I didn't even put a memo out on the channel on the community tab. So dang, you guys move so quick. I love that about you guys. We're so organized. And I love that aspect of everything. But I am just trying to make sure that I can still be available for everyone because I'm kind of like overexerting my energies as well. And I think obviously if Smaradina's obviously not going to be able to sit into the space, I can definitely add her to the list because I've got like, I think about 5 more to do. And they're getting done tomorrow morning after my Bible studies because that's when I'll have some time. But I can just add her and make her like number 6 on the list, basically. And then at least I've got 3 readings for each of the videos that I've got to do. And then at least that assignment's closed out. And that is it because I can't continue to do that, unfortunately. I am so overexerted with work stuff and just actually being available. So I'm glad that I did try it for you guys and I did manage to get it done. And I'm going to continue to get the last little lot that I do have ready. But beyond that, it's going to get tricky because I'm going to be having more work stuff to do, unfortunately. So whilst I navigate through that space, because that assignment is imminent, I'm just going to, do what I can for you guys with this stuff whilst we're here now. And maybe we'll revisit this opportunity again later in the year once my capacity is a little bit more available because my bandwidth is almost full, y'all. How is everybody doing though? How's the week been for everyone? How is life treating all you beautiful people? Let me know in the comments section how everything's going. Sorry, I'm just literally getting, oh, my food smells so good. Dinner is smelling good, y'all. So I'm looking forward to having a nice meal after this and going to bed ready for Bible studies tomorrow. Because tomorrow we're going to be speaking about the different gods, which is interesting. I think they're just trying to set me up because they know what I do. But hey, Scenaria. Hey, Ariona. Happy Saturday to you too, girl. I'm glad it's on a Saturday because trust me, yesterday was a tiring ass day. So we moved because we're here now. But I'm here to do for you guys what we must. Who have we got first on the list? Let me firstly go and find the list and start that and put that over into the other tab. Mina's going to come into this space, I'm assuming, when she's wake. And then we'll be able to go through the whole process. So let's see who's first on the list. Oh, Ariana, snaps for you, girl. I see you back on the first placement. I see you, girl. I see you. Okay. How are you doing tonight, beautiful? What have you got for me? What's the question? Oh, I see Rika managed to make it to number 3 on the list as well. That's what's up. Okay, we'll see who's able to sort of get into the space. We're going to dive into it. I'm going to try and bang this out, to be honest with you guys, because, yeah, your girl's trying to get to dinner too. Snacks are cool, but the aroma is really good. So I'm looking forward to having dinner. And I put so much love into it for myself because I've been so exhausted. What is your question, Ariana? Let me know, beautiful Ari, and we will go and dive into it. I think next week as well, we're probably going to be doing this on Saturday as well, just because my schedule is so hectic. It's a challenge to actually align with you guys and come into this space being like fully ready, like mentally, being fully like prepared to be able to kind of do all the channeling that's necessary. So to make sure that I have fully the bandwidth up here to be able to receive the downloads, I'm going to do it on Saturday next week as well. It's probably going to be, on Saturday, because I am taking mommy for a massage on Saturday in the afternoon. I'm even going to miss church for that as well, but it's Father's Day next Saturday here in the UK, and she's the only consistent dad that I've had in my life. So we're going to go and chop it up and go and get some massages and, just chill for the day. I'm going to treat her. So it's probably going to be on Saturday, because Friday night, when I come into a space with y'all, it can go for a long time. And if I want to get up early enough to make it, I'm going to stay over at Mum's on Friday night. So yeah, I won't have the capacity to be able to kind of like do that for you guys. But on Saturday, we're good to go in the evening. Okay. We're going to have some me time next Saturday as well. But throw your question at me, Ari, and let's go and dive into it. I'm so greasy, guys. I was just in the kitchen. That's why. Forgive me. Oh, guys. And the weather here has gotten so good. I mean, it's good because it's nice and warm. I don't know if it's too warm, but I might need to get an AC or a fan. But fans usually actually give me a cold. So does ACs. That's why I just have to hack the heat. All right, y'all. Let's get your question, Ari. So the list that we've got, I'm just going to read out the list while Ari sort of starts typing her question. So we have Ari, we've got SK, then we've got Rika, Chaley, Mina, Ash13, Sammy, Scenaria, Katie. Smaradina is going to be added to the segment on Wednesday. So her reading, because I don't think she's going to be available to actually like sit presently in the space. And obviously we have a process for these lives. So I'm going to add her question to the list on Wednesday's segment that I'm going to sort of put out with the recorded readings for these. But then we've got So Amazing. And then after So Amazing, we've got Kayla. It hasn't been added to the list yet as far as for Kayla. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing. Yes. Purr. I love that. Hey, Vanita. Hey, unfortunately, wait, the free list is closed at the minute, my love. Yeah, and I can't really do much. I'm actually, I started a segment last week where if you're not able to make the free list, you're able to sort of like get your readings sort of like done, but I can't continue with that. I don't have the space to really be able to execute that like I want to as far as timing. There isn't 36 hours in the day as I'd hoped, unfortunately. So we're going to work with the 24 hours, but I'm going to have to say that I can't kind of continue. Yeah, but tune in next week. And maybe see, like, we're going to be live on Saturday again. So yeah, check in next Saturday and see if your question hasn't already been answered by then. I think you were asking, please do the cards if any man is coming towards me for a very serious relationship. Tune in on Saturday. We'll be able to think, okay? Right, we're going to go into Ari's question and we're going to go and start chopping it up, guys. We're like 10 minutes into the show already, so let's dive in. So why can't I be one of those girls that attract all the hot athletic guys? Why do nerds love and adore me, but I don't want them? Because you're actually very intellectual yourself, love. So you get what you want, not necessarily just what you want. I think that there's also variables in the situation when it comes to the athletes. They aren't necessarily willing to commit. So that doesn't allow for them to align with you, unfortunately, my love. It's unfortunate. Ariana, you could have asked me this question, babe. Yes, Scenaria, that part, right? People tell me to date nerds too. I want to know what is behind all this. Well, that's the factor to the situation. There's the what you want is a committed relationship. Athletes are semi-committed, semi-exclusive. Whereas nerds are, yeah, they're a little bit more able to align with your intention there. Why can't it? But there are certain girls that they commit to. My mind's like, really, girl? Really? I said semi, okay? Said semi. So a lot of the times, girl, get a computer engineer. They're fine and loaded. That part scenario. That part. So yeah, why can't it be me? Because you really are looking for a committed relationship, and as much as on the surface it seems like I guess things look copacetic to exclusivity and commitment, the reality is they may have an emotional attachment elsewhere, or they may also have a situation where they have a physical experience elsewhere as well. So yeah. What other engineers do you recommend? So scenario, Ari's asking, what other engineers do you recommend as well? I'll tell you what, there are some fine nerds out here as well, Ari. What you need to be doing, if that's the case, you like the athletic build, because I know you like a fine bruh. Okay, so if you're looking for somebody that's fine, because you actually want them to be of a certain cognition as well, which is why you're probably like struggling with the variables of the manifesting on the situation. But we're going to go and dive into it and see what the guides are going to sort of like advise you on navigating through that situation, because I think that there's so much. Oh, get a biotech nerd. Yeah. Oh, that's really good. That actually aligns with her own personal I guess dynamic as well. Could you still do a reading on this? I am. Don't worry, girl. I am. I'm gonna like go and cut it down to the middle. Go unhinged. She even gave you an actual portal where you can go and source this, girl. So thank you, Scenario. Snaps for you, mama. So you're telling me tech guys are hotter than athletes? No. I'm telling you that aesthetically, I'm gonna say this to you, my love. You want certain things that are very deep, but the notion on it can be quite surface. So that's where you're struggling with actually aligning all the variables to the situation as well. There are tech guys out there who can actually be pretty like fine, because they also are into healthy lifestyle. So it's not just about them being able to kind of like be a little bit nerdy, but they actually like are willing to work out and work on their bodies and not just, feed their minds as well. But we're going to go and unpack it with some cards and see your question. laid before us. Okay, so the guides can put it into perspective for you. There's a few people. Hey Taylor, how you doing, Mama? Hey Libra Queen. The donation list is the only list that's open at the minute, to be honest with you, beautiful, because the free list is fully hammered out. That happened so quick, I didn't even have time to put stuff on the community tab. But yes, let's go and dive into it, Ari. Right, Ari wants to know why can't she be one of those girls that attract all the hot athletic guys? We'll start with that firstly because it's a two-part question. Oh, what about theatre nerds? That's interesting, actually. I didn't think about that one. Okay, so firstly, let's dive into it. Why is she struggling to obviously align with the athletic guys? Because that's her personal preference. So why is she struggling to align with them? Anything that, oh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. They're tickling me. They've got a whole lot to say on this girl. But they've summed it up in one card because they were saying a lot. Oh, two cards, actually. Okay, interesting. Okay, so a couple of things. We've got a major arcana at the bottom of the deck. We've got the Fool card in reverse. So the undertone of this situation is about being able to kind of like release any naivety with the situation. And naivety doesn't mean sort of like not necessarily being smart. It's actually lack of experience when it comes to certain aspects of situations. But the cards that we do have is pretty much telling a story that this is going to be like a very heavy responsibility when it comes to athletes. That is going to pretty much be like very, very emotionally overwhelming. And it's going to be one of those situations where you actually probably take on too much as far as what comes along with them. So a few factors to the situation that they're pointing out to me. You'll find yourself being quite cold from time to time because you require a lot of attention and affection in a relationship, and they don't have the capacity to always be emotionally available for you because they're also tied up in other areas in their own personal space, right? As far as the job itself, yes, that's one area where they can be like their capacity to be able to be emotionally available to you can be quite limited. And also because of the age, I guess, that you are as well, a lot of the guys, so up to about 23, 24, depends on like how far up you want to date, a lot of those guys don't have the emotional cognition to actually be able to fully commit to just one particular person per se. One of the factors to the situation is that they usually tend to be, even if they're in a situation, it's like their mentality isn't that mature. And that is something that's actually going to be a little bit of a challenge for you, being able to adapt in that type of environment and find the right balance, right? I know. But maybe I should go for a guy that likes to play sports more so for fun, not an varsity team or anything like that, potentially. So this is what I was saying to you with the nerds, right? There are nerds out there who doesn't just want to feed their mind. They also want to be able to kind of like maintain a healthy lifestyle. And I think that is probably your nice little medium place with the situation when it comes to nerds. I'm saying quote unquote nerds. Why that is because the nerds have the emotional cognition to actually be able to give you the things that you're looking for in terms of being able to be present and actually being able to be affectionate, right? Libra Queen, I think the Cashapp is, girl, I'm gonna go. Wait right there, girl. I'm going to have to go into Cashapp to get confirmation. It's in the description, to be fair, so that I don't have to do these things. Because once I create, it's like, yeah, okay, it's consciously co-netted, no hyphen in the co-netted, it's just consciously co-netted, right? So the name of the actual channel. But yeah, I hope that that's useful for you. But yes, Ari. So they're saying that with those types of situations, it will actually cause you to kind of like go through lots of cycles. If you go solely for the athletes, you'll find yourself going through lots of cycles of stalemate where it's not really getting anywhere because they'll flirt, they'll engage, but they won't really take the situation too seriously, unfortunately. Especially, like I said, there's an age situation where it depends on how far up you want to date. If you're looking at up to about 23, 24, no chance. You're looking at probably like 27, 28, really, before you can find what you're looking for in terms of committed dynamics, right? So that's another factor to the situation. And I think that obviously your guys are trying to be methodical about the situation in terms of that aspect of what it is that you want. So let's see. What can Ari be doing to kind of like align herself with the right prospects when it comes to this situation? Okay. Oh, theatre nerds. Scenario, she's asking, Ari's asking, what do you think about theatre nerds? Okay. Okay. So what they're saying, like with this situation, the best thing that you can do for yourself to kind of like align with the right circumstances when it comes to this is really to be able to kind of like fill up your own well, because really with these types of situations, right, it's not really about breaking any sort of chain, because that dynamic versus what you want, it's just not aligned. It's not aligned, right? Like I said, you have to date 27 upwards as far as athletes to really be able to kind of find what it is that you're looking for in terms of music. I mean, music. It's because I was reading your music nerds thing as well. Sorry. My mind merged the information in terms of what you're looking for when it comes to athletes, right? It's not necessarily about breaking any chains per se or cycles of anything. You would have to date 27, 28 upwards to really find what it is that you're looking for, because they're a little bit more ready. The thing about it when it comes to the athletes is that they're in a certain precedent up to like 25, 26, where it's like they get a lot of attention. There's a lot of female attraction towards them. And a lot of the times, it's just a bit of a challenge for them to actually be able to completely fully commit, right? When they're a little bit younger. I should go for guys past 25 that used to play sports if I really want a guy that was a jock. Potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. Because when you're dating younger, what you're going to find is that you're not, it's going to be a non-starter, basically. Beautiful. You're going to find yourself kind of like looping on these cycles where they're charming, they present all of these offers, but they never actually fulfill anything. So you're going to be dealing with a lot of broken promises and a lot of like roller coaster moments where it's just like a downward spiral. So that's the situation, really. I don't know, like I said, how far you're willing to sort of like date upward, but to avoid any betrayal, and because betrayal causes scars. They're sparing you some scars there, girl. So yeah, they're kind of saying that the best thing that you can do is to kind of like fill up your well, like really understanding what it is that you're looking for in terms of that dynamic when it comes to this person that you're looking to manifest into your life, that's going to be able to meet the criteria for what it is that you want, because you do want somebody who's actually got the time for you, like I said. And that is going to be a little bit tricky. It can kind of like leave you, it will be quite triggering, to be honest with you. It will leave you feeling lots of low vibrations where it's like abandonment issues may flare up, self-worth issues might be connected to those abandonment issues as you spiral deeper and deeper into unraveling into those types of situations. So that's why it isn't necessarily a situation when it comes to them. Let's see. What do you guys advise Ari then moving forward with the situation overall? Like, what's the advice for her? Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one, Scenario. Broadway actors, you're right there. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, they're saying there's no need to worry on the situation. There's just some things that you have to reconsider to really get everything into a great structure for what it is that you're looking for, right? I think that this situation is really just something where you're trying to find your like ultimate yes. And if you're going to do that, they're trying to spare you situations where trust may be broken, because they don't necessarily want some of those scars for you. So as you go through the process of reconsidering what it is that you're looking for and all the variables that may be a factor in the situation, it will come to pass. It's just a case of really understanding and defining what it is that you're looking for and where those things may potentially be, right? Or I think even if a guy is older and still plays sports, there may be a better chance that they will commit be because I think the C got missing there because they are more mature. Yes. Yeah. You want to go like 25 and over, potentially, because then they would have already gone through a quarter life cycle. That's a real thing, y'all. We talk about midlife crisis, but quarter life crisis is also like a very real thing because people start getting triggered about, oh my God, where am I going to be by 30? So beyond like 25 and up, I don't know if you're open to sort of like dating around about that age range, but that's what I'd say. I wouldn't say for yourself. Yeah, I have a hard time understanding men, girl. They have a hard time understanding themselves. Yes, girl. I just met a biotech nerd. He's 25 and fine. Good for you, girl. It's nice for you. That part. Because yeah, also the thing is, like, before 25, like, the mind isn't like, okay, so we have this little mole here that's not fully formed in the skull until we're actually at the age of 25. So we're not like a fully grown adult technically until we're actually around about 25, even though like we're legal to do a bunch of stuff before then, and we're considered adults and we start doing adulting a lot before then. The body itself isn't actually a fully formed adult human until 25 and onwards. So that's why you find that there's a lot more of maturity developments beyond that stage of life, basically. Ideally, 27 is actually the best time, especially with men as well, because they need a couple of years to really like, you know, after they adapt to being adults in the space. It's one of those types of situations, but 25 is really like their nice sweet spot where they really start to mature and actually like start to be cognizant of the adulting life that they're manifesting and where they're trying to go with it, right? Whereas, you know, shit, women, we're planning weddings from like before then. If anything, by then, some of us want to be able to you know, I guess, get to the marriage and start the kids and everything like that by then, as far as the women. But the men are a little bit more, you know, we have a biological clock, they have a financial clock. So if their finances aren't at a certain place, they find themselves obviously trying to, I'm willing to date a guy up to 32 or maybe 33. Okay, well, you've got some options that are available there then. So that's what I'd say. Obviously, if you are sort of like looking at, so you just got a few options here, girl. You got the biotech situation. Okay, beautiful. That's okay. Let me have a look and see. Let me go to the sorry. I'm gonna go and check for, yep, got the details. Got the details, my love. Yeah, Libra Queen. Yeah, I've got the details here. Right, so I've been experiencing baby fever. Yeah. That's what happens. For obviously we have a biological clock, guys, and they have a financial clock, because obviously these are societal pressures. These are the societal conditions of basically being a man and being a female. Man's the provider, the woman's obviously the nurturer, she's the breeder, all of these types of dynamics. So these types of societal conditions, it will start to sort of play up once we actually become of childbearing age. That's how crazy it is. But yes, my love. My lights are all my lights over here are like proper. The guys are like, yeah. Yeah. I run away from musicians, girl, you and me both. My daddy's a musician. Snap. Listen, my daddy has 8 kids that he knows of, okay, and I'm sure we call illegitimate children jackets in Jamaica. I'm sure we have at least about 5 or 6 jackets out there that we haven't really found yet. So yeah. Okay, SK. Okay, I see you. I see you. Don't worry. This isn't for all, it's just the majority. Because of the lifestyle, it actually allows for a lot of bad behavior to be developed, just because the lifestyle is what it is. So it's just one of those types of situations. But yes, Ari, I hope that was useful for you, my love. Go through the reconsiderations that you need to really tweak this little manifesting that you're doing, and you'll be good. They'll sing you a song and they claim it's about you, and then ghost you for 31 weeks. And counting. 31 weeks and counting. That part. Oh, wow. Oh, you guys are cracking me up tonight. Love it. Love, love, love. But I do hope that was useful for you. Beautiful. No musicians unless they genuinely like me and want to commit and are also a good person. That part as well. My daddy was a good person but had serious commitment issues. Okay. He just felt like it was okay to be out here slanging. Because the environment was what it was. So it kind of supported that it was okay for him to, not have to commit, because there wasn't necessarily a requirement. And also a lot of the females that he dated, it wasn't necessarily a requirement, even though, well, it wasn't a precedent, even though they said that it was a requirement. So that part too, right? What we allow is what we'll get as well. Don't let the sweet talk fool you. And the love bombing. Oh, they are good for the love bombing. Okay. I also had commitment issues. And now my Scorpio person left. Oh, SK, I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry. And this is what I'm saying. It's just the environment. It's not even so much. It's like the environment when it comes to musicians is like very copacetic of infidelity, unfortunately, because it's just one of those things. It's a challenge. Like, people are constantly throwing themselves at you. You don't even have to like do anything. And then if you aren't like strong, I guess, in like whatever it is that you've got going on over here. When I say strong, it's not to say that like that person isn't your everything. It's just that, it's a very complicated situation. But she unblocked me recently. Well, that's progress. That's progress. At least she unblocked you. That means that she's not as hardened in the heart like she perhaps once was. I don't know if she's open to like, getting back into the space. I'm cold and calm. She's impulsive. I'm non-reactive, to be honest, as a person. I mean, I became somewhat cold, and I get that. These things kind of like, if she's quite impulsive, yeah, you probably just were, I guess, adapting to being in that environment and developed a coping mechanism to kind of like just be a little bit subdued. Oh, hey, Veronica. Hey, unfortunately, the list is closed, my love. We're actually going to go on to, until Mina gets into the space, can we try and see if we can get another list together, guys, if that's okay? I don't know if Chaley's going to get into the space anytime soon as well. Those are usually the moderators into the space. But I think Libra Queen, I've got her donation, so she's actually next on the list because you guys know how the process works, obviously. So Libra Queen's going to be next on the list, and then we're going to go to SK, my love. I got you, don't worry. We are just navigating through the process, and then we're going to sort of like get back onto the free list, okay? So Libra Queen, you can start to post your question out there. Oh, hey, Chaley girl. Hey. I was just saying, I don't know when you're going to get into the room, my love. Nice to have you here with us. I'm in country's best college. It's just another hobby I do. Okay. I see you. Who is on the list? Okay, so I'm going to see, can I repost this? So this is the list at the minute, Chaley. I've just done Ariana. Libra Queen is now on the donation list. So I'm going to do Libra Queen now. And then we've got these guys after, and the free list is already closed. So the donation list is the only thing that's open. I'm going to leave this up whilst Chaley's able to kind of like do her thing to sort of like help us flow through the space. Yes, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. My little, oh, is it a little bit delayed? Oh, can I post my question? Oh, dang, it's 3 a.m. Whereabouts are you based, SK? Okay, Libra Queen. Hey, Leslie, how you doing, cutie? Are you okay, Libra Queen, for me to quickly read SK's question, seeing as they're like, wherever their time zone is like 3 a.m. and then come back to you on oh, you're in India. Dang. Okay, makes sense because I think Mina's struggling to wake up, guys. I know Mina's like having a really nice sleep right now, but can we, let Mina know that it's almost time for her reading as well? Oh, thank you, Libra Queen. Much appreciated, my love. Much appreciated. So, SK, let's make it quick. Let's make it quick. What is your question? Put it out there. Libra Queen has said that it's fine for you to go ahead. They're also experiencing some lagging with their video as well. So, yeah, it's all good. But yes, guys, let's go. And, oh, who's my daughter's father? Why is my daughter's father letting his mother, okay, baby dictator him not coming around my child? Oh, reword that question for me, Libra Queen. Reword that question for me in the meantime whilst I go through SK's question for now, just so that I can fully, because my dyslexic mind can't even put that together. I'm just being honest. I can't even make it make sense with my little dyslexic mind. Oh, it's struggling. Look, I'm breaking out with veins. But yes, reword the question so the verbiage can sort of like fully register for me, because it's not, and I wouldn't even know how to reword the verbiage there. Why is my daughter's father letting his mother baby dictate him? Oh, not coming around my child. Okay, his baby mother. Are you saying he's got another child? Reword the question for me, girl. We'll come back to it. Okay, so are you okay for me to take the thingies off the list off the screen as well, Chaley, so I can put up SK's question and dive into it? Oh, she already done it. That's what's up. That's what's up. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chaley. I appreciate you. Okay, guys. Now, disaster evaded. Let's dive into it, right? What's Nirahi? Okay. Niraika Taluja, who's a Scorpio, thinking or feeling about me. I'm a Sag, We are in no contact, but she unblocked me. It's interesting because when did she unblock you? This recent Sagittarius full moon's obviously been kind of like releasing and loosening old philosophies that aren't necessarily serving. So she probably still has some emotional attachment there, which is probably why the unblocking kind of occurred. But we're going to go and dive into the cards. Oh, yes, Chaley. That was something that I did say to Kayla, because Meridiana is not going to be here. I did start her question. Okay, yep. Scorpio, Sagittarius full moon was really, really Niharika. Thank you, SK. Thank you. Okay, my little dyslexic mind. I'm working on it, y'all. But sometimes it just like, yeah, this is what happens in my mind. It compresses the information, and then I struggle to be able to kind of like let the verbiage flow. Neurodivergent mind. I'm constantly going off on different tangents, so forgive me. Okay, we're gonna unpack that for you, SK. Let's unpack it. Chaley, I did say that Kayla can have Smorodinia's place. I'm gonna add Smorodinia to the list of readings that I'm doing for Wednesday's segment. And next week as well, y'all, on Wednesday, I'm actually going to be going live because we need to talk about this Saturn retrograde that's going to be happening in my sun sign. Chaley, you go on, be there, girl, because it's happening in our sun, okay? And it's moving back into my cusp as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. So Kayla will get to be sort of like last on the list because she did come in after So Amazing. But then she's the last person on the free list, and the free list is closed from there because Meridiana is not going to be able to be here, but I can't really keep up with the segment. So she's the only person I'm making that allowance for because she's usually here, but she's not feeling well. Yes, girl. Yes. That's to Chaley. Okay. Because she knows when I say that Saturn is going retrograde in our sun. Yeah. So let's dive into it, SK. Right. What is Niharika's, we'll start with the feelings first, actually, and then we'll go with the thought process, because the feelings are more to unpack sometimes, and the thought process is really more or less being triggered by the cycles of the feelings. So let's go off on that firstly. Yeah, girl. It's my sun, descendant, Venus, and girl. Damn. It's going to be an interesting rest of the year for you, Jaylee. I'm telling you. I'm like, oh my God. Let me go look at the astrology and see. But yes, there's a lot that's going to be taking place with that. So let's dive into it. What is Niharika's feelings towards SK? Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. So let me sort this out. Hey, Beatrice. How are you doing, my love? Okay, so what they're saying in terms of the situation. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay, so their feelings on the situation is a little bit of frustration, and they're kind of like holding back, right? They're holding back on the idea of some of the things that oh, I know that you are, my love. I know that you are. Your energy is very warm and inviting. That's to Beatrice, BTW. But yes, so as far as the situation with Niharika, she's feeling like she's holding off from certain ideologies that she had about basically like planning life together with you and thinking about family dynamics, and really where she kind of like potentially saw the situation going. I think it's delays per se. Sorry, I'm going to unpack that because it looks like she may be pivoting as far as her previous feelings towards you in the situation. So she may be opening her heart back to the space, but she's a little bit scarred. So that's what the frustration is with the situation. But she also feels stuck emotionally because there's still romantic feelings there. Yeah. How long? Let me. And this is another thing as well. We were talking about biological clocks, right? Because you guys were actually sort of like growing together. She's exactly that's why she's holding off on the thoughts, my love. Those were thoughts that she had before. Those were feelings that she had before. She's not necessarily engaging in that. That's what she's basically managing her expectations about now. Now she's like, okay, this is somebody that I was like thinking about life with. This is somebody that I was thinking potentially like there was the opportunity for us to really grow and build something together, build a family potentially, right? As far as where she thought the potential of this had to go. But there's a little bit of scarring that's kind of there at the minute, which is causing a little bit of frustration, which is why she's actually holding off, right? She's still mad. I'll be clear on that. But she's pivoting. Now I'm sort of thinking about it. Okay, yeah. See, it's interesting because now, like, obviously things kind of played out the way that it did, and now you're kind of like, kind of receiving some of the downloads on where she was at the time when she was emotionally available and open in the space. No, because I'm 20, people are in serious relationship. It's the college time. Yeah, that part. Right. We're going to unpack that a little bit more just to kind of like get some perspective, I guess, on this holding off, and what may be unfolding after the holding off, and if this pivot is going to lead to something. Let's have that conversation, guys. So let's see, guys. Let's make it clear, like this holding off, right? Do you see the holding off being something that is going to melt away? Because I know that her heart got hardened. At one point, she put her walls up, and it seems that she's not all the way there yet. The wall isn't all the way down. I'd say that the walls come down maybe a little 30%. And it's slowly starting to kind of like pivot into the other direction. So talk about it. Let's get some clarity. Now that she is where she is in terms of the emotional processing, how do you see that playing out moving forward on her end? Oh, resistance. Damn. Resistance. Yeah, it's coming down. I can feel and see with the unblocking. Yeah, it's coming down. It's like a 30%, but there's still some more work to do. I think she's a little bit cautious, basically. She's a little bit cautious with the situation. So how do you see things playing out with the walls coming down at the minute? Like feelings wise, how do you see things playing out moving forward with the situation? Now that, okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. I think that for the most part, she isn't where she once was as far as like completely in that like nine of swords energy where there's just like complete despair and just this overwhelmingly intense anxiety. She's at a place more so where she's kind of like accepted what the situation had been in terms of relationship. I don't think she's open necessarily to friendship just yet, but she may be kind of like leaning towards that a little bit later down the line. I think she needs some more time to really get to that place where she's open again. But right now, she's kind of like still navigating through some emotional turmoil as well. In kind of like, I think she was just like shocked, basically. And when I say shocked, I mean, I think she felt that she didn't manage her expectations of you well enough in this space. And I think that that's why she's so guarded. She was guarded for a little bit. Now she's trying to kind of like I don't think she likes where she was as well, like being as guarded as she was, because I think it was changing her as well. So I think that this is why she's kind of like bringing her walls down a little bit. But nonetheless, I think she's not necessarily thinking per se in terms of getting back into anything romantically. If anything, she may have the capacity for friendship, but that's later down the line. We're going to go and have a look at her thought process and see where her thought process is with everything for you. Okay. What's her thought process on SK? Thank you, guys, because there's still some resistances that she's navigating through. She's still battling through her own internal walls as well. So that's why I had to really try and unpack that to see what is likely to sort of come later down the line with the situation. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. We've got some runners, guys. Okay, interesting. I'm going to go and grab those and see. Okay, interesting. Okay. So we've got like 5 different cards here, so I'm going to like receive the download so I can properly feed it back to you. Okay. Okay. Right, so the situation when it comes to her thought process is that she's actually kind of like releasing a lot of emotional turmoil, I guess, in terms of were there a little bit of lies? I guess there was some deception involved, because I think that that's what she's processing. I think that she's kind of like, I don't want to say beating herself up, but that's why she's only 30% down as far as the wall at the minute here, because mentally up here, I think she was like, she's now going through the process of like seeing, okay, well, potentially this is somewhere where this was like a moment of dishonesty, or this would have been a situation where, oh, did they lie about this? So there's a lot of looping on a lot of those types of thoughts. She's battling it, to be honest. She's battling it, and she's doing a pretty good job because she's fighting for her heart. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's altered her personality a little bit in navigating through stuff, because I think that there was an expectation of you. And I think that basically, obviously, she's a little bit heartbroken, I guess, that you didn't necessarily meet that expectation. But again, we're human. So it's just one of those things, you know, that she has to navigate through as far as disappointment and her own personal regrets. So I think she's mentally processing some of those regrets that she has in kind of like accepting that, you know, walking away from the situation was probably the best victory that she was going to get while she navigates through the process right now. So that's her thought process. She's just like, yeah, I need to kind of like release that. There's a lot of deception there. I'm not going to be able to kind of like be in a rested state. It's going to be extremely like overwhelming, and I'm not necessarily going to be in a place where I can be completely secure in myself as I navigate through the situation. And I think she's releasing some of the insecurities that this has kind of like triggered for her. So mentally, she's navigating through the process of that. She's not looping like she perhaps was a little while ago. But I do think that she's going through a process of accepting. So I think that that's why she's like looking at different spaces, like, oh, did they lie about this? Or was this all the way true? So there's a lot of those questions that are basically kind of like being processed. So yeah, she's kind of like navigating through a process where she can get back to a place where she's a little bit more in control of her emotions as she's navigating through this, I guess, healing, because it is a healing. And she's being methodical about it. Hey, Amanda, beautiful. Let's close out the space and see, what do you guys advise SK to do then, as Niharika kind of like navigates through this process. You know, what do you advise SK to do? Okay, thank you. That part. Okay. Okay, so they're saying, not necessarily in the, hey, Sue. Oh, Beatrice. The free list is closed, my love. We've literally got a whole bunch of people on the list, and my readings are really usually quite long, as you can see. That's why I do stop the list after a certain point, because I really get into stuff. But we do, once the free list, I'm seeing angel numbers recently, BTW. Oh, that's what's up. What numbers are you seeing? What numbers are you seeing? Let's see potentially what the angels are sort of advising you. The angels are kind of like saying, in terms of this situation, this isn't something. Oh, that's okay, Beatrice. Look, we are going to be live again next Saturday. So maybe try and get into the space a little bit earlier. And then you can kind of like get onto the free list and we can kind of, you know, chop it up. But yes, what they're saying, and you are really actually going through a transition, Beatrice. I can sense that. You just went through an ascension point, and it's leveled you up at least 3 different levels, actually. So it will be nice for you to come back into the space and we can kind of like unpack how things can kind of unfold for you next month with this level up that you've got, because you've been doing a lot of work. So it's actually been like 3 bumps up, actually. So that'd be good. Interesting, SK. I'm going to come back to you on that. But the guides are saying, in terms of navigating through the situation, it's not about compromising, right? It's not necessarily about compromising per se. They're saying over the course of the next couple of weeks, it's about just making sure that you don't necessarily stop with respecting, I guess, her space or her need for space at the minute, so she can kind of like go through her process. I wouldn't necessarily push anything within the next couple of weeks. I guess it's a case of giving some time, give it some time, maybe 3 to 4 weeks. She might be at a little bit of a different place where she can actually start to be a little bit more open to what you have to say. In terms of explanation, you know, there may be the opportunity for you guys to kind of like rekindle a friendship, but that's not anytime soon. That's months away. That's definitely months away as far as the development of that situation. So they're saying the best thing for you to do right now is just to kind of like give her the space that she needs to be able to kind of like navigate through her process at the minute. And she'll be able to kind of like, you know, they're saying you'll see that she's not necessarily giving you the same energy as she's kind of like giving right now. It may take her another couple of months to really get to that place where she can actually like be warm towards you again, but for right now she's in self-preservation mode, so she's protecting herself. Back to your angel numbers as well. Today India playing cricket match and they have to score tomorrow 444 runs to wins. To win against Australian cricket. Interesting. So 4 is always the about the foundations and kind of like fundamentally just kind of like laying the foundations. This is interesting, and you're getting like mirror, 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 mirror. That means it's really, really strong. You keep having like mirror numbers sort of like reflecting. So that's interesting. 1's always about new beginnings. 2 are always about life purpose. 4 are always about the energies of the archangels and the foundations that you're laying at the minute. So they're kind of letting you know that the realms of the archangels is really working at your mental challenges that you're navigating through and some of those things that you're breaking free from to bring some new beginnings into the space. And it is your life purpose at this point that you are in your journey to be able to navigate through some of these things. I think that obviously as you kind of like navigate through some inevitable endings, obviously we're sort of like speaking about what's kind of transpired with the situation with Niharika. But as you kind of like navigate through some of these endings. It's kind of like allowing for you to get to a place where you can also sort of like recover, because you're now, like you said, you're going through a process of maybe seeing some of the errors of your ways, and it's actually allowing for you to become better. It's actually allowing for you to become a little bit more whole in terms of like how you're able to kind of, you know, navigate through situations. So yeah, I think you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Hey Amanda, the free list is closed, my love. Yeah. Oh, Amanda, I'm so sorry that you didn't manage to get in on the list again. Yeah. No, that's okay, Amanda. Honestly, like I like to go in depth because sometimes when my guys give me like feedback, I'm like, there's more. I'm like, so what about this? And what can I do about that? Because I like sometimes a lot of the times when people you know, read, they just have whatever they want to hear and then they don't want to hear anything else. So if the guides ain't necessarily giving them that answer, they kind of like shut the guides down. And I used to actually read like that for years, when I first started reading, because it was always about what my ego wanted to hear. And then I learned, well, I wasn't learning nothing and I wasn't preparing myself for the reality of what was actually occurring. So I had to learn how to actually like ask the right questions, I guess, to be able to like figure out where I needed to grow, because they're trying to help me, but my ego was so rigid that I couldn't see how the help was being presented to me. So yeah. Oh, hey, Sammy. Hey, Ash. No, that's okay, Amanda. That's okay. Obviously, at the minute, the free list is closed, the donation list is open, but that's going to be closed after a while as well, just because I do read so in depth. It can be quite long, and I'll be here for hours. We're already an hour in, and I've had 2 questions answered. So that should give you guys a context of how this space can be for us. No, it's okay. You were so on point. Yeah. It's okay, beautiful. I tell you what, next time, tune in. Listen, whenever I like check on the community tab for when I've got videos up, I'm going to be live next Saturday. I'm going to put the actual like memo out. So I'm going to put out the details about the live stream on Friday. You have to come in here early, girl. Before I even started the live, the list was already closed. Okay. That's how my people are. Okay. Okay. SK said, will we have a long-term relationship again in the future? Can you confirm if I wait? I think that you guys are going to work on your friendship firstly, and then that will be her decision whether or not she wants to be able. You have to show her the change within you for her to make that decision, because right now she's quite scarred, SK. And I think that that's one of the things that's kind of like a lot for her to get her mind around, because she really appreciated the friendship that you guys had. And I think that's where she's scarred, really, because she feels like that was really taken for granted. But I think it depends on how you are able to show her that she can be safe in this space again, because I think that that's potentially the situation. I think if you guys start, she might have the capacity to offer you friendship a little bit later this year. Don't necessarily rush her on the relationship stance, because she's not all the way there yet and she's still scared. She's a little bit scarred. So she's in self-preservation mode. Okay. But you have to show her through your actions, not just your words, that you want it. Okay. And she may be open, because she actually really, she really likes having you in her life. I see her as she is the one, though. Yeah, well, that's nice. That's nice. That's good. So now allow for your behaviors to align with that perception, and fight your demons to fight for her, man. You know, fight your demons to fight for her, because that's all she wants at the end of the day. Okay. Oh, look at that, y'all. Ash just offered Amanda her space on the list. No. Honestly, Amanda, Ash is always on the list. So it's just one of those things where Ash probably feels like she's, usually getting fortified being in this space. So she's got the capacity to give you an opportunity to get your guidance. Receive it, girl. Don't block your blessings. That part. I don't think Mina's in the space. Mina's still sleeping. I've asked the guys to go and wake her up because her reading's going to come up soon enough. But she's pretty passed out. She's deep into like maybe a stage 2, almost a stage 3 sleep. So they're having some difficulties waking her up, but she'll get here eventually, I think. How she likes me? She does. She does. I mean, did you check? No, she does. She does. Even when I was like doing the reading, that was one of the things that I was like seeing in the space is that when her walls came down, that's because she genuinely likes you and was a little bit disappointed about how the friendship dynamic got affected by the decisions that got made in terms of the relationship. So yeah. Oh, look at you guys being so nice. I love that. Yeah. Oh, that's okay, Amanda. Don't worry. You'll get into our little rhythm. But yeah, SK, just make sure that your behavior, if she sees that your behavior, like, okay, as you guys are navigating through friendship, the best thing that you can do is even show her in the midst of that type of relationship dynamic space that you guys are sharing as friends, that romantically she is what you're looking for in partnership, so that she can feel a little bit rested. Because if you say that you want her, but then you're kind of like making decisions that doesn't necessarily align with that desire, she's not going to feel safe, and she's pretty much just going to like friend zone you forever. Cardi B voice. So to avoid that, I'd say just show her how much she means to you. Okay. Oh, Ash says, it's no problem, Amanda. I hope you get the answers to your question. Oh, that's okay. If that makes sense, I'm working on me. And this is part of the love and appreciate you, breath. Oh, girl, that's okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, y'all gonna make me cry. I feel so deeply blessed to be like aligned with such amazing people. Like, seriously, guys. Seriously. But yes, if we can get Amanda added to the list and remove Ash, I'm not going to lie, Amanda, you are going to be lost on the list, okay, because there were people here. So we do have to work through that process, right? Because you did get here last. So you are going to be lost on the list after, I think it was Kayla. But if we can get Ash removed from the list, and then we can add Amanda, so I can kind of like unpack your stuff, that would be awesome. Oh, I love the crowns, Chaley. That's what's up. Hell yes. We're all kings and queens. All kings and queens, right? That part. So what we are going to do now, I'm going to try and see if I can find Libra Queen's question, because I think she did repost it. But I hope that was useful for you, SK, BTW, right? I hope that, you were able to get the guidance that you're kind of like looking for with the situation. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me store that. Where we have Smoradina, Chaley, can we remove Smoradina and put, I think it was Kayla. That was supposed to get Smoradinia's place. I'm going to add Smoradinia's question because she's not here. She's not going to be here because she's not feeling well, unfortunately. So I'm going to do her on the other segment that I do on Wednesday, where I just kind of like do a filmed reading, but I don't have enough capacity to keep doing that, guys. So I'm also self-preserving because I've been exhausted. I want to be the best me possible, and that also means maintaining my energy as well. And Shaylee did talk to me about that previously as well. So I'm trying to take heed of your concerns, girl. Okay, it's been a lesson, definitely. I've had to like crash and burn to be like, okay, my human doesn't have the capacity for this much. But I did manage to get some stuff done with my little Pisces self, adapting to all of these different variables. Okay, so, right. This is Libra Queen, her question, because I think she mentioned that she's like donated for like 2 questions. So we're going to answer those questions. Libra Queen, you still in the building with us, Mama? Because we're going to get onto your question now and dive into it. Hey, Rika, how you doing? I didn't realize that you were here, my love. How are you doing? Oh, yes, please. I need some praise on that rest. I actually took a nap today. I had a session today that didn't manifest because of time zone differences. And honestly, I was so grateful that I slept. I've been navigating. I work like 60 to 70 hours a week, including being able to do these spaces for you guys. So I am like literally exhausted. Cheney, thank you so much, girl. Listen, I'm so emotional these days, guys. I'm so grateful for the smallest of things So Cheney's updated our list for us, right? This is the list. Libra Queens, obviously, the donation, and then we're going to be diving back into the free list, okay? I'm going to go and find back Libra Queen's question because I done lost it again. But let me know that you're still here as well, Libra Queen, because obviously I just want to check and make sure that you are, just so that we can obviously make sure that you're able to get your question answered whilst you are present. And I think you donated for 2 questions as well. So I'm going to need you to throw out question number 2 as well. Okay, good stuff. Yes, awesome. Right. Why is my daughter father letting his other baby mother have say so in him not coming around my child? Oh, God. Oh, girl. I can tell you a few factors to the situation, but I'm going to go to the cards and outline it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Clarify. Interesting. Okay. 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 Long and short of it, my love, he's busy playing happy family with that family. That's the best way that I can put it to you as far as like the cards that we've got. But I'm gonna fully unpack it to like give it some context for you. So come on, guys. Like, I know you guys are pretty like raw with it, but put it into context. We get it. Life has moved on and stuff, but he still has responsibilities. So why are those responsibilities? Why is he negating those responsibilities to be any less of a priority in comparison to his other situation? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Libra Queen. It's so funny as well because I got your card out. I got the Queen of Swords. Your card came out. So basically, a part of the situation when it comes to him. Oh, you too. What, Shaylee? Oh, are you talking about the exhaustion? So what they're telling me about the situation when it comes to you, obviously he's busy over there playing happy families, but she's a little bit more, how can I put it? I don't want to use the word submissive because it's not true. Give me another word, guys, because you know that this isn't about submission. Okay, they're saying, but it is though. Okay, so the truth of the matter is that she strokes his ego. There you go. There you go. Because you know what I was trying to get at. Because you know this isn't necessarily about submission per se. Sorry. On a one where we had to have like a sidebar, but basically, a part of the situation is that pretty much she's a little bit more able to kind of like stroke his ego on certain things, and she kind of like is a little bit of his hype girl, okay? Who even when he's in the wrong, sometimes she'll be able to overlook his wrongs unless he's in the wrong to her. She's, you know, willing to overlook certain decisions that he makes and certain things that he does. And I think that when it comes to you in the situation, he feels a little bit weighed down sometimes because you can be quite perceptive. And I think that the truth is it intimidates him because you have standards, I guess, and you're very vocal, I guess, about what it is that you need. Which is crazy. Since I broke up with him, he want nothing to do with her. Yeah, that part, right? Oh, Tarot Destroyer, get a life. Like, seriously. Nobody cares. Go away. Like, nobody cares. Seriously. You're just looking for attention. We don't have time for you today. Respectfully, God loves you anyways, in spite of the fact that you're out here trolling for the devil, but go away. Okay? Thank you. Anyways, so the situation that they're sort of like putting across with everything is that oh no, Amanda, I accidentally banned Amanda. Oh snap. How can I undo that? Snap. Oh, guys. Oh, look at Tarot Destroyer just come in here and just like completely. I was like trying to click on Tarot Destroyer and I accidentally banned Amanda and removed her comments. Yeah, it's not so easy, I don't think, on StreamYard, beautiful. I don't know how I'll be able to come back from that with her because she was going to get her opportunity. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry, Amanda. Tarot Destroyer came in and blocked somebody, unfortunately. I can't stand these trolls. It's so irritating. Hopefully Amanda can like get back into the space. I'm trying to figure out some stuff with. That's okay. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. I'm sorry, Amanda. Get another login, and hopefully, if you're still able to even see this, come back into the space with a different login. This Tarot Destroyer person did this before, where I accidentally even blocked Mina. That tends to be a cycle when this troll comes into the space. I don't know why. This troll continues to come around. Just get a life. If you don't like tarot, stay off the tarot readings. How about that, you moron? Okay, we're going to go back into the space and dive into what we were trying to do previously. But Libra Queen, what I will say to you with the situation is that they basically feel like a little bit of lack of motivation because you are so perceptive. Oh, she can see it. She just can't respond. Okay, Amanda, tune in through a different email login or whatever on your YouTube. And you should be able to kind of like, I don't know if you do have, I got a bunch of email addresses. I don't know about you. But yeah, I was actually trying to like ban. Yeah, I ended up banning Tarot Destroyer and Amanda at the same time. But yeah, Amanda, come back in with another email and you should be okay to kind of like post your question in the space. I'm sorry, girl. They got us again. Unfortunately, that cycle repeated itself. We got one of our own They're so irritating. But the devil's a lie. Nobody's got time. Who doesn't like tarot and wants to come and sit in a space where they do tarot readings? What a moron. But anyways, that makes no sense to me. People can be so dumb and facetious. Like, it's so dumb and facetious. I can't even, like, fathom how their mind works, but I'm not supposed to. They're a troll. I don't have a trolling mind, so I wouldn't understand it. But anyways, one of the aspects of the situation with what you're navigating through, Libra Queen, is that there's a sense and feeling of inadequacy when it comes to you. You can kind of, you just kind of tell it like it is, mama. You tell it like it is. And I think that for them in this space as well, it's not just, oh God, you are such a loser. Like, seriously, go away. Seriously, go away. At one point, I used to be nice to you, but you don't even deserve my kindness. Just go away. Good riddance. So, with the situation, there's a dynamic here where, because you guys aren't necessarily in a committed situation as well, I think that basically they're also being spiteful a little bit, because obviously you guys aren't necessarily like romantically connected as well. I don't think they realize that obviously, like, in trying to spite you, they're actually affecting the child in the situation. So I think that that's also an aspect of the situation as well. And I think obviously because you have just expectations, naturally, you have expectations. And I think that it kind of like triggers a little bit of insecurity for them with the expectations that you do sort of like place on them, and make it very clear that those expectations, I can tell. He's just being spiteful, basically. And it has nothing to do with, he's not even hurting you per se. He's hurting the kid. And he's trying to hurt you in the process. And I guess to some context, it is hurting you because you don't want to see your child hurt, but he doesn't realize, like, that's his kid too. So really you're hurting yourself as well. Like, he's hurting himself as well. Like, that's a little him, you know. But it seems like he's not really sort of like getting that clarity in his mind. I think that he's also in like this self-preservation mode as well, where he doesn't want to necessarily be told about what he's not doing. He just wants his ego stroked, like I said. And I think that in the other situation, that person will basically like stroke his ego and give him the perception that even when he's wrong, he's right, unless it's with her. Like, if he's doing wrongs to her, then it's like, how could you do that? But what she's not realizing, this is a real tea, my love. What she's not realizing is that the moment he's not with her, he's going to do the same shit to her as well. So that's the part that she's not catching on to. He's not letting her not let him come to see the child. He's making that choice because you guys are no longer together, and he's being petty. And the situation is that she is simply supporting his decision in that, and she's kind of like nurturing his ego as he kind of like makes this poor decision. Karma is quite the thing, my love. That's all I say with that situation. Karma is quite the thing. So eventually she will live and learn that this isn't a situation that is, I guess, an isolated event when it comes to you. This is just how petty and disturbingly conniving as this person actually is, because he'll do the same thing to her in a heartbeat, very quickly, without care. What do you guys advise? Let's unpack it. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, bear with me. They're saying something on the partner. I know, Mama. I know. And that's the thing that basically triggers him because you have standards, basically. That's what I'm saying. Because you have standards, that intimidates him. And that's the thing that basically puts him in a position where he's constantly having to actually look at himself and see where he is falling short. But because he doesn't want to basically acknowledge his flaws, his inadequacies, he doesn't want to actually like work on himself, for lack of a better way of putting it. And then you got this person over here that's like, oh, it's okay, baby, it's okay, don't worry about it, it's all her. No, you have standards, and that's because you have a life to protect. But this person, his baby mom, it was funny because they were just telling me something about the other baby mother. It's funny because she's starting to see some of like his character flaws as well, kind of like show up. And she has her own concerns, but I think she's also very passive with the situation, right? She's quite passive in general in terms of how she deals with things. Yeah, they deserve each other. They're both backstabbers, actually. They deserve each other, respectfully. Let's see. So, talk to me about the other baby mum and put that into context for me. Yeah. I can imagine. I can tell. They're not vibrating too high at all. Very selfish people, very one-sided in terms of their perspective. They're not very perceptive at all. They only see what they want and what they're not getting based on what they want, and that's all their focus ever really is. Yeah, it's interesting. Talk to me about the other baby mom, guys. Okay, interesting. It's a lot to deal with at times. I can only imagine, my love, because I can see that she can't even be a voice of reason as a female in the situation as well. How old is she? Because I can tell she's very immature. Do you know, by any chance, how old she might be? Because I can tell she's very immature. She thinks that her fight is with you in all of this. How about that? She thinks that her fight is with you in all of this because you didn't even want him. Respectfully, you didn't even want him. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm just saying, like, she doesn't have to worry about, like, I think she's kind of like fueling it because she actually has her own insecurities that if you actually wanted him, he would be back with you. And that's the thing that she's not being honest with herself about. That's why she's going so hard at you, actually, with the situation, because she wants to fuel this fight between you guys when it comes to him and his ego, because that makes her feel comfortable in their relationship and that he's not going anywhere, because she knows that if you were to be open to having him back, he may actually be open. That's the gag. That's the gag. I'm telling you, people are so funny. I don't know why she don't just process her own insecurities instead of like affecting the life of a whole 3-year-old that has nothing to do with her. That's also her child's sibling. Can we talk about that part? That's her child's sibling as well. Like, she's literally just, what she's not realizing is that she's nurturing a demon right about now. Okay, this ego of his that she's stroking, she's nurturing a demon to do the same damn ish to her when her time comes, and it will. So don't worry about it, girl. You ain't missing out on ish. Okay, let me see on her story on the situation. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly what I just said to you on the cards. It's exactly what I just said to you. This person isn't very perceptive. She has not really much like realization about anything. Yes, like, I can't stand that man. Yes, never treated her daughter bad, which is crazy. I love that other little girl. This is the thing, mama. This is the thing. She doesn't have the same level of maturity, unfortunately. And it is unfortunately because you are so mature that you're dealing with like so much from both of these guys because they are still like vibrating at a lower frequency of maturity, which is interesting. She's threatened by you, and I don't know why, because you don't even want him. I don't know what's her problem. I don't know what's her problem. But clearly she feels threatened by you, which is why she continues to kind of like fuel this explosive, combative situation. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but let's see what the guides advise that you do in navigating the situation moving forward, because I think that that's the most important thing, right? That is the most important thing. I know, girl. I know. I don't know why she keeps like. So basically, she has a fear that if you were to take him back, then she would be without him. But I'm not being funny, but he's not really that much of a prize, is he? No offense. Like, obviously, I know that this is the father of your child, but he's not really that much of a prize. I don't know why she's making it out like he's some first prize thing that she's got. And, you know, she kind of has to like hold on to it. I think she's deeply insecure within her own self. And he found the right person. They deserve each other. Like I said to you, like, they deserve each other. They're just as like backbiting, conniving. Yeah, that part, girl. So I don't know what she's kind of like. Yeah, she's not that smart. Bless her. Let's dive into what you need to be doing as you navigate through the process with these two little demons, girl, because she's a demon in her insecurity and he's also insecure. So they're both just feeding each other's insecurity. He's insecure because obviously you have standards that you need him to meet. And yeah, bless her, my love, bless her. Okay, because she's not that smart. But he's insecure. So this is basically two insecure demons that are feeding off each other. He's insecure because you basically trigger his insecurities because you require him to actually step up and execute on certain standards that you have. And then she's insecure that if he does do these things, then you might want him back. And if you want him back, he would easily choose you because she knows he still has feelings for you. That's the truth. They're very tainted at the minute, you know, because obviously you don't want him. So now he's convincing himself that he don't want you either. But if you wanted him, girl, you could have him in a heartbeat. I'm just being honest. So that part. You're not with him because you don't want him, not because he didn't want you. Let's make that very clear to her. But we're going to dive in and see what the guidance is for you navigating through the situation. Right. What's the guidance for our girl, Libra Queen, in navigating through the situation? Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Interesting. What is that? Hey, Napoon. How are you doing, my love? Clarify, sorry. They basically said that within the next couple of weeks, this is a situation where there isn't really much capacity for you to do anything. It's just a case that there's something better. So I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity on what that something better may be and how to align basically with that timeline and where it may be in the future. So let's have a look. Clarify this for me here. Give us some context. What is that something better? That part. What is the something better? Make it very clear, please. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so they're saying within the next couple of weeks, there's actually something better in the situation. You're not necessarily going to be feeling rested in the space with this person, but obviously you get to kind of like go a little bit deeper into your process as well to understand, what's triggering you about the situation, where you can potentially grow in those places to be able to alleviate this cycle, because obviously, how many, is it just the one daughter that you've got presently? Because they're saying to me obviously as well, you don't want to repeat the cycle moving forward in terms of like you're picking for any future sort of primate that you'll kind of connect with as well. Do you want more children as well? Let me ask you that question, because that's presumptuous of me as well. Oh, I'm doing good, Napoon. I'm doing good. God is good. Can't complain. Oh, I have 2 kids. My son, father, not in his life either. Okay, okay. Well, this is why they're talking to me about this. Okay. I don't want to be with him. Okay. Okay. So this cycle has come round again. So this is why they're saying that this isn't necessarily, there isn't really anything that you can do potentially in this particular space, but what you can do in moving forward is to kind of like be perceptive in terms of like the triggers that you're navigating through with the situation. So what I'm going to say to you, Mama, because obviously you want a couple more, that's why I had to ask the question, because they were saying like obviously moving forward, because that was the thing that they wanted to clarify to me, right? To avoid this same issue, your next children's father, the 2 that you want to have, they'll have one dad, and that person will be more of a constant, but it's dependent on your perceptivity as well. To be honest, both of these men show you who they were whilst you were sort of like dating, before you kind of like got into that situation where you did, manifest like children together. So it's a case of not necessarily kind of like overlooking those, understanding the red flags along the way. Basically, the next guy, he's more of a constant in his children's life, and you're able to actually, yes, and I didn't listen at all, that part, beautiful, that part, and next time we ain't going to do that again. We ain't doing that again, because unfortunately the children are the one who are collateral to you kind of like giving the benefit of the doubt to these guys who are less than mature to be able to navigate through co-parenting with you, right? But the next guy that you do choose, because this situation for you just validated what you thought before, because you did see the signs and you did choose to obviously give him the benefit of your doubt. You ain't going to do that no more moving forward. We're not doing that, because that doubt also leads to the children then navigating through their own doubts of like, am I good enough? Why didn't daddy want to be present? Like all of these things, they then have to navigate through their own doubt. So when you give the benefit of what you feel is your doubt as to whether or not this person is capable of, actually being a decent parent, right? And this is another thing as well. Like, I'm going to need people to stop, manifesting these undecent spirits into reality, okay? Because we keep blaming the devil, but honestly, he can only do what we allow, okay? He himself had his own doubts when it comes to his own dynamics, and when it comes to like fatherlessness as well. So this is just a repeated cycle in essence, right? They're saying this ain't never going to happen again, because you're not ever going to sort of like do this situation again. The next guy, he's going to be able to come in and he's going to be dad to all 4 children, actually. And he's the type of person that you deserve to be with. He's the type of person that you wanted all along, and he actually shows up. But you're going to have to choose very, very wisely. They're saying to me, you're going to have a few that you're going to have to Nope. It's like they're showing me swipe. But it's not necessarily just like a swipe. It's not necessarily a dating app situation. It's a swipe as in, no, actually, you're not necessarily aligning with what it is that I'm manifesting for myself. So like I can't necessarily put myself just so scared to date again. And I understand that. I understand that. Do you know why? Because now you're trusting, you're having some trust issues basically about your own judgment. So because you pretty much displaced your own sense of, your intuitive awareness of what was going on, your intuitive perceptivity. Yeah, just don't trust my judgment. I know, girl. That's what I just said. I know, and I get why. But that you don't have to do that to yourself. That's not true. You knew what you were doing at the time. You basically gave them the benefit of your doubt. And if you basically stop doing that, if you alleviate that variable in the situation, then you won't necessarily have to deal with this again. You don't have to worry about your judgment. Your judgment was fine. You just made poor decisions in spite of your discernment. That's all this is. That's the variable to the situation. You made poor decisions despite your discernment because your intuition was picking up on certain things and you still kind of like, moved nonetheless. And obviously, we know Saturn actions have consequences. So we're now dealing with the karma of some of those decisions. You don't have to worry about trusting your decision moving forward because you're going to be making decisions having actually not had just one experience, but now you've had two experiences of the same cycle play out. And you've seen this demon of fatherlessness, basically, that has manifested for your children. You've seen it from a couple of different variables already. You've seen it in terms of the father of your son, and you've seen it in terms of the father of your daughter, and the variables that you basically gave the benefit of the doubt to. And for that, you already have so much information. Don't let that basically negate how you move forward. And take accountability, yes, but don't beat yourself up about it. You know what I mean? You don't need to, because what you're going to do is allow for other people to come into your own space and continue to beat you up about things you're already beating yourself up about. And you're basically just going to give voice to your own internal demons externally and manifest those types of people into your orbit. So we're going to cut that out for a second, because that's not going to manifest what it is that you're trying to get in this space. But what I will say to you is that I want to heal myself to attach the right person 100%. And that's where you'll start. You tell yourself the reality of what happened in the situation. You made a poor decision in spite of your discernment. And that was okay for those situations because you're going to make better decisions moving forward. If you continue to beat yourself up about it, you're just going to continue to loop, basically, and manifest the same sort of experiences for yourself. So we're going to take both of these situations as an individual thing, and we're going to move forward knowing that it's never going to be a situation again, because you do. I'm telling you, my love, you do manifest a constant for all four of your children moving forward. You actually end up having five. One comes in unexpectedly. But yes, right? It's all about timing on situations. But drop your second question in the chat because they're like, let's move on to the second question. I've already shared too much. I spoke about the fifth child, my bad. But yes. Yeah. Yeah, five, girl, five. Okay, the fifth one comes in like literally like at the most unexpected time, but they are such a blessing to like the whole family. Honestly, it kind of just shifts the whole dynamic for you guys. When the time, like, okay, so after you have the fourth one, the fifth one comes very quickly afterwards, unexpectedly, basically. But you guys are prepared and you take, I think they have two themselves actually, because you guys end up with 7 kids altogether. So they have two before you guys kind of like come together as well, potentially. That's their situation as well. So you guys end up with like 7 kids ultimately in the midst of it. But that's why the fifth one is basically like it comes very quickly after the fourth one. Okay. Dang. They're telling me I chat too much. I can't help myself, man. Because basically, because it happens so quickly as far as the fifth one, I think it's just one of those things that kind of like catches you guys off guard. So I don't need you to be extra careful after the fourth one now, to the point where you kind of negate what happens with baby number 5. It's just so you're aware, you know, that part. Okay. Hey, AAC. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, but you can stick around just in case there's nobody that's like here, because I haven't seen Mina in the chat pretty much all night. I think she's deeply in sleep, so I don't know. By the time we get around to her, she might not be available. There might be other people that might not be available, and then there's other people as well. Yeah, but the free list is closed presently. The donation list is open. We're actually doing a donation reading now. But if you want to stick around, there may be some people on the free list that aren't here to be able to get their reading, so you can pretty much take their place, basically. Okay, so Libra Queen's question number 2 is, well, it's good that you want a football team, girl, because you may just have one. That's good, AAC. That's okay. Thank you. Okay, so Libra Queen, question number 2 is, what can I do to improve my finances? I have small baking business, but losing passion for it. You're outgrowing it, but we're going to see why you're outgrowing it and what you can do with the situation when it comes to. Ooh. What are your? They're showing me. Okay. Sorry, guys. They're showing me a whole like business plan in context, and they're showing me how to put your business plan into structure. Because basically they're saying that you're leveling up. It's not that you're completely losing passion for it. It's that you're losing motivation for where you are now, because where you are now has been like a constant for a while. How long have you kind of like had the business going for? And also answer me like, what is your main requests for baking? Like, do you get like parties, weddings? Like, what's the main demographic basically of clientele that you get? Is it for like I said, wedding events, or is it for birthdays, anniversaries, whatever? The reason why I'm asking is because they're showing me that this is basically just a reworking of your business plan. You may be able to also provide like events planning services as well. That may also, yeah, 2 years having hard time getting clients, but not really people person. Well, girl, that may have something to do with it too. I think what they're saying. So you have a couple of things here, because they're already sort of like putting the process together in my mind's eye. There's 2 things that you can do, and it's going to take a lot of planning in order to get the progression of this moving, right? So first thing is they're putting across that there's also the opportunity to offer event planning services as well, which you might be able to get some enthusiasm back into what it is that you're doing as well. So if someone comes to you and they're kind of like, birthday or wedding, you can, obviously they already have the wedding situation planned, but you can also offer to do event planning for smaller aspects of the events leading up to the wedding, like the bridal party, sort of like what's it called? The bridal shower. Yeah, so you can like plan stuff like the bridal shower if it's kind of like weddings, and they've already got the wedding down and stuff like that. or you can kind of like plan the rehearsal dinner and kind of like set the tone of the situation in that context as well. These types of things will kind of like start to get your creative juices flowing, which will kind of start to develop your enthusiasm, and it already ties into your business that you currently have now. And then also another area of that they're sort of like showing me as well is that you can also I don't know, yes, very good at the planning party, but the baking be having me stressed out. So you may be evolving, my love. You may be evolving into event planning, is what they're showing me with the situation. I think with the baking situation, right? Another, I don't know, do you do much on social media as far as like, presenting what it is that you do? Answer me that question, because I think I'm going to have another area that they're sort of like putting that you can also prioritize and manage. Because I think they're moving you into management and less like work per se like that. They're moving you because you're creative basically. So they're kind of like allowing for you to be able to express your creativity. And that's really why you're kind of like getting a little bit no, yes, don't post a lot sometimes. So this is another thing. What you can also be doing is like little tutorials on how to do this type of cake or how to do that type of cake or what to do for this type of cake situation. So these are some of the things that they're saying that if you get better at doing some of these things, it will be able to tap you into more resources in the business that you already have. Because they're saying it's not necessarily about a complete career transition per se. It's actually just about a career elevation in terms of where you are at the minute. So, Tarot Destroyer. Go and destroy yourself. How about that? Okay. And then, so with the situation, they're saying you can do the posting where you kind of like provide tutorials, and you can actually like create different like mini courses that you can also actually sell. So if people want to basically bake this type of cake for their child for their birthday, for instance, if you're already creating that type of cake, you can easily do something like that, create the whole process, talk everything through, create a tutorial. You can literally, there's context of the information that you can, I guess, do for free, but there's also like an in-depth process where you can charge like a small 20, 30 bucks, whatever, for them to be able to access the information and stuff like that. And that's where you can start to evolve in terms of your business practice. And then the event planning side of things is basically where you can get your creative juices flowing, and that will bring you back into enthusiasm for the actual cake baking part of the process. Because then as you're doing these tutorials, that's another area where you can get excited about the stress of actually creating. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They were like, literally, they were like, yeah, but she can do they're like, oh, there's so much that you can do. But they're saying that this is a career elevation. That's all it is. You're kind of like losing steam because where you are right now, you're leveling up. Right, Chaley? Right? Like Tarot Destroyer needs to go and destroy them damn selves and like get the hell out of our space. Like sick of them. Funny enough, I was actually like wondering how come we ain't had none of these little trolls for a minute, but hey, we move nonetheless. But I'm over being nice to these demons at the minute because that philosophy is not working. So as the Sagittarius full moon has loosened my previous state of reality, when it comes to, I guess, enabling certain demons and being nice to them in spite of the fact that they are as dreadful as they are, we're not doing that anymore. Just go away, okay? Go destroy yourself. And if you don't like tarot, stay out of the tarot chat rooms, that part, and quit being a moron by coming into tarot chat rooms saying that you're a tarot destroyer. It makes no sense. It just makes you look like an idiot. Respectfully. Okay, so back to your space, Libra Queen. Yeah, It's going to be really lit though. It's going to be really lit. I'm going to pull some cards, right? And like really unpack all of the suggestions that they've made, and really put it into context for you, right? Sorry. They said, Mama, they said that sometimes you can be a little bit lazy when it comes to the content side of things. So it's very, very important that the idea is executed, because the money is going to be the extrinsic motivation that's actually going to kind of like decrease that spirit of procrastination, basically. Okay. I know, girl. Don't worry about it, though. I got you. All right, guys. Okay. So let's talk about it. You guys have made some suggestions about the event planning, right? How do you sort of see that aspect playing out for our girl, Libra Queen? The event planning. How do you see that aspect playing out for Libra? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, mama, this is nice. We got lots of major arcanas here, so it's definitely going to be a major transit. Oh no, Mina, it's okay. The guides have been trying to wake you up for like the last hour and a half, girl. I sent them like an hour and a half ago, and they were trying to wake you up, and they were like, she's deep in like stage 2, like almost stage 3. So I know that you were deep in sleep. Beautiful. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We navigate it. But I did say to them about the time that your readings due, like what are we going to be doing by then? So we're almost like there to get to your reading. So yeah, that part. Yeah. It's okay. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? Okay, so Libra Queen, let's talk about it, right? What they're saying is, girl, just so that you're aware, no ish, okay? No ish. Sorry, I don't know if you can see, but that's the Ace of Pentacles. So there's money to be made, okay, with the event planning aspect of things, because that's what we're reading on first. So with the event planning aspect of things, you'll be able to kind of like finally get the justice that you deserve. Because I think what it is that you're doing all this effort and you're making all of this effort with the cake side of things. But again, because it requires a lot in terms of you being able to kind of like do the dressing and like really being able to kind of like present your creativity, sometimes it can be like unmotivating to even get started. But they're saying that you can definitely go through a transition with this situation, because it's going to be very, very demanding. Very demanding. Oh, girl. I'm excited. It's a level up. It's a level up. So if you do the, yeah. So that's why I said to you, right? Yeah, Alex, you can donate. That's fine. The donation list is still open. Hey, Melissa. Oh, girl, it's gonna be lit. Okay, so what they're showing is that this is a really, really big transit for you. Like you'll finally get the justice that you're looking for, financially speaking, with the situation, if you incorporate the event planning side. So if somebody comes to you and they want you to make a wedding cake, girl, offer to do like the bridal shower, event planning, offer to do the like what's it, the rehearsal dinner, like planning, snap, offer to do the bachelor and bachelorette party planning, something, okay? Offer planning services as well, like offer event planning services as well, and that's going to help you to kind of like get another area where you can start to get excited again, because I think obviously with just having the cake side of things, the enthusiasm for the creativity has kind of become a little bit lax, because it's not giving. It's just not giving, my love. So this is where you're going to be able to tap into additional resources within the industry that's already there for you as well. And it's going to avoid you taking on too much when it comes to the event planning, because all you've got to do is organize things, and you're actually very good at that naturally. It's actually one of your strong optimized qualities, so it will be effortless for you to be able to do the event planning side of things. Actually, with the cake side of things, let's go and see if we can get that into sort of like some sort of tutorial or some sort of here's this cake. You present it on social media, a little video, if they want to learn like the proper recipe for making this cake or that cake, like, do you see what I'm saying? Then you do a quick little tutorial, pop that out, and hey, this is like $20, for instance. Hey, this is $10. So that's another area. And if you make it like an affordable price, then obviously it's easier for people to be able to access it. And then also you have a demographic that it's affordable too, basically. So that's what I'd say on that situation. Hey, Lakia, nice to have you in the space, Mama. Hey, Alex, let me know where you donated. I'll go and check on the stuff. And also, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and see Rika. Are you still in the room? If you don't mind, I'd like to get Rika's reading out of the space first, because I'm struggling. If I just go solely on the donation list, then it's going to, yep, I think I've got that donation. So yeah, thank you, Alex. We'll go into Rika. If you're here, comment in the chat and let me know, because we've already been live for a couple of hours, so I don't know if you're actually still in here. But it was the first time that Rika's actually got to like third on the list, so I wanted to be able to kind of like do their reading quickly. So if you don't mind, Alex, if Rika is here, hey, Lakia. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, the donation list is open, but even then that's going to be closed soon enough as well, because I'm barely getting through this free list at the minute. We're 2 hours in, because there's so much to navigate through. But yes, guys, show me about the actual like tutorial aspect of things. Can we get on a list and how? Okay, so Melissa, the best thing, it's so funny, right? Do you know, Mina, let me say this to Mina actually, because I literally was just saying earlier, I don't know if Mina's going to make it back in here in time for when it's her reading, but it's so funny that when the guys were there waking you up for like an hour and a half, it wasn't until they were able to deliver that message like, girl, you gonna miss your reading, that Mina came up. So the best way is to maybe hang around and see if anybody isn't necessarily here. If anybody is on the free list that isn't around, to be able to kind of like get their reading, that's probably the only way that you're going to really be able to kind of like get read. Amanda, unfortunately, I accidentally banned and blocked her because Tarot Destroyer was out here just running amok. I'm sure they feel accomplished today because they were able to kind of block somebody else's blessing because they don't like tarot. And I don't know why they're in tarot chat rooms if they don't like tarot, but seems to be an arse9. Yes, Rika. Okay, so Alex, are you okay for me to do Rika's reading quickly and then come back to your donation question after the facts? Because usually the donation basically gets to jump the queue, but Rika's all the way, I believe, in India as well. And this is her first time actually being able to be like decent time on the list. And I do want to be able to have a little bit of a back and forth. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you so much. And I'll try and make it as quick as I can, because Rika's readings, for some reason, they seem to be like pretty quick and direct. So we'll see. Thank you guys so much for being so understanding. Closing out your space, Libra Queen. Right, let's have a look and see about the tutorial side. Thank you, guys. That was quick. You guys ain't playing around. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so with that situation, they're saying that it will be a very, very quick turnaround to the limited success that you've been dealing with. That will be a quick turnaround to the limited success that you've been dealing with, Libra Queen. So with both of these business proposals, basically, that they've put into context, they're saying that this all around. If you provide the event planning services, you're going to be in high demand before you know it. Within the next 3 years, your business is booming. You're literally making tens of thousands of dollars a year with the event planning services. With the tutorial services, that picks up as well. It's a slow moving process because, again, you have to find your motivation, and you have to kind of like also remember to film and teach. So every time you get an order, my love, you go through the thank you, Chaley, beautiful, I appreciate you. Let me start that new list that you just created. So with the situation with the cake aspect and being able to kind of like provide tutorials, they're kind of saying that with that one, it is going to be one of those things where you are able to kind of have a quick turnaround as far as the limited success that you've been experiencing with that one, right? But it's going to take work from you being able to kind of like be cognitive. Okay, this is an opportunity for me to create this cake. Like when you're next time you get an order, you just, if you think that is something that seems to be developing as a little bit of a trend or a pattern or whatever, like, oh, people are ordering these quite a bit, or this is something that I've seen a couple of people order in the last few months, then you create a tutorial for that and you plug that content in somewhere on a free platform. You can even do like a Google Classrooms, basically, where you can actually provide that for free and then actually create a Google site where you can, and again, I can teach you these things very easily. You can go and look it up. You can create a Google site and you can basically like link your PayPal basically to it, and plug them into it through the Google Classrooms, where you can place the videos so that it won't cost you anything to have this additional service, but it will actually bring you revenue. Okay, so that's how you execute the tutorial side of things, right? But you want to be putting your content on. And this again is going to basically like inspire you to start getting more consistent with your content creating, because your content creating is going to be the plug to say, hey, look at this awesome cake. If you want to learn how to make this cake, click on the link below, and then they can go onto your website and see that it's like 10-20 bucks to learn how to make the cake, dress it, do all the like fancy stuff that you do with it, and they can create it for themselves, right? Oh, so amazing. You're already on the list. Oh, you should have been. You should have been on the list. So amazing. So it should have been, I guess, so it will be Rika next, and we've got Alex on the donation list after. Then we've got Chaley, Mina, Sammy. Let me go back to the original list. Okay, so this is the original list that Mina created when I came into the space. Since then, we've had Ariona's reading and SK's reading. We're going to read for Rika next, but we've also had a couple of donations. So this was the original reading. So amazing was actually the last person on the list. So before Amanda was added to the list, so amazing should have been before Amanda, basically. Yes, Libra Queen. Listen, because what I'm saying, why I'm providing you with these contexts is because I see that you're navigating through a few different spirits that are going to be your resistances. Procrastination is one of those spirits that's going to be a resistance, which is why I mentioned about the like charging just like a 10-20 bucks or something for like the tutorial, because then that's going to be your extrinsic motivation to stimulate the spirit of procrastination to actually allow for you to start making movements on this stuff, right? And then with the situation when it comes to, sorry, let me remove this question and just keep it as it is. When it comes to the, other side of things, with the event planning side of things, that's already going to be motivation for you because you like the creativity side of things. And you're actually pretty good at organizing and putting plans and stuff together naturally anyway. So this all comes together and your business grows within the next 3 years, girl. Trust me, tens of thousands. Okay. Snaps for you, mama. I don't need to pull any cards on what to advise you. They said yes to. Okay. In navigating through all of this awesomeness that you guys have just presented, then, okay, optimism. Optimism is going to be key. Yeah. Yep. They're saying choose a new direction. Choose a new direction, my love. With the situation, they are saying that obviously where you're navigating through, you're going to find yourself running out of steam and motivation very, very quickly. By the end of this year, you probably won't even want to do it. If you can incorporate some of these things that has just been mentioned, you'll find that you've got like a new zest for life and the business is flowing completely differently for you. So yeah, choose a new direction, my love. Okay. Well, that is your guidance. I hope that that was useful for you because we was there for a minute diving into your reading, girl. Thank you, Chaley. Okay, so we just finished Libra Queen. Thank you so much. Reading was so on point, but I love the way you example everything. Your vibes is just so welcome and positive. We'll definitely be back again. That's okay. That's okay. But thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Like it's important for me to be able to convey. Trust me. We have conversations. My guides and I have conversations outside of this space. They hold me accountable too, y'all. There's a certain way that I have to present myself for you guys as well. It's very important. Otherwise, I'm not doing as well on my assignment. But no, Alex is also on the donation queue as well. So we actually have Rika, then we've got the donation list, which is actually Alex is on that donation list. He's going to go. And then we're going to go into Chaley. Oh, just love. Oh, that's good. That's good, beautiful. I'm glad that it resonated with you. That's what's up, Mama. I appreciate you. Okay, Rika. Girl, snaps for you. I'm glad that you managed to get in here third on the list. Took 2 hours to get here, but I'm glad you were able to be present. Okay. Thank you for confirming as well, Alex. I appreciate that because I that's what they said to me. I think when Rika said you're awesome man, I think they were like yeah, Alex is female. So thank you for confirming. I'm sure that Alex is short, probably more than likely for Alexandra. So yeah. Okay, so I appreciate that, Rika. You did that. You should be doing this. Okay. Pat on the back for you because you managed to sort of like get her for a decent little space on the list. Okay. So Rika says, ma'am, yeah, I thought so. Thought so, Alex. That's all good. Thank you for confirming. May I know how will my in-laws be? Will they be working? What's their financial status? So this is interesting. I don't know about working, but will they have an empire? Yes. Because obviously your partner comes from a financial background. So working isn't really a thing for them like that. I mean, let me not say that. I mean, they do work, don't get me wrong, but they have an empire that they actually sort of like run per se, right? Because your partner who gets into finances or financial literacy, basically, isn't just for the purpose of the job. That's genuinely how they live their life. And they actually, this is information that's been passed down as well. Business, yes. Empire, okay? Empire. It's not one business, it's multiple businesses. And it's also situations where it's actually 2 generations in terms of something. Yeah. I am talking about businesses. It's an empire because for me to say a business that's a small scale in comparison to what it actually is, there's even aspects of the businesses that they run that is passed down and is onto its second generation. So I can't just say a business because that's not really, accuracy is very important to me. That's why I obviously deliver the readings the way that I do. So business is too small of a word. Empire is more the accurate depiction, basically, of what they own, because it's businesses. He is from an average middle class family that has empire. So let me put it into context for you. His family has businesses that he then develops, which is why it's an empire. They have the context of what it is that they were doing prior to him, which was a little bit on a medium scale. But once he's able to take that over because of his financial literacy and awareness and education, he is able to actually evolve on that. That's why I said that there are certain aspects of businesses that they have at least 3 businesses, right? He goes into financial firm because obviously he goes through the education path and that's what he like studies for and all of that kind of stuff. As he does all of that, so as he does all of that, once the businesses are handed to him, empire. Do you see what I'm saying? And this, again, we spoke about this, his stuff will be very, very demanding. His jobs, his roles, everything that he's got on the weight of his shoulder is going to be very demanding. And he loves his job aspect too, because I think he allows for the businesses to be able to run themselves. And also I think that his parents struggle with retiring because they have a personal passion and love for the business. So they're actually still in the business for a long time, basically, even after you guys marry and stuff. But his mind and understanding of how to elevate and multiply money, that's really what allows for it to be an empire, because he's able to scale their business. But yeah, the question is, how will my in-laws be? Oh, she's on. Maybe I just put it into context. But yeah, let's kind of like dive into it. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's get this stuff here. Oh, let me see about popping that there. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that everything over here is actually really good as well. So what they're showing me with the situation is that when it comes to the in-laws and their financial status and situation, the main aspect of the situation when it comes to you guys is that they're going to be having a transition, a major transition in terms of the misalignment of certain values, right? They're not able to kind of like see the value in the business, but your hubby is. He's able to really kind of like develop on the construct of the foundations that they've laid. And again, that's his purpose coming in, to really be able to kind of like leverage certain aspects of the business to allow for the value of the business to really. So what his parents were doing before is working like really hard because they have a passion personally for what they do, which is why they're still in the business even after he's kind of like developed certain constructs of things. So they still hold down the aspect that they have created, but he expands upon that, and he actually is able to kind of like give them a I don't want to say a bigger and better sort of like prospect, but I think they weren't necessarily able to kind of like see certain value. I have to say value with the situation when it comes down to it, is in terms of the business. I think he's really good at like multiplying money. That's his thing. He has a personal passion for that, and he loves money as well. He loves So I think that that's why you guys obviously navigate through your own process of feeling like you know, his job is very demanding because he has so many areas that he's actually stretched thin, I guess. And it seems as though there's a lot of times where he's actually going to feel like completely burnt out. I'm not going to lie, he's going to be like so exhausted. But I think he's just so passionate about making money. That's why, you know, like how God has a purpose for everyone. That's one of his purpose on that lineage. That's one of his purpose, like for that family. Thank God that he loves money. Well, that's what I was literally just about to say. That's why he loves money, because he's designed exactly for that in terms of that lineage. Because what was happening on that lineage before is that they've been looping on this cycle for a while, where generations on generations on generations had been like building businesses or constructing businesses, which is why his parents and his family were able to kind of like, you know, get the initial business idea moving, because that's what they know within that family. They're not really workers. They like to like own their own business. And when I said to you about like him being in a financial firm, I think that why it's so demanding on him is because the firm is his potentially, or at least he's in a partnership with someone. I think he's in a partnership with someone, an older gentleman actually, who's able to kind of also actually mentor him. And that's really, you know, where he's able to kind of learn how to strategize when it comes to really be able to like make more of what he's got. But yeah, yeah. It's interesting because he's able to multiply the money, because that's what God sent him here to do. That was always a part of his purpose, which is why he works himself so excessively with it, because again, he's just fulfilling purpose. But he also needs to kind of like find the right balance between rest and work as well. So that's something that you guys are going to have to like navigate through, because they are going to overexert their energy excessively when it comes to it, because they love money so much. Okay. They just want to be making it all the time. So that's something that you guys will kind of like navigate through, but the family in essence goes through the transition, because I think that that's why God sent that person onto the lineage, because he's like, yeah, you'll be able to kind of like get it done. You'll be able to kind of get it done. They go through a few different like financial losses before they kind of meet you, and even whilst you guys are together as well, they may, as much as they want to make like good financial decisions, they're not always right 100% of the times. There will be opportunities where, you know, the science behind the finances and everything isn't effectively like defined. They miss points, but that those are learning lessons for him as well throughout the process. And this is what I was speaking to you about in the reading. Like sometimes he may not necessarily be as available because he's dealing with such high demands for the job that he does as well. And that's a part of the situation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's precisely it. So it can be very, very yeah, it can be tempting, I guess, as well. And I think because he like loves money so much, sometimes he can miscalculate certain things in terms of the way that he can make. So this is another thing as well. You're going to be presented in his life to be able to ensure that his moral compass doesn't get too skewed because of the love for money. So that's the thing. Like you kind of like bring everything into balance when it comes to work and personal life, because he could be so focused on money very easily that he could just spend all his time making money and have no time to actually have a life. And I think that that's where you come in as the right sort of like balance to provide some mental clarity when it comes to like certain things. He can be very, very focused. I think that your first child is going to be a daughter, and she holds him accountable, very much so. She's actually very much like you. She's like pretty direct. Um, she tells him, she's like, oh, but daddy, you don't have to work all the time. You're always here, you're always there, you miss this, you miss that. So I think those are some of the things that then starts to allow for him to be able to dial certain things back. And in the process of him being able to do that, again, he's able to identify exactly how to figure out how to make more and have it take less of his time. So just roll with the punches, right? Right? She's very, very Eureka, okay? And you encourage her voice as well. So I think it kind of like helps her to yeah, it helps her to be able to kind of navigate through life, just being able to speak up and speak out. She's not, she's not timid, basically. And she's not rude either. She's very polite, but she's just very direct. So yeah, it's interesting when it comes to that situation. But yeah, the family goes through a whole transition. Your partner is their saving grace. That's what God's given the lineage. And for both of you guys will come together to continue to elevate as well, because you are the balance that he needs to be able to keep him focused on the assignment. But also, he's not just here to make money. He's also here to, enjoy life as well. And that's where you come in. Okay. This is what I was saying, Sarika. Now, next week, I'm going to ask you about my daughter. I'm sure you are. She's lovely, BTW. She's lovely. Okay. Yeah, she's nice. She's a nice little madam. She's very polite and mannerable, but she just kind of tells it like it is, and she loves people as well, and she's very friendly, and she grows up to be that type of young lady as well. What is the advice for Rika then in navigating through what's to come with the in-laws and life? Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. Be assertive. That is the advice for you. Be assertive. A year from now, it's not necessarily up to you per se. It's not about listening to your intuition. There's an unlikely series of events that's going to be occurring a year from now. It's not about remaining positive about the circumstances that you're dealing with. There isn't necessarily abundance per se. There's nothing for you to forgive, because it's not about meditating on the answers. The situation's actually improving. And if you believe in asking for help from others, you'll actually be able to get the peaceful resolution that you're looking for. There isn't necessarily an opportunity, but you are advised to take action. So I think potentially, so am I right in thinking that there may be, okay. Why? Okay. So potentially you might be meeting the right suitor towards the end of next year, because it's over a year. Yeah, potentially. There's a few variables that are still sort of like working themselves out, they said. Depending on those variables, there may or may not be delays. But I think obviously the education factor is a part of the situation. When does your course finish, Rika? Like, when do you finish your schooling? Let me know. Because I think that those are some of the factors that they're thinking about with the situation. But yeah, potentially in sort of like towards the end of wrapping things up when it comes to the studies, you're kind of like, there we go. So you'll be meeting the right person, I guess. Sort of once this stuff is getting, once you go or start the graduation side of things, and you move out there, you have the capacity a little bit more so. You'll meet the right person. There's a timeline situation that's kind of like very, very sensitive with this. And I think it's going to be happening at some point next year after the wrapping up of the school. So yeah, because you won't have the capacity basically. So they can be very easily overlooked. Ma'am, there's one tarot reader who told me that too. Yeah, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. So enjoy. Yay. Love that. It is. It is. He's definitely on the timeline. He's definitely on the timeline. So that's what's up. I love that for you guys. That's what's up. Right? I hope that that was useful for you though, my love, because obviously we like, you asked about the in-laws, but we went, you know, all over the place and right back to the actual hubby because he's the variable in the situation that actually elevates the lineage really when it comes to the finance. So yeah. Interesting. Oh girl, you gonna love him. You gonna love him. Don't worry. He's good looking. It's a part of his charm as well. Yeah, it's a part of his charm as well. He utilizes that to his advantage to be able to kind of like do business as well when it comes to just working with certain clients and stuff. His presentation is very important to him. So don't worry. He's coming. Right? That's so sweet, Lena. There's so much going on. So much going on. But yes. Okay, so Alex, it's your turn, my love. Lay it on me and let's go and unpack it. I think I want a snack, but I'm trying to think what I want to eat. Okay, I've decided on my snack of choice. What's to come in love with R? Okay. Let's do this. How's work going as well, Chaley? Everything good? Because I know that you're multitasking at the minute, giving that full-on Pisces energy, adapting, right? Okay. What do you guys see happening? Oh, my ears is already burning. My ears is already burning. So there's some stuff we're going to discuss with the situation with R. Okay, Alex, get ready. They got lots to say. What do you see happening? Oh, let me actually put your question up on the screen. My bad. What's to come in love with R? So what do you see happening with R moving forward for Alex? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. You guys struggle to come together sometimes. Like you have a lot of situations where it can be a little bit like differences of opinion, and then it can be like it can blow up really quickly. Is what they're sort of like showing, especially when it comes to like communicating your differences and coming to some sort of resolution and being on the same page. After the facts, yeah. They're like, oh. Oh, thank you, Mina. Yeah. Yes, that's the list. That's the list. I don't even know if Amanda's still in here or if Amanda can even like send me her message. I feel so bad. Unfortunately, like I banned Amanda. That tarot destroyer did come and block somebody's blessing, which irritates me whenever they get to do that. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, work's not going too well, Cheney? Oh, guys, can we send Cheney some positive vibes? to have a little bit of a pivot with work. Oh, dang. Don't worry, the team's here, Chaley. We got you. We got you. Okay. Bye, Rika. That's okay. Oh, it's almost 5 a.m. I'm sorry. But enjoy. Enjoy your sleep. Alex, right. What they're saying with the situation, because you guys have a tendency to basically like be explosive, you guys, what's coming for you guys is conflict resolution class. I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to be honest, Alex. What's coming for you guys is more conflict resolution class because you guys want to move forward into being like able to really address some of the issues that you guys have in certain contexts of things. But you guys at the minute are navigating a little bit through, you guys can kind of deviate a little bit. You guys can deviate a little bit. And I think the situation when it comes to being able to kind of distract yourselves is also a part of the issue sometimes where you guys don't actually resolve the issues as well. So you guys find yourselves actually looping and you guys are going to continue to loop. I'm not going to lie. They're just giving it to me raw because you guys want the relationship. Yeah. What's the dynamics between you guys at the minute? Because they're saying this explosive tendency that you guys have can sometimes like put you guys at odds to the point where you guys like don't talk for like long periods of time. So are you guys in communication at the minute? Are you guys kind of like actively sort of like in communication? Because I don't know how big the last blow up was for you guys to be able to actually do anything, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, you guys are in communication, but you're still quite passive towards each other. You guys aren't dealing with anything. Oh, mama. Okay, don't worry. I got you, girl. Let's go and dive into what we can do to get from where we are to where we're trying to get to. Okay. Okay. So they just said to me, well, she can firstly start with watching her tongue. You can be quite sharp with your words, mama. Okay. You can be quite sharp with your words. And sometimes your words are piercing, and you have to take accountability for how your words can sometimes pierce an ego. Okay, that was funny, girl. Like as soon as I picked up the cards, they were like, "Well, she can start with her words." So, what they're saying is sometimes you actually have a very anxious communication style. And when you get anxious, you actually get very defensive when you're communicating. And I think they can be a little bit defensive and somewhat may show up a little bit aggressive, I guess. That's how it reads to you, but it's really them just being defensive, to be fair. But that's because, again, like I said, your words are very piercing to their ego. So then their walls are up and then they become dismissive of you. And then you guys kind of like go through this vicious cycle where nobody's actually receiving each other. Both of you guys are talking, but nobody's listening. And everybody's just trying to get their point across. But the one thing that you guys can do is actually, so for yourself, the best thing that you can do is to manage your anxiety in the space, because your anxiety is actually kind of causing you to feel extremely weighed down in the space. And then when you kind of like go through that, then you're unmotivated. So you have an intention, but then you don't align with the intention, and then you give up, and then both of you guys completely disregard each other. You know, like nobody's really actually like. So firstly, when you guys are having conversations about differences, you can't have those conversations from here. Both parties have to be willing and open to have the conversations from here and have a heart-to-heart conversation, because what's happening is that when I know you do, bro, and then you get even more vicious with the tongue, and it's a lot and it doesn't help, and then it causes further issues, and then you actually move away and you deviate from your intention, and then they think that you wanted it all along to be this type of way and you never wanted to hear them and this and the other, and it's not true. Actually, it's just that when you speak to them, you get anxious at certain times because they actually have a tendency of dismissing you, which is why you actually get anxious on how to approach certain conversations from time to time as well. So how about we practice non-dismissal communication? Right, we're going to practice non-dismissal communication. That's an interesting question. Let's go into it, because I think that there's layers when it comes to his feelings about you, because there's the way that he feels about you, and then there's the way that he's conditioned to feel about you, which is why I'm going to unpack that. Right. And when I say conditioned to feel about you, I mean like there's a love there, but I think that like in navigating through situations with you, sometimes his perception of who you are may be a bit skewed, basically because of the sharp tongue and communication. Okay, how does he feel towards our girl Alex? Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I'm going to take out my earrings because I'm getting the downloads so deep that it's actually irritating my skin. My ears are burning as well, and it's actually impacting my seriously, the things that my avatar goes through for these channels, I'm telling you guys, it's a whole bunch. But yes, so as far as his feelings towards you, sometimes he feels like you don't really see the effort that he puts in, my love. And I think that sometimes, and this is why I was saying that, like, I want to look at like his feelings and then his conditioned feelings, but sometimes he feels like he's a little bit taken for granted. And I think that sometimes he feels like the effort that he does make is overlooked because it seems like the focus is maybe what he's not necessarily doing all the time. That's the way that he's telling it in his mind. It's not true. It's not an all the time thing. It's just that you kind of, you address the areas that needs a little bit of work. But I think he also gets a little bit triggered. I don't know how open he is to general criticism. They're saying that that's not really something that he's. What's his star sign? And what's your star sign? Like your sun signs, at least, just so that I can get an understanding of how your egos generally sort of communicate or look towards each other. Because obviously where you guys are having these clash of the egos communication, it'll make it a little bit easier for me to understand how or what placements you guys are. Okay, you're Pisces, and he's like, oh, okay. Okay. Which is why he struggles. Okay, this is why he struggles with criticism. Okay. Interesting. What can we do about that one, guys? Because that's quite an interesting dynamic. How can Alex work her light in this space with her Leo, who is, they just want to be the best at everything. They don't, it's a struggle sometimes. Like, they just want to be the best. That's just their natural. They were designed for that kind of thought process. Yeah, very confident. So in you bringing like areas of, oh, hey, Katie, I'm good. Let's see, how can she work her light in navigating through her Leo counterpart? Because they seem to be like on two different mental planes in navigating. I think you're actually coming from a place as well, Alex, where you're actually just trying to be like, you want things to get better, but I think once you start having the conversation, he shuts down. And then it just feels like he has a little bit of a fear of ruin, basically. It almost feels like any feedback that isn't necessarily positive feedback is criticism, but it's actually, constructive analysis and feedback. But let's see, what's the advice for our girl Alex on how to navigate through the communication with her Leo counterpart? What do you guys advise? Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to take it all in as well because I read everything in reversal. I always shuffle so that if the energy is introspective or internalized, that's what it is. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. They're saying that the best way for you to kind of like work through the situation with your Leo counterpart is to try and not necessarily take certain things too seriously, because just as much as their words, like your words, kind of like, bruise their ego, their words cut you as well. Because sometimes they can, they're not as vocal as you are, in terms of just expressing themselves with their words and stuff. But when they do, some of their words can like hit really hard. And I think that like one of the things that they're saying is that sometimes some of the things that you speak about is to protect your own space and your own peace of mind as well. But sometimes because you're coming from that place of self-preservation, you can take it like a little too seriously, they're saying. And then that's where both of you guys, like, nobody starts to get hurt because you're trying to basically better the situation so that you don't have to keep putting up with a certain type of dynamic. But I think with them as well, as you kind of like navigate through the space, they're kind of sorry, I don't know, it's weird, the information. Okay. Sorry, it's interesting just even how the downloads flow through to my crown. I had to fix that there. It was like there was an entanglement in terms of me receiving the information as well. They were like, fix the stuff. So yeah. They said that you're not necessarily doing what you think you're doing. They said that your intention's actually to fix the situation, but instead, because you are basically focused on what it is. So maybe if you present an issue or you're talking about a problem, they might have said problem too, because a lot of the times when we're feeling something or feeling like we're lacking something in a relationship, a lot of the times our counterparts are actually sort of navigating through the same thing. That's the atmosphere of the environment that we're navigating through. You know what I mean? So I think they're saying that you're not necessarily aligned all the way with your intention sometimes as well going into the space. And I think, yeah, I think because I'm just going back to your original question. I'm like, what was her original question? The original question was like, what's coming in love with her and art? So why are we going down this road? So I'm having these dialogues like internally, mentally, telepathically with the guys whilst we're sort of like having this conversation. And they're saying that because we already had the conversation, that they're basically just going to continue to do this diversion tactic where they kind of talk around issues and not actually resolve any issues. The relationship can't survive much of that for very much longer, especially with some of the astrological climates that we have moving later this year. So you may find yourselves kind of like going through a lot of this stuff where you want to be together, but it's a struggle to be together. And if this communication situation isn't properly addressed, you guys are going to struggle to be able to maintain that connection together. So that's why we're having this conversation, basically. Just to clarify, because I was asking that question in my mind, like, but why are we going down this road? But that's ultimately what's coming. You guys are basically going to be navigating through, again, just diversion tactics and being a little bit passive, just going along to get along, and not actually resolving any of the issues. So what we want to do to alleviate that moving forward, what I can recommend to you, because obviously, you know, they're not here. Sometimes you go into the conversation already admitting like failure in here and in here. You tell a story about how they're not able to listen, or how they're not able to see or receive what you have to say because you've preempted their behavior in the space based on previous experiences of them. And that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So for yourself, in navigating through the process, the best thing that you can do for yourself is to maybe script a different dynamic in terms of how you want things to go. And also what you know to be, and I mean up here and in here, because that's also going to help your anxiety and help you manage your anxiety. Because basically, when we're manifesting certain things, if we're not vibrating on the frequency of that thing, anxiety isn't basically the frequency of the timeline that you want to manifest, as far as being able to get through the actual situation when you guys are having certain conversations, right? You want to go into that space with the vibration of love, compassion, and understanding. Those are the three agents that's really going to help you to be able to manifest the resolutions that you guys are looking for, especially certain conversations that you really want to be able to have, because I think you want to be heard. And because he doesn't always know how to express himself with the best words, you also shut down as well. So nobody's being heard and everybody's talking. So the best thing that I can suggest to you in this situation would be for you to get a little bit less out of self-preservation mode, because you're not battling him. You guys are battling the odds that the relationship is facing. And that's how you have to approach the situation, right? It's you guys against the world, not you guys against each other. It just so happens to be that you guys both have to engage with each other to navigate through these issues. So take that at face value, right? So what's the guidance for our girl Alex as she kind of like navigates through the process moving forward? Because it seems like they're still going to be sitting quite a few classes when it comes to, okay, it's exam season coming soon, girl. It's exam season coming soon. So if you can pass your exams, like during the Saturn retrograde, Saturn's going retrograde, I think it's on the 17th. We've also got a few retrogrades that's already sort of like in effect, starting again as well. Once you kind of get through retrograde season and you do your learning during this season, you then set the precedent. Both of you guys set the precedent for what the situation is going to be moving forward. So just bear that in mind. It won't be a forever situation. Once you guys have optimized certain cycles, you won't necessarily loop in the same places. But bear in mind, healing is a layer by layer situation. So even if you optimize the cycle this instance, you may still find yourself going through another variable of the cycle, so you can learn another area that you guys also need to be able to obviously heal the relationship as well. Okay, what's the advice? Thank you guys, much appreciated. Okay, Okay. They're saying it's about forgiveness, right? You don't necessarily have to reconsider. It's just about forgiving what has been and has transpired in here, forgiving it genuinely in here and in here, so that you guys can actually make way for a new, for you guys to actually be able to kind of like start afresh and actually give yourselves a fighting chance to really be able to manifest the type of relationship that you guys both want and feel that you deserve. And I think that that's a part of the situation that can be a little bit tricky for both of you guys, because you guys both love each other dearly and you actually want the relationship. But I think in fighting for the relationship, you guys are finding that you guys go through moments where you fight each other to be able to get hard basically in the relationship. It might be a good idea as well to kind of like see how they feel about maybe kind of like having, you know, a little bit of like a bi-weekly review, because I mean we change every single day, but we have a new or full moon every couple of weeks, so we're actually optimizing every couple of weeks. It might be a good idea to just kind of like set a space, basically, maybe even once or twice a month, whenever you guys decide that is, where you guys can just do like a relationship review where he could be potentially a little bit less, they could be a little bit less resistant to what it is that you have to say, and then vice versa. Both of you guys go into the space open to critique and actually willing to work at the relationship together. Okay. So, yeah, meditate on the answers as well. It's not always, oh, I feel this way, I need to speak on the situation and they need to do this and they need to do that. Meditate, me dictate on the answers so that you can clarify, okay, if they're doing this type of behavior, what is it that I may be doing potentially to warrant that type of behavior manifesting? What is it? What's my part in this, in the manifestation of this situation playing out the way that it has? Because we all have a part, whether yours is 30, 40, 50%, 60%, it depends on how much energy you use to actually obviously play a part in the role, but we're all involved. Okay. Own your portion, figure out how you can do better with your portion, and maybe just set a space where you guys can both discuss and take accountability for where you guys can obviously become better within the relationship. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you though, my love. That part. And on that note, y'all, I am going to go and grab a snack. I think we've got Chaley next on the list as well. I'll be quick. I'm literally like, I'm hungry now. I was going to do that before. And then also as well, I can still smell dinner. We're almost 3 hours in and I'm like barely anywhere on the free list. But don't worry. I see that I'm picking up the pace a little bit at least. Oh, I'm glad that it was useful for you, my love. Thank you for stopping in and actually sort of like unpacking the stuff with us and sticking around. Okay, I appreciate you. Right, guys. On that note, your girl is going to go and grab a snack. I'm trying to think about what it is that I want to eat. What do I feel like? I might get some sugar intake as well because I need a boost. Thank you, Chaley. Okay, I'll be back. 2 secs, y'all. Oh. Okay, y'all. Let's get into it. Chaley, beautiful. Hit me with it. Right? Hit me with it. Who have we got? Then we've got Mina. So this is the list at the minute, y'all. We've got Mina, Sammy, Scenaria, Katie, So Amazing, Kayla, hopefully Amanda, but we shall see. We shall see. Yeah. I hope that Amanda was able to kind of like get into the space. Hit me with it, Chaley. Sorry, I was like, I grabbed my snack and then I was like, oh, let's get a chocolate as well. That's going to be the sweet. Okay, what are we doing? We diving into what exactly? Give me the context of your question, beautiful. What about Mr. D? That's funny. Sorry. Sorry, that tickled me. What about Daniel? What do we want to dive into? Okay. Sorry, but I might need a couple more of these quickly. I'm a little bit peckish. Okay, so we're going to go into Daniel. Oh, they're saying to me this is loaded, so I'm going to need a few decks. Bear with me. These are the 3 decks that I'm going to be using, I guess, to unpack this stuff. Okay, so what are Daniel's current feelings towards our girl Chaley at the minute? That one hurt my boob, Chaley. Sorry. Oh, dude. Okay. I'm sorry I put your question up. That one, like, as they gave me the download on that one, that tickled my boob, but it sent an electric shock. That was funny. A few things. So there's an attraction, but I think his thing. Can you not hear me? Can you hear me now? Girl, I'm gonna have to plug in a mic. Okay. I was about to say. Hold on. Do you guys think I should plug in the mic? Oh no, this laptop doesn't even have. See, this was the thing. My old laptop before I got hacked, bomb.com. It had everything: HDMI, mic, speaker input. I mean, yeah, mic and headphones basically input. But this one is specifically for headphones. So when I put it in, you guys won't be able to hear me, unfortunately. Okay, cool. Okay, good. I was thinking, whew. Okay. Couple of things with the situation with Daniel. There's an attraction that he has. Definitely there's an attraction there, but he's navigating through feeling like you're a little bit opinionated, I guess. That's what it was that one that basically sent the shock to my left boob. Got electrocuted in my left nipple, girl. When I got that download. But yeah, he feels that okay. We're gonna unpack that. Because they're like, no, this is how it feels to him sometimes, like piercing. Sometimes your opinions can be quite piercing to his heart. Because you penetrate, you know what I mean? I know, right? They're like, no, not you. Him. Sometimes your opinions can kind of like pierce through his heart, I guess. There's an attraction, but I'm gonna unpack it with the cards. I was just getting the initial because they start talking once I ask the question, right? And then I unpack it with the cards. Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Amanda. That's what's up. That's what's up. Girl. Good one. Right? Don't worry. Don't worry. God's going to make a way for you to be able to utilize it too, girl. Okay? They've done that to us before. Mina had to basically like log in through a different oh girl. Okay, that's cool. Thank you for the clarity on that, Shaylee, because I know sometimes some people I guess would like the context of the cards. A lot of the times, just to sort of put things into perspective in terms of tarot reading as well, guys. It's like anything else. It's not just tarot, it's any cards that you have. I have these stress less cards. It's vibration, like attracts like. So a lot of the times the tarot or whatever cards you're using is just going to basically it's going to embody and reflect what's actually going on internally anyways, to be honest with you. But I know some people feel more comfortable because they're able to receive things a little bit easier in that way. So thank you for clarifying, Chaley. I appreciate you for putting that into context for me, because a lot of this stuff, they talk to me anyways, girl. But the cards do put, I guess, things into perspective. I've got a good connection with you and your guides anyways as well. That's why they feel like they can electrocute my left nipple, girl. Never had that before in a reading. But yes, thank you for clarifying. Oh, that's okay, Earth Angel. Amanda. It's so interesting because this one is beyond just the devil. I think that God's going to actually utilize that situation for a good. And now that you have this new account, this may be a part of your assignment moving forward. But no, Chaley, seriously, they're so comfortable. They feel like they can touch me everywhere. Okay. That part. Because even when I like, I was like, oh, they just like electrocuted. They were like, no, not you, him. Like sometimes that's how it feels, like it pierces and penetrates his heart. And I'm like, okay, I get that. But that's because as well, like as much as he knows certain things about himself, like actually sort of like getting the feedback from you sometimes can be like a little bit like, it hits, I guess. But yeah, let's dive into it anyways. What are his feelings? Let's see. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I was just gonna ask, how is everything in this space? Because it seems like he's in self-preservation mode, so he's clearly protecting himself, which means that he's actually not necessarily being affectionate, because that's what it means when people are in self-preservation mode. They tend to be a little bit cold and disconnected, not only from your feelings, but also their own feelings as well, as a way to kind of like preserve themselves. Interestingly enough, it seems like his feelings on the situation is that, the missed opportunities of the past, which was really sort of like challenging, he's given up on those. He's given up. It almost feels a little bit like he's kind of like given up a little bit on the space and the situation as well. And he's just kind of like, yeah, yeah, he's planning ahead. He's planning ahead. without you, my love. Are you guys not in a good place at the minute? Are you guys kind of so? Because one of the things that I'm seeing with the situation basically is that he seems to be kind of like celebrating almost, if you will, this breakup, if you will. And there's a little bit of a breakdown in the friendship as well. So I know sometimes the romantic side of things can get a little bit tricky, but I know that your friendship towards each other is probably one of the areas that you guys yeah, I thought we were, but he changed his mind. He pulled back again. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I think that sometimes, like, what it is that because you challenge him to grow, I think that that's really the thing that actually, like, forces him to pull back. Because I'm seeing that that's the thing, really. I think, don't get me wrong, like, I think he's working, but he wants to work at his own pace. And I think that obviously you encourage a quicker pace of growth, just in terms of like being able to see something, say something, and it's like, okay, you're going to do something about that, yay or nay? I just need to know, just so I know how to respond or react to the situation either way. And I think because you're so aware, I guess, of yourself, and it challenges him to be mindful of himself in most situations as well, it can sometimes like leave him feeling a little bit like pessimistic, I guess, about the situation, unfortunately. So right now he's just in self-preservation mode. He's like, yeah, I want to say celebrating the breakup. And it seems like he's being disciplined this time, I guess, where he's kind of like focusing on future plans and really just like making sure that his decisions in tunnel vision, like looking ahead on certain situations. Let me clarify some stuff. Put it into context for me as well. We're going to go with the romance cards and see why is that, right? Like, how did we get here? Because I get that, like, you know, he finds that the challenge basically of you being able to see something and say something. I get it. Not everybody works at the same pace and everybody has like their own sort of situations, right? But really? What then? What do you see moving forward in that case then? Because obviously this became a little bit of a cycle. So as we're navigating through this cycle, this time, what do you see? Like, how do you see this playing out this time as far as everything? Okay, thank you. Okay. I don't ever say anything to him about any of that. It's insinuated, my love. It's insinuated. That's what you say, but that's not necessarily what he feels. That's how it feels to you. You're not saying everything you'd like to say, but you say some stuff. Interesting. Mm. Mm. So what they're saying on the situation, kind of like moving forward, interestingly enough, they're saying that he, this isn't necessarily about control issues at all. Interesting. Sorry. Does Daniel have any kids? I have to ask you that question because obviously there's some dynamic of children involved with this situation. So I have to ask if he has any kids presently, because I know that we spoke previously about situations when yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, put this into context for me then. Daniel? Yeah, your name. Sorry, I'm just trying to like get the full clarity on the situation here. Oh. Okay. Okay. So it seems as though, like, I guess moving forward with the situation, it's a case of continuing to call in the soulmate because there's a manifestation of children that's still a part, I guess, of the process. And that's why I asked the guys to clarify, like, is Daniel involved, I guess, in the context of that? And it was a choose a new direction, not necessarily communicating clearly. Sorry. What do you guys mean? Sorry, guys. I'm not allowing for the channel to like give me all the dialogue. So let me just take a minute and receive it all. Okay. 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 Oh, girl, you and me both, because I'm trying to put stuff into context myself to be able to like see, okay, is this Daniel? Like, we're talking about children, we're talking about situation. Is Daniel the man for this situation that we're speaking about? And they're talking about choosing a new direction. Is this new direction supposed to be chosen with Daniel? Is he the actual candidate for said children? Yay or nay? Keep it clear, please. Okay, because they were literally just telling me a whole process of a situation in. Oh, okay. And I had to basically like put it out there to you. I had to put it out there too because I wanted to basically like put things into context, because when they gave me the choose a new direction situation, I'm like, okay, but is that choose a new direction with Daniel so that you guys can actually get to a different place in the situation before said thing is manifested? And it's like, no, it's not him. And this process with him is okay. So what they're saying is, because obviously the situation involves children and calling in the soulmate for the dynamics of the situation, why it's not Daniel is because Daniel is no different to some of the other experiences. How can I put it? I'm trying to find my words to be able to like not be too triggering, but I have to also deliver as openly and as honestly as possible so that the message can be received. Okay. Basically, Daniel's a representation of previous partners that you've had. And this experience and cycle with Daniel was to be able to give you an opportunity to basically choose differently. Because if you have children with this type of person in this type of dynamic, you will have outcomes similarly in terms of co-parenting as you have done in the past, where there's been like a dismissal of certain behaviors, certain red flags, certain situations where it's like, yeah, this person potentially, okay, if they could make a decent father, great, but can they also co-parent with me in a cohesive environment that's going to be healthy for the child? And I think that those are some of the decisions, I guess, that the guides are trying to sort of like put across when it comes to the Daniel situation, it would almost kind of like be a very similar outcome results wise. There you go. Thank you. I think thank you guys. I think that those are the best words I could find. It could potentially be I'm not having more children, and I hear you, girl. I hear you there. I don't think I want any because I hear you. It's a challenge. But I hear you on the not wanting to. There may already sort of like be there, I guess. There is a partner who does, I guess, come in and allow for you to feel like you want to be able to go down that path, or you're open to actually being able to venture down that path. It's just not Daniel. And I think that Daniel was basically being utilized to be able to show you what not to do, is what they're saying. Because you could land yourself in a situation, again, they're saying, where you get the results that you don't want, but you make the same decision again. Yeah, good for you, girl. Good for you. Because I don't think that right now he's celebrating the breakup, and he's like just planning ahead for his future. I didn't call my ex back. I passed that test, girl. Snaps for you, because obviously we're navigating through the Sagittarius full moon where old philosophies are dying, and I'm glad that you passed that test, girl. I hope you did one of these after you sat through that situation and gave yourself a pat on the back. Yeah, celebrating, as in like, oh, it's finished now. Like he's kind of like, how can I put it? Having fun, if you will, going out, kind of like engaging with other people. And when I say engaging with other people, like he's just kind of going out, basically. He's just going out, having a drink, having a good little old time, basically. As a way to just kind of like convince himself that, you know, this is kind of like the final ending of the cycle, and he's not going back into the space, and it's not a situation that he's going to be sort of navigating anymore. He's kind of planning ahead, I guess, and being very self. Yeah. I know you don't want any, my love, but as far as children, but there may be a couple that's already been assigned. Again, with a different kind of context and situation. So the right person, I guess, the right person comes along, and that feeling eventually shifts, but he never cared about you. I think sometimes that may have been a relationship of convenience for Daniel. I think he cared about what he was getting at times. It was a relationship more so of convenience on his part, to be honest with you, my love. And when I say that, it's like, okay, it's just like, oh, what do I want today? Or what do I want tomorrow? It was always just like based on his desires, basically. And he moved based off his own desires. And that's really what kind of like every time is. It's not to say that, yeah. they're like, don't sugarcoat it, girl. He didn't. Okay, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was a relationship of convenience, though. So I think, obviously, whenever he did come around, he had his own agendas. Whenever he wasn't around, those motives were no longer relevant. So he wasn't present. It was just that simple, unfortunately. But what's the guidance then, overall, in moving forward for our girl Chaley, like from this Daniel situation? And also, round of applause for our girl. Okay, she passed the Sagittarius full moon exam. Thank you. So what happens now as far as like guidance for her in moving forward? from this space she's navigating now. Okay. Thank you. Okay. 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 It's a case of like strategizing, they're saying. It's a case of strategizing about the process of your healing. Now that you've completed this cycle with Daniel, do you see the cycle? Sorry, because now I'm curious, girl, because I know that you guys like have looped on the cycle a couple of times. Do you see him trying to sort of like come back into the space or anything? Like, do you see the... Sorry, I just want to know, girl. I hope you're okay for me to dive into it and put it into context. Oh, see, there you go. You just answered my question then. Thank you. Because that's what I wanted to know. Like, is he looking to come back into the space? But you asked pretty much, has he met someone else? So I'll ask that question actually, because that's what you wanted to know. We're on the same page, girl. So, come on, guys. Oh, resistance. Okay. Has he met someone else? What can you guys sort of see in that context? Okay. Okay. Has he met someone else? Okay. Okay. The long and short of the answer is yes. And I don't think he's met someone else. Go for it. No, the other one. Oh, do you want the other question? Like, will he come back? I'm going to ask that too, but I wanted to see about this one first. Because you know I'm nosy, girl. And I'm nosy for you guys because once I see a certain pattern developing or something kind of like going, I'm like, whoa, like, what's this? So firstly, it's not a case of him meeting someone new per se. There was somebody, like when he came back in the last cycle, there was somebody that was up for consideration in the back of his mind. So he wasn't fully emotionally present in the space anyways, to be fair. If anything, they were actually going through a lack of teamwork situation there where she wasn't as I want to say fun as our girl Chaley. You know, she wasn't as fun, so he was kind of like but he just keeps navigating through what he wants. I don't know if he cares about anyone, to be honest. He just seems to be very self. He seems to be very self. It was, but it will come back up when it's your turn, Amanda. And you're at the end of the list, girl. I can't lie. That's why I'm trying to like, you know, pick up the pace for everyone. But we got to dive into all of this stuff. I'm seeing. This is why I said to you before, Chaley, that I'm gonna need a few decks. I've used up all the decks that I've got out, girl. I'm telling you. But yes, okay. So, yeah. Y'all want all the tea? So do I, because I want to give it to you guys. This is why I said to you before that we was going to be using a lot of cards for this to unpack it, because there were so many contexts to the situation. So do you guys see him coming back? Oh, okay. No, and I hear you on it being your life. I think in the context of the tea, it's about it being the information. We want all the information on the situation because there's so many aspects to the situation. Like first we unpacked, I guess, the initial question. Then we had to go into what's going on beneath the undertone of the situation. Like, why was he present? Like he was here basically as a mock to sit for the children's situation, like, are we still picking the same way that we picked partners previously? Because children are still a very likely factor to menopause isn't a situation. So that's definitely a likelihood, right? And those were some of the aspects that they were sort of like putting across. Let's go and sort of like see if he's coming back though into the space, because this is also another area that I'm trying to sort of get some clarity into, right? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Really? Really? Sorry. Okay. He may try. It's not anything for you to concern yourself with. We're in a space on YouTube, Chaley. I understand what you're saying, but we're in a space on YouTube. Everybody's here, like, putting their tea out. That's why I'm cautious sometimes about how much I share with people, because it's a public platform. Amanda wasn't trying to be disrespectful, I don't think. She was just saying that it was okay for me to go as deep as I'm going, because obviously you guys in general wants to be able to actually get all the information that you're getting, which is why you guys come here, basically, is what she was saying. It wasn't anything to upset you. I don't think she was trying to be insensitive to your situation at all. She was just saying, personally, even for her situation, she wants all the tea too, basically. And that was just a reminder for me to note that she wants an in-depth spread herself as well. But yeah, it seems like he may actually sort of like come back into the space as well. It seems like he's going to come back to a process of indecision again, being indecisive because he's immature. He made a hasty decision. There's lack of closure with the situation. It was prematurely done. When he kind of like created all of these restrictions on the situation because he kind of reacted to something that was said that was piercing. I know you don't necessarily feel like you say things to him, but whether or not you feel it, that's how he feels with the situation. So those are some of the factors as to why he kind of like moved away from the situation again. And I think obviously as well, sometimes we can think that our intention is really our behavior, but it's whether or not the behavior actually aligns with said intention. So you may not be meaning to kind of like say certain things, but without realizing you may actually say certain things. And he may be a little bit more sensitive than you actually even realize, or than he actually even realizes in situations as well. And then I guess that's what kind of like caused him to pull back in the first place. And now he's kind of like, he may come back. He may come back and try and loop in the situation yet again, by the looks of it, which is why I wanted to ask that question, because that seemed to be a thing previously before, where obviously when you guys kind of like come like that, it's one of those things where you guys are kind of like drawn back together as well, because there isn't really a closure on the situation. So if he tries to come back this time, how are you feeling about the situations? Yeah. How are you feeling if he tries to come back into space? Because I think that he will. This is why I wanted to ask that question as well, because I know that he can basically like make decisions prematurely. Sometimes he can just react. Yeah. I know that you're just being honest. Okay, I'm about over it. Yeah, that's why I'm asking, my love, because it seems like he's about to basically loop again. And I'm trying to ask you, are you prepared to navigate through the loop of this cycle again? but he shall. I think what's happening as well, basically, like them. Sorry, I'm going to ask one final question. I have to. Is there a third party situation going on with this dynamic? Because I feel like whenever things aren't necessarily happening great there. Okay, it's not for the tarot. Sorry. Let me use it. Yeah. What I'm sensing is it feels like when things may not be going like he doesn't. I don't know how to put it, Chaley. Like he's not basically like standing up and actually facing the stuff, right? So when things aren't necessarily going too great here, it feels like, oh, let me go over here and deal with this situation because it's going to be easier. So he's just basically looking for an easy life. So let's have a look. Is there a third party situation that we're navigating through when it comes to this Daniel thing? Okay. And put that into context for me then. What does that mean? Are they? Okay. Oh, okay. 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 Interestingly enough, they're saying in terms of the situation, it's not necessarily about a third party per se. In the context of this, I do think that he was like, he's got his eyes basically on someone else. Because it feels like when things aren't necessarily like moving in a certain direction in that side, he does come back over here. But I think what's really sort of like occurring in the space with you is that he's kind of like going through, I guess, a little bit of a recovery. Recovery from what? Exactly. What's he recovering from? Thank you. Okay. 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 Girl, I've got so many cards out here. I ain't even got no space on here. I'm literally like holding cards with my belly. Okay. 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 So it seems as though when it comes to the situation, he's kind of like releasing the contract, and that's what he's kind of like recovering from, I guess. I don't know why he's telling this little story about he had it easy, Chaley. Hey, so amazing. I'm doing good, my love. I'm doing good. I don't know why he's telling this story about like he had it so hard in the space, or I don't know why he's telling it in his. Again, I do get that obviously the words can be piercing, but again, you're just honest. So that's all it is. You know what I mean? Your honesty basically can be quite piercing. And I think that that's the situation that kind of left him feeling like he basically wanted to withdraw a little bit. It doesn't even make any sense because I think it's hard to even pinpoint the thing that it was that he actually misinterpreted and decided to remove himself, if that made sense. Chaley, it's like he reacted basically to something that you guys are having open, honest conversation about. And you were just casually having the conversation, giving him the honesty because that's how you are. You know what I mean? But it seems as though he kind of just he got triggered, basically. Yeah, he got triggered. And I think from that, he just kind of reacted and he internalized. He didn't necessarily speak all the way about it, which is why I think that he may be having some sort of like second guessing, I guess, in terms of coming back in to be able to like have a conversation about whatever it was that kind of like triggered him to feel like he needed to like withdraw himself, which is just weird. But when the cycle comes back round, obviously it's up to you what you want to do with the situation. I feel like, again, it's just a relationship of convenience on his part where he just kind of focuses on himself. Like, again, he just did that where, like, okay, if you felt some type of way, or you felt the situation was a certain type of, you know, it was going in a certain direction, have a conversation. But how did he actually navigate the space during the ending of this cycle? Because it seems like, did he do a ghosting? What's the situation? Quite a bit, and it's hard for him to feel vulnerable. I know, that's the thing. That's the thing. Obviously, I think that where you have gotten to know him basically and you've kind of like spoken, I don't know what it was that was said that kind of like caught him off guard. I think he's gonna come and try and want to have a conversation about what it was that was said that basically like shut him down. Like he just shut down basically after something was said, and I think he gave the impression maybe that he might have still been okay, but he wasn't really. And I think once he got into his own space, he probably realized that he wasn't as okay. But how did the ending of this cycle sort of like manifest? Was it a ghosting type situation after the fact? He said he needed space and then messaged me yesterday about his phone getting shut off and then ignored me when I saw him read the messages. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was something that was said, basically beautiful. He's going to come back and try and have a conversation about what was said after the facts. But he's actually also still just kind of like celebrating that he's not necessarily in a situation at the minute. Yeah. I hope all of that was useful for you, Chelly, because damn, girl, we went through the ringers. We went through the ringers. I think my hair even unraveled throughout the process. But he'll be back to really discuss why he needed space in the first place. But I really still feel like this third party situation may be a factor as well. I think watch the space on that, Chaley. Watch the space on that because I feel like there may be more to the situation as well. Why he keeps looping like this. There's a variable to the situation that's not necessarily being seen. Oh, sorry, there was a spirit out there just looking in through my window. And I was like, what the fuck? What do you want? Pardon my French, y'all. I was like, oh, snap. Who are you? Okay. Okay. Sorry. I do too, but my pendulum also keeps saying no. Yeah, that's like, this is what's happening here as well. Also, I don't think this is normal at all for him. Yeah, like it's almost like I feel like there's something more to the situation, right? But it's like the cards are saying, as far as actually keeping someone around, okay, for as long as you have it, okay, so that might be the variable. That might be the variable, which is why he probably keeps like he probably has an anxious attachment style actually. If he has abandonment issues, more than likely he'll have an anxious attachment style. So that's probably why there's back and forth, because I keep sensing that there's more to the situation as well. That's why I'm asking about third party, because that's the only viable sort of like variable that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? But when you put that into context, I agree. This may actually just be down to his anxious attachment style kind of flaring up every so often, actually. But yeah, girl, normally I think he doesn't even make deep connections with people. I agree with you there. Because it's usually relationships of convenience for him. And he struggles to actually like make, long lasting connections. Yeah, because he kind of like, how can I put it? He's a bit of a drifter in life. You know, he kind of likes to keep things that way where it's very open. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. He'll be back though. He'll be back. I guess. Yeah. Sorry, my love. I mean, you guys will figure it out once he comes back into the space. Okay, but I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful, because we unpacked like so many layers to that whole situation, girl. Thank you for the question. Yeah, dang. I hope that he thinks. Does he send me questions on telling him? I'm not really too sure, to be honest with you, beautiful. But they've also said to me that I've got to move on now. I'm not gonna lie to you, Jaylee. It's almost 2 o'clock now, and I've still got a lot on the list to go. So I'm actually gonna head on. Yeah, I did like dive deeply into the space as much as I can. Maybe pop it in the notes. No, that's okay. That's okay, beautiful. I think they're just kind of like, yeah. We gotta go. We gotta move through the list. Did I not start the last one that was created? Let me start this list because that's the most up-to-date list. There's so many people. We're like 4 hours in. Damn, y'all. My bad, y'all. Sorry. You know, I really want to get everything for everyone as much as I can. That's all. Okay, so Mina's questions. What are the current yeah, I know you do, beautiful. I know. We gave you so much as well. We gave you that's why they were like, okay, move on now. We've given her a lot. She was like, I'm like, okay. But no, you're good, beautiful. You're good. I might answer it for you on Insta. Don't worry about it. I might answer it for you on Insta. So okay. I don't even know if Sammy's even still in the space. Who do we still have in the room as well, guys? We know Amanda's back in the room. I've seen Katie a couple times in the chat. So amazing. Recently came back into the space. I don't know if Sammy's still here. Sonaria, I haven't seen in a while. We've been here for hours, so I don't know if she's even still here. And Kayla, I'm not sure if Kayla's here as well. But yeah, let us know who's here in the chat, guys. What are the current thoughts / feelings of Showcat towards me? Thank you so much, love, for your precious time and energy. Thank you. That's all good, beautiful. Let's see. We'll start with the thoughts, right? We'll start with the thoughts. Sorry. I'm going to take, okay, so amazing's here. Who else do we have? Oh, Amanda. Oh, that's what's up. I think Chaley said that it does resolve itself, actually. Chaley says it does resolve itself, but now you've got that other one. You've got that other one as well. Oh, because I think that's what happens as well. I think it's a timeout. Okay. Who else is here? Well, I think the other account is a great opportunity for other things, my love. God's going to give you an opportunity to utilize that. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Mina, for updating the list, because I think I'm just trying to get into context, because I know, obviously, sometimes because I do read long and I warn people, because I really want to get like, as soon as I read something and I get some clarity, I may need to go deeper into certain things. So it's just what it is, man. Oh, girl, I eat like a 10 to 12-year-old. So I've got me some cheese puffs and I got some Snickers and I got dinner in the back. Okay. And I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Because dinner, I'm Jamaican. So Yeah. Okay, I need snacks. My belly just reminded me. Yeah. Okay, so dinner I made uh what's it called? How would you say it? Sorry, I'm literally just thinking. I made some, yeah, cheese puffs. I'm like a kid. I was gonna bring the Skittles out as well. Like, that's my thing. Like, after I have dinner, I'm usually like a kid like that. Oh girl, listen, you and me both. When I just grabbed the cheese puffs, then my body was like, girl, get us a Snicker too. I was like, I shall. So I did. So that's what that was. But no, I I'm having some chicken with rice, but it's a stew, and it's a nice stew, and it's like the aromas are like flowing through the house. So that's just making me even more hungry because I cooked just before I kind of like came into the space. And I'm like, dang, not enough time to eat like that. But I did make like a nice sandwich before I actually cooked, just to make sure that I had enough because I knew it was going to take a minute. So I was like, yeah, let me actually make a sandwich before I cook. So yeah. Don't worry though. Whenever I finish this, I shall be having dinner, even if it's at breakfast time. Okay. No, you good, girl. I thought about literally bringing my plate to the table and eating while I do the readings, but I'm like, no, that's too comfortable, girl. Have some etiquette. I could just hear my mom. I could just hear my mom in the back of my mind. Look at you. You're just out here eating in front of people. So I'm gonna spare my mom, yeah, and act like I got some decorum and save that for afterwards. But y'all shall see me licking my fingers out here after eating my snacks. Okay? No, I hear you, Amanda. I hear you. I know people judge, but they don't be bad. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. Don't worry. Like, I eat very slow as well. So for me to eat in this way, so when I was like really attached to my OCD, I kind of like had this thing. I'm a neurodivergent mind, clearly. So I was like, I basically chew my food excessively to the point of like literally there's nothing left. I used to chew at least 67 times. Now I don't know how often I chew. I just chew until I can swallow, basically. But it used to be something in the back of my mind, because technically, basically, for digestion to actually like occur seamlessly, your food needs to be like processed a certain amount through the whole like chewing process. My body automatically knew that basically, and it was something that I did for a long time. So we would have been here for a whole long time watching me eat, girl. Okay, so I'm sparing you guys. Trust me. I'd be here for a long time, right? What did Mina say? Yes, right. Amanda's got a whole vibe. Oh yes, Kayla, we weren't sure if you were in this space. That's why. That's why. I think she just redid the list because we did a roll call earlier. But you are my love. So thank you for confirming that you are still in the space. I don't think Sonaria is still here, and Sammy. I think those two have left though. Sonaria and Sammy, I think, have more than likely left. Haven't seen them in the chat for a long time, but I think we weren't sure if he was going to be here, so that's why. Okay, my love? Listen, yeah, think I'm joking so amazing, but damn, I lie not. Okay, so, right, guys. Mina wants to know, what are the feelings? Well, we're going to start with a thought. Oh, no, okay. Okay, guys. Don't correct me. Oh, thank you, Mina. Much appreciated. So we've got, what, 4 more people and then we're good to go. So that's okay. We can get through that, guys. Right? Showcat. We're going to start with the feelings because you clearly clarified to me the feelings is where we start because that is the denser formatting. Okay, so we will start with the feelings, guys. Thank you for clarifying. And can you guys like stop allowing for spirits to come to my window and peep through? Like, it's very creepy. I know they do it anyways, but while I'm in the middle of a reading, it's really creepy. Thank you. Sorry. Because it throws me off. I just randomly see like they're like this up to the window. I'm like, damn. Who are you? What you want? And it's not like I'm never really one of those people to be like, I'm more like, hey, how can I help? My customer service always has to be on point. I think that's what got me here in the first place. Because when spirits started speaking to me in the first place, I was like, oh, that's sad. They were telling me about something that was like happening with another person. I was like, oh, that's sad. What can I do to help? So that's how I got signed up for this, basically. You guys are like, oh, you're here, you do this for us. Like, girl, I'm just nosy. That's how I landed myself in this assignment in the first place. Okay? I'm just sat out there with my curious mind, and then I'm also like a server. I actually like to like serve people. It's one of my love languages, acts of service. So yeah. But it's just so random, like when spirits just come and they're like up at the window. They can come and like, check me in the private time. We can have a private conversation. Anywho, feelings. Showcat's feelings. What are Showcat's feelings? Thank you. We don't mind. I don't for sure. I would do it too. I need to learn, girl. All it is like having your mind being open to like, so care is basically how you access other people's channels. Firstly, you have to care. It's important. That's okay, Katie. Where are you on the list as well? Yeah, you're going to be next on the list. You're good. I'll let you know when to post as well. But care is how you access basically like tuning into other people's channels so you can actually tap into their guides. And then you have to be brave to deliver the message, basically. So those are the 2 components that you need. Yeah. People try to play you like you're crazy. I've learned that over the last month. That part, there's a lot of gaslighting behavior. That's because God's actually purging a lot of updating that needs to be done with our narcissistic tendencies as a collective. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, girl. We need more people on the team. Hell yeah, I'm willing to teach. I actually have like a program that I'm supposed to be working on to like develop our intuition and actually like allow for ourselves to learn how to be like, susceptible to these spirits and these guardian angels that are actually just out here like flowing, and ancestors of others really want to be able to communicate messages as well because they're working at certain genetic activations because their assignments continue in spirit, believe it or not. So yeah, don't worry, girl, I got y'all. It's just I'm working towards it. Once I've got more capacity, I'll be able to kind of like give you guys more context of everything. Okay, so Mina, Showcat's feelings towards you is major arcana. Okay. Oh, girl. That's okay, Amanda. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna be there. We're gonna be there. Because honestly, it's I want to be able to kind of like, even as you say that, like I'm really having an inside cry because I'm trying to like hold myself together. This Sagittarius full moon has just got me like releasing since the last Scorpio full moon. But the fact that you even want to, like, that's what I pray to God for. Like I pray to God for more soldiers to like activate so that we can really be out here like doing God's work. Because I know people will look at this and they think that it's ungodly, but that's because they have no understanding of how or what God actually is. So they create their own narration based on these stories that they tell themselves based on what they perceive, right? But genuinely, like when you're ready, just holler at me. Like seriously. I've wanted to start my journey a little over a year ago, and they do 100%, 100%, girl. Holla at me. Holla at me. Hit me up on Insta, okay? I can, girl, you and me both, okay? I can only imagine, especially when you start to activate, that's when you start to get a lot of like, especially when you have the desire, basically, then the devil tries to like test you basically or tempt you to stay silent, but because you want to speak up, you're going to face that. You're going to face spiritual warfare. Same thing, consciously connected. It's the same thing. The same thing across all the boards. Hit me up on IG, don't worry. Okay, I told God that I'm open to his soldiers. Yeah, it's been a lot of spiritual attacks out here. It's been deep, to say the least. But Mina, Showcat, Major Arcana, right? Add me, please, beautiful. That's what's up. So for you, it seems as though in terms of his feelings towards you, there's a lot of insecurity and anxiety about the situation that you guys are kind of like navigating through. There's a little bit of a misalignment of values. Like, I'm sure that basically they're cautious that what they have said is basically going to be affecting the way that you treat them. There you go, girl. You good. I have to tune in. But they're cautious about the way that, they're cautious about what they've said or expressing themselves, the consequences or the ramifications for them expressing themselves. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Interesting. Okay. So their feeling towards you, ow, just scratched myself. Their feeling towards you is actually like they're trying to get away with something, basically. They're trying to get away with what they did previously in terms of expressing themselves and kind of like not necessarily sort of regarding you at all. Oh, Amanda, I just got your message, girl. Hold on. Let me add you. Sorry. This is my my Bible studies teacher. She's a night owl like me. So she's just confirming as well if we've got Bible studies at 11 a.m. Where is it for Amanda? Okay. There we go, girl. Now we is connected. Okay. Now we're connected. So you're good. With the situation though, with Showcat, their feelings on the situation is that they're carrying a little bit of anxiety about what they've said previously and about the fact that your love life is actually obviously taking new levels. It's taking on new levels of commitment. It's taking on new levels of ascension, right? In terms of like you being able to be committed to the situation. So they're anxious if what they have said has kind of like allowed for more of a tighter connection, basically, if you will, and then they're cautious about whether or not they're going to be able to get away with what they did before. Do you have the capacity, like, to kind of like let them be in your space? What's the dynamic between you guys now at the minute, Mina? Let me ask you that question, because it seems as though they're basically trying to get away with what they did previously, as far as like, you know, being inappropriate when he wasn't necessarily like even coming from that angle. That was so left field. um but but he, yeah, I want to say they're low-key a little bit slimy, Nina. I'm gonna be honest with you, my love. I want to tell you, like, they have their own hidden agenda, basically. And even communicating with you, they are, it's almost like they're kind of there. He's initiating the conversation mostly, been avoiding it completely. Last time he messaged about his autistic nephew, so I responded, that's what I mean about being slimy. That's what I mean about being slimy. That's the only way that he's going to be able to get your attention, because he knows that really your connection is with his nephew, and he's going to play on that connection to be able to try and draw you in. What a nasty little demon. He can't just let his nephew have his blessings. This is a 7-year-old underdeveloped spirit within himself, unfortunately. That's competing with his nephew, which is disgusting, unfortunately. I'm just gonna be blunt on the situation. It's disgusting, because his nephew is vulnerable, and could actually utilize the help. He could utilize actually being able to have the support of someone like you in his life. And this little demon's driving you out of this space because he's in competition with his nephew. For what? Like, yeah, he is. He is. He doesn't like the fact that his nephew is really the one that gets the attention, but he's willing to use him to like engage with you and have communication. Like, it's, these demons have no, like, they have no shame. Even though shame itself is a little demon, an underdeveloped spirit, but you know what I mean, okay? Because that's really what a demon is, an underdeveloped spirit. Like, he hasn't grown from his jealousy. He sees something that he wants, which is the way that you treat his nephew. He wants that for himself. Come on. His nephew is autistic. Who does that? Just let the kid live. Like, seriously. But yeah. He claims he and his sister are the only ones taking care of his nephew. Yeah, to some degree he is. To some degree he is. Let's go into his thought process towards you, Mina, because I can't even be out. I literally have no chill. Like, in this Sagittarius full moon, it's literally shifted my whole philosophy when it comes to like these demons out here. The spirit of patience that used to examine certain things when it comes to them, she's no longer existing to the same capacity or the same degree of perspective. So forgive me, y'all, but we come here to grow. We come here to be purified, right? As beings, as spirits. And sometimes, yeah, we come with baggage, even the moment we get here, right? Because we're coming from like past life traumas and, you know, karmas as well. But like, come on, man. Your poor nephew, what did he ever do to you? Like, God's blessing him with a Mina in his life, and you're just going to be a leech to try and take something from him because you don't know how to be appropriate. Like, how old is he as well? Because I'm struggling with like certain generations as well. Like, God's having a particularly difficult time with the narcissistic traits of certain generations where it's just such a challenge. These people cannot and will not, especially particularly with the divine masculine, to be honest with you. Actually, their egos are very tight during this optimization process that God's navigating through at the minute. Okay. That's why I had to say with the divine masculine. Okay, because I sense that he really wasn't that old, and that's probably why he feels like it's appropriate for him to kind of like crush on you and do these things. It's a 7-year-old spirit inside of him. It's a 7-year-old spirit of jealousy inside of him that is basically blocking his nephew's blessing. That is Mina, which is very, very unfortunate. I'm going to pray for you on this tomorrow in the morning, and I'm going to pray for his nephew again on this because I prayed on this last time. And to hear that he's basically still using his nephew to kind of try and draw you back into the space. You're dealing with a demon, my love. You're dealing with a demon of jealousy and competition. And he's in competition with his own autistic nephew. Same said nephew that he's looking after because he wants you. And it's not that he doesn't love or care for his nephew. It's just that he wants you more than he loves or care for his nephew. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. That one tickled me. But yes. So there is just no possibility of a meetup ever. Good. He's a whole demon. Yes, Katie, don't worry. I got you, girl. Don't worry. Yeah, this is how sick we are. This is how sick we are. But God knows the people he created because he tells us in all the good books that he's given us. You know, I was going to refer to the Bible because I got Bible study tomorrow, but God clearly tells us that humans are wicked. And we have wicked hearts. And that's why he works on our wicked hearts, because we're wicked people. And we have the ability to do wicked things. But it's wicked. What he's doing is just wicked. Like, he's not even like aware of it, to be honest with you, because a lot of the times people don't even know what moves them or what forces are driving certain actions. But him doing what he's doing towards you is from or because of his spirit of jealousy, that it is also now teaming up with the spirit of competition against his poor little nephew. God bless his soul. Oh, God. His nephew's parents were totally negligent towards a poor child. This is what I'm saying, Mina. This is what I'm saying. Like, God blessed him with a Mina. Do you understand? And then this demon also as well. Like, you can just tell, like, obviously this child was coming into a place where he was basically just surrounded by demons. Do you see what I'm saying? You can tell he's just like in a place where he's an innocent soul coming in surrounded by demons, and he's going to be a true light in that lineage, right? And God blessed him with a Mina, and then you've got like this demon trying to thing as well. It's just like, chill out. Just chill out. Give the kid a break. Like, he's already come in here autistic, and a part of the factors on that situation is because of the genetics, actually. Yeah, humans are so wicked, girl. Trust me. He sounds so decent and sophisticated, like very respectful. Never thought this is what he is up to, God, girl. Trust me. This is manipulation at its finest. Let me show you the spirit of manipulation. When you said this, he is initiating the conversation mostly, but avoiding it completely. Last time he messaged about his autistic nephew, and so I responded. This right here, girl, last time he messaged about his autistic nephew, and so I responded. Okay. That is the spirit of manipulation, because he wasn't getting any attention. He wasn't getting any attention from you, so he drew from the attention that he knew that you would give to his nephew. And he utilized that. People just make me gross. They gross me out. They just gross me out. Like, nothing is off limits for people. And that's what like is irritating me about these demons. Like, at this point in society. Like nothing is off limits. People will do anything and everything, and they will present themselves a certain type of way. That was a spirit of manipulation, babe. That was a spirit of manipulation, basically harnessing the care that you have for his son, his nephew, to basically see if he can get some attention. It's disgusting. She doesn't want you. And she's not going to want you because you're now talking about your nephew. She still doesn't want you. She's giving you a moment of her time because she's pouring into your nephew. Like, but again, because demons, again, are underdeveloped spirits. So he doesn't actually even know really how to navigate the fact that you don't want him, actually. He doesn't know how to navigate the fact that you don't want him. So he's just going to keep using the situation with his nephew, unfortunately, to keep drawing you into the space to get some attention for himself, which is unfortunate. God help us. I'm going to pray for this poor kid tomorrow because he seems like he's just surrounded by demons. Bless him. So unfortunate. Anyways, it is disgusting, Mina, because when you understand the behaviors of how these demons move and how sneaky, that's why I said that he's slimy. That's why I said that he's slimy and conniving. It's disgusting. But this is the heart of men. And I don't mean literally just like divine masculine, I mean mankind, because we all have the potential to do these types of behaviors. It just depends on just how much healing we've actually done. How close are you to your spirit of manipulation? You know, that conversation, basically, because we all have these dis-eases, right? It's just what situation will it take to kind of like allow for it to flare up? And how you see his thoughts, the feelings are scary. No idea how thoughts would look like, girl. Trust me. It's in the dialogue. That's why when you said, like, before you sent this message and I said to you that he's sleazy, is because I know that he's basically using his nephew to harness the energy, the love and care that you have for his nephew to get his own attention. It's disgusting. People need to like actually grow up and be adults. Like we've got grown people out here that are literally 5, 6, 7, barely even 2 years old because they haven't developed these spirits within themselves. They're still underdeveloped. They're still stuck emotionally at these places. It's disgusting. And then everybody else becomes collateral to their underdeveloped process. It's unfortunate. This is how we're all sick. This is why we're all sick with mental health. This is why we're navigating through such mental illnesses at the minute, because a lot of the times, again, as well, especially for men, because society has not allowed room for men to be able to process any emotion in the last several decades, probably a good couple of centuries, right? Because men haven't had the room or capacity to process any of their feelings because men don't feel. They're logical. Women are supposed to be the emotional ones. No, your mind actually processes emotions because you are designed with emotions. It's a human thing. It's not a woman thing. It's a human thing. You actually have an emotional mind and you also have a logical mind. And a logical mind doesn't negate the emotional mind. They actually have to work in tandem. That's the only way that you actually are able to fully practice logical and rationalized thoughts, actually. And because we don't, especially for men, because they haven't had the ability or the space or the room to be able to navigate their feelings, they're very underdeveloped in a lot of different places, and they are struggling very deeply with a lot of mental health issues because this is where all of their demons is. All of the places that they haven't processed. Emotions is energy in motion, okay? It is energy that is motive. This is moving energy. It is a force. So when you feel depressed, that means that you are under pressure. You are under deep pressure that has to be processed. That means you have a bunch of emotions that you have to go through to even elevate yourself from that depression. and you actually have to process those things. You can't just say, oh, I'm a man, I'm supposed to be logical. It doesn't work like that. Your body doesn't understand that. Actually, as much as we want to trick and fool our bodies on certain things, that's another thing as well. This whole thing that society is developing about tricking and fooling ourselves, temporary. Actually, it is not a fix. The very thing that you are tricking or fooling yourself from is going to show up. If it doesn't happen in the next generation, 2 to 3 generations from now, it will then again rise within the lineage because it lays dormant within the body. And just because we choose not to acknowledge something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just simply means that we're not privy to what actually exists. That's all. But it's like how we're having like a lot of, for instance, autism, actually, because we're having a lot of autism in society that is for people. So autistic people are very much the neurodivergent mind. They don't have an atypical mind. Their mind works a little bit differently, where they are very aware of themselves and who they are and their feelings and what is going on with their body. And they will speak on that. The reason being why we're developing so much autism in the collective is because of people suppressing. Like, I'm getting emotional because people really don't understand what it is that they're doing. And they don't understand how they're setting up the next generations to come. And so much sickness. In order for God to get to where we're trying to get to, we're going to have to bleed through so much sickness to actually get to the other side, because so many people are just suppressing. And so many people are so wicked. They make so many justifications for their wickedness. And those spirits keep this is why I say that I don't want to have children, not because I'm being a horrible person, but there isn't anybody in this world that I look and I see, oh my God, people say all the time, oh, you're going to make such an amazing mom, you're going to make such an amazing dad. But can you manifest a decent human being? Can you manifest a decent person? Have you done the work within yourself to actually optimize your genetics so you do not pass certain illnesses on? Have you done that? Because if you haven't, you're literally just setting up society for more demons, for more mental health issues. This is something that I'm personally passionate about. This is why you see me like getting like this, guys, because I see people and they really have no awareness about where we are in collective. And then someone like me is crazy. Someone like me is crazy who can actually give them a explanation. And I can actually go into the science of all of this stuff as well. But God's still working on me to be able to really give the context of these things to people, because Father, forgive us, for we know not what we do. Like, seriously, we have no bloody clue what we're doing. And the next 2 to 3 generations are already doomed. I'm literally just working towards the 4th generation and onwards, because the next 2 to 3 generations don't stand a chance because of everything that we're doing now and everything that we've done up until now. Like, seriously. And it's so sad because we still keep doing these things to ourselves and to these innocents that keeps coming in, because we have to keep going through this process as well. If you have children here, karmically, you are tied to earth, so you will come back. So eventually, the same things that you're trying to navigate through now, you're going to be coming back to navigate through. That's the way it works, being here. Like, people really don't even understand what the hell is actually sort of like going on. But sorry, guys. Now that that moment's over, let's get back to Mina's reading. This is just stuff that I've been praying to God about. I've been praying on this, and when I talk to God and I hold my moments with God and God tells me, just hold your tongue, just hold your tongue. And I have to just hold my tongue when I see certain things, because people are so sick mentally. If you say anything, their demons are just going to flare up and they're going to get so far on the defense. You're not even going to get anywhere. You're not even going to get anywhere, because their demons are just going to be self-preservation mode, and they're going to protect that demon. And guess what? That demon's going to move into the next generation. So this is why I say to you guys, the next 2 to 3 generations, unfortunately, are already doomed. Not in a like, you know, like doom and gloom sort of like way. I'm not trying to be negative, but It's just a reality, but God will clear this up. 4th generation onwards will be able to think. I have an 11-year-old and everybody around him is sad people don't get it. That part. Like, seriously, people don't get it. They don't get it. Like, how we're making ourselves sick and blaming everybody else for our sicknesses. It's disgusting, actually. But yeah, we're going to get back into the reading, y'all. Sorry. I had to let that out because it makes me sad. I literally had like a 30-minute prayer with God yesterday, just crying about this because it breaks my heart. Like, genuinely breaks my heart to see like the level of mental illness that we're navigating through, because there's so many demons here that people have no idea how to navigate through because of all of these suppressed emotions that they haven't processed in a few generations. I can't even say in a few years or in a few generations, they haven't processed these things. So these people are being born with a lot of mental illness because of things that aren't being processed generations before. And it's unfortunate, very unfortunate. Sorry, I promise I'm going to be finished now. Mina, going back into the space. God. But yeah, yeah. What are Shokat's thoughts towards Mina? Let's unpack that, guys. Shokat's thoughts towards Mina. It is scary, Amanda. It is scary. And it's very unfortunate, actually. It's very unfortunate. I'm sorry, I just have to let it out for a minute because it breaks my heart. There's so much tragedy in the world, and we have, as much as we say we want to help ourselves, we don't know how. And some of us aren't even prepared to do what it takes to actually help ourselves. We're too busy protecting our ego. And that's the very thing that needs to expand so that we can actually heal. Oh, telling you, guys, just makes me sad. So unfortunate. But we're going to keep working. This is why when Amanda said to me, like, she wants to be able to help, I'm like, girl, forget the money. It's not even about that. I'll train you for free. It's not even an issue. We need soldiers out here because what is going on here, it's not okay. It really isn't. Like, there's so much sickness and it's going to continue to grow until we get to the other side. What are Shokat's thoughts towards Mina? Thank you, guys. This is resting so heavy on my heart, guys. Just give me a minute. And I can't even be asked to keep like reading on this demon as well, Mina. Like, seriously. Like, this is his thought process towards you. Knight of Cups energy, romanticizing you because he doesn't know how to have an admiration for you. He doesn't know how to just admire what it is that you're doing for his nephew. This is what I mean. Oh, girl. No, I know, Amanda. I know. And the time will come. Eventually, I'm actually going to be like training other agents as well, because God needs me to pass on a lot of information before I leave this vessel, because he designed this vessel specifically for this purpose. I recently learned certain things about my paternity in this year. And God has apologized to me about certain things. And we've kind of like gone through the process, but he's let me know he needed the genetics to make sure that I was the type of human that he needed me to be designed to be, so that I can learn certain things so that I can just relate back to others. And I'm always going to be on purpose because that's just who I am. But yeah, he's romanticizing you, Mina. He's romanticizing you. This is a whole demon just finding his perfect in. He's trying to find the best way for him to be able to execute his way to pounce, basically. He's trying to find a weak or vulnerable moment. He uses his nephew as that moment to basically try and get some sort of attention from you. He has several spirits that is working through him. There's a spirit of manipulation, which is what he learned when he was about 2 or 3 years old, how to get what he wants. He learned to manipulate then. We also have a spirit of jealousy, which is about a 7-year-old spirit. And we've got a spirit of competition, which is really about a 9-year-old spirit. But really, he actually learned that around about 6, but he learned to develop it once he got to 9 on actually being able to like execute, basically. So you're dealing with a lot of variables with this person. I can't even tell you to cut him off because he is your connection as well to his nephew, and that is what makes me so sad about this poor situation for his poor nephew, because he deserves to have a meaner in his life without his uncle romanticizing you. I'm sorry that his uncle continues to romanticize you, my love. Really, it's admiration, but because he doesn't know how to label his emotions appropriately, again, because we haven't given men the room to be able to be themselves. So they don't know how to label their emotions. They don't know what it is that they feel. Most of the times they think most feelings are love or like or dislike. They have very basic vocabulary when it comes to their feelings. Really, he admires you and what it is that you're doing for his nephew. And instead of allowing for that admiration to just be what it is, he's romanticizing you because he's never met somebody as selfless as you are. And he wants that for himself. Guys, what do you advise Mina? Because I can't even tell her anything on this situation. This is so sad to me. What do you advise Mina? To do in this space as she navigates through this situation with Showcat. Oh, Katie, you can start putting your question out there as well, my love. I'm always here to listen to you too. If you ever need anybody other than God, of course. And I appreciate that, Amanda, because sometimes the human companionship is completely different, right? But yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. It breaks my heart, guys. Genuinely. It breaks my heart. Because people would more likely see their intention versus their actual behavior. And a lot of the times, our behavior is not aligned with our intention. And that's where the demons lie, in our emotions and in our behavior. That's where you see them show up, in our behavior, actually. What do you guys advise Mina to do in navigating through this situation with Showcat? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Yeah, that part, Amanda, that part. The people who are actually here and willing to actually yeah. Honestly, it's just one of those things. Obviously, it comes with the assignment. I knew what I signed up for. Like when I was actually initiated, they all told me that the demons would come for me and all of these things. So I knew what I was signing up for. That's why I said to you, obviously, once you chose to activate, then you become a target basically for the dark forces. He shared his story that someone in the family abused him sexually when he was 6. Okay, that was so hard to process. He is still carrying that trauma, and that made me sympathize with him even more. Okay, this is why he romanticizes you then. Because I said to you that the spirit of competition actually sort of like developed around about that's why there was a spirit of competition that actually sort of developed around about 6, because the person who molested him was already in a relationship. So he felt like he was competing for the attention of whoever it was that did the molesting, because they were actually in a whole relationship when they were being inappropriate with this child. Okay, so it's not his fault that he is the way that he is. Oh, hey, Britt. Thank you, girl. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe next time we'll sort of like get you in on the list. Thank you for sharing though, Mina, because this is why I said to you that it developed. Actually, the spirit developed around about 6. The spirit of competition and jealousy developed around about 6. Can you imagine somebody's being inappropriate with you and then they have somebody else and you don't even know how to process that? But it's traumatic what kids are made to go through because of our faults. Exactly that. Exactly that. Like, people don't know how they want to protect their kids. A lot of the times people want to protect kids from the outside. They want to protect kids from, everybody else in the world. Protect them from your damn selves. How about that? Protect them from your demons. Protect them from the demise of your ego. How about that? Right? Because I'm sure that that was an adult that was trusted in his home that did that to him. And he then developed the spirit of competition and jealousy from navigating through that bloody shit. And now he's at a place where he's still navigating through situations where he's now casting that same demon onto his own nephew, who's autistic and already navigating through his own challenges and situations. Hi, Margaret. We're having like very, very deep conversations at the minute, to be honest. The free list is closed, but we're having a very deep conversation about where we're going within the collective because it's such a sad time. I mean, it's a beautiful time because God is doing the most for us at the minute, but it's such a sad time. I'm sorry that he went through what he went through at 6, right? But that's no reason for him to then cast those same demons onto anybody else. This poor little autistic nephew of his doesn't deserve for him to now be overlooked, right? It is so hard to process, Mina. It is so hard to process. I was molested. Shit, I was molested by a bunch of people. I mean, it happens because people don't know how to navigate through their spirit of lust. People admire people, and then the body will trick people, and the devil has a way of being able to kind of like use our positive emotions negatively against us. So sometimes we feel admiration, and then the devil can taint that with the spirit of lust, and then kind of like perpetuate certain sort of like patterns, basically, just so that certain demons can kind of feed off the flesh, basically. Like, I've literally had to sit and just like sit in what's going on within my body while demons eat at my flesh because of certain decisions that were made before I even got here, because it's already like the karma of my ancestors playing out. So my soul was already sold on, and I just have to sit and watch these demons because prior to me, my ancestors didn't process shit. So here I am, knowing what the hell is actually going on, being fully conscious, just watching these demons literally eat off my flesh because I can observe how they're activating genetically within me. And then once they feed off me, I then have to go and deactivate my cells because that isn't me. That is a previous genetic predisposition that I personally have outlived because I know how to process my shit. Good, bad, ugly, and indifferent. Like, this is what we do. Like, and just because we don't process it doesn't mean it goes anywhere. It simply bleeds into the next generations to come. That's how this shit works, unfortunately. Like, Mina, what they said as far as the situation with Showcat is that, you know, you are ready to be assertive on this situation, that it won't improve when it comes to him romanticizing you. There will never be a situation for him to have an in to actually like be with you romantically. But yes, continue to pay him favor because you are God's grace to that child. You are God's grace to that child, and to some degree to him as well, because he needs an outlet to be able to speak about these things if he's navigating through this level of trauma that he still can't necessarily process. When you go back and speak to him and let him know that what happened to him, he's now projecting all of that onto his nephew, please. He's projecting all of that onto his nephew. He needs to stop romanticizing you, because you're just here to be able to obviously provide a support for him. And he needs to not let the spirit of lust intercept this blessing that God is giving him, just like the person before him who molested him, who allowed for that spirit to intercept the connection between him. It's time for that pattern to end. It's time for that perpetual cycle to end. Speak to him. Let him know. Don't continue. You didn't like it when it was done to you. Stop blocking his blessing, because he's an innocent just like you were. And this is your opportunity to finally like do for somebody else what was never done for you. Yes, please. Because I'm sure if you understood what was really going on with him psychologically and what's really actually playing out in the space, and this entity that is basically moving through him to attach to another generation yet again, so that it can continue to live and feed, he wouldn't do that like knowingly and consciously. But he will have to work at actually disseminating his spirit of lust towards you, because you're beautiful. I'm just saying. So he will have to work at that, like actively, but just talk to him and help give him some understanding about what's actually playing out in the situation. Please. Please. Because his nephew's already going through so much. Bless his poor little soul. Please. So unfortunate. I hope that was useful for you, Mina. Okay. Katie, my love, you're okay to put your question out there if you're still in the chat. Beautiful. I'm just like so... Thank you, my love. Thank you. Most of the times, I just keep a lot of this stuff to myself because I want to be able to like relay this information to you guys like properly. But I'll probably just like, you know, re-edit this and repurpose like bits and pieces of the information. But I'm really going to go into like context of a lot of things, because it's upsetting to see where we are as a collective. Give us your question, Katie, my love. My cheese puffs is getting a bit stale, y'all, because it's open and I'm taking so long. But yeah, I'm glad that I shared it, Mina, because it's been sat heavy on my heart. Like I cried for 30 minutes in prayer this week, speaking with God about this, because it's really troubling my soul, especially because I have to watch it and I'm aware, I see the demons, I observe what they're doing, I know what they're doing. Every time I try to speak to certain people who are sick with certain things, they don't know. It's hard. It's extremely challenging. But it's been quite a week navigating through all this stuff, like, and just sat here, just like, I felt like I actually just wanted to share so that other people are aware of the reality that we're actually navigating through, to be honest. think Katie posted her question a while ago as well. Did she? Okay, that was Katie's question. There we go. Hello, Indigo Stars. How are you doing, my love? You can donate. I'm going to be wrapping up the list in a little bit, though. I think it'll probably be the last donation. My heart is heavy for my brothers and sisters in Christ consciousness. Hi, Pearl. How are you doing, my love? I know, Katie, I did see your question. I went back and found it. Sorry, it took me a minute to even get back around to your question. I was just so emotionally overwhelmed by just like, again, like I see these things a lot of the times in the readings that I do for you guys, but I choose not to say anything to some degree. Like I'll teach you guys how to like navigate through the demons. Basically, I'll tell you guys, oh, this variable, that variable. I don't say the words for what they really are and stuff like that, because I don't want to alarm anybody, you know, with the warfare that we're actually navigating through sometimes. But at this point, I just have to lay the stuff like bare as it is, because we're so sick as a collective. Like I really just have to put it into context to you guys. So apologies for the delay in getting around to your question, Katie. It's like almost 3 a.m. Okay. Oh, Indigo Stars, thank you. Let me go and check the chat. Not the chat. Okay. We've got your donation, my love. Thank you. Thank you, my love. I will let you, Pearl, because I actually did just say that Indigo Stars will be the last one, and then I saw you come in and say, hey. And I know that generally our dynamics has been for you to be a donator, so I figured that you probably would be wanting to donate. I literally just asked the question in my mind, does Pearl want a reading? And then you obviously confirmed the question, so that's fine, my love. But you're the last donation, okay? You're the last donation, so that we can just kind of like wrap things up for the night. I'm going to do Katie's reading first because it's already up on the screen, and then I'll quickly go through Indigo Stars, and then I'll go through yours as well, and then we'll go back to the free list. Sorry, guys. Obviously, you guys know there's a process. Sorry. My bad. But yeah. Oh, I'm getting so hot because I was just so overwhelmed by this conversation. Like it's like elevated my vibrations. So I'm on heat, to be honest. Can't even keep the cushion behind me because it's making me hot. And I have to get hair out of my way. Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Obviously, your donations, I don't know if you guys know, but your donations go to fund the projects in Africa that I'm doing. Any donations actually goes towards the project that I'm doing in Uganda. Things as simple as sanitary towels. Young girls they don't have access, they can't afford it. Their circumstances is what it is. I'm working on a school out there as well to really teach and elevate consciousness, because people don't have access to even education, which is a basic human right, actually. Because yeah, so just so that you guys are aware, every donation that you guys do put into this space, it's not pocketed by me. It's not me just living my life off the change. I actually genuinely do all of this for free, because I want to be able to give you guys what you need. And there are people that also need what they need to be able to actually elevate as well. Right. Katie, thank you, Pearl. Let me just go and check and confirm as well so Mina can add you to the list. And thank you, Mina, because I know like it must be so late where you are as well, because it's almost 3 o'clock where I am. So it must be so early where you are. I can't even say late. Oh, dude. I've got pearls. Yeah, thank you, Mina. I appreciate you. Look at how quick you are on top of everything. And whenever you're ready to go off as well, Mina, feel free to. I don't want to keep you in the space for too long. The list is this is the final list. There will be nothing else beyond this list now. And this is the list that we're working with for the rest of the night or morning, because it's almost 3 a.m. Okay. But yeah. Oh, dang, Mina. It's okay. You taught me selflessness. I will stay for you till the end. Oh, thank you, Mina. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But the list is finalized as well. So whenever you do drift off, there's no hard feelings. Yeah, well, I mean, you know what I mean? It's easy for people to just live their lives. And I could do that, but there's life happening everywhere else as well. And my life is less meaningful if my brothers and sisters in Christ isn't okay. What am I doing with my life? How selfish of me. So it is what it is. I will star your question, Indigo Star, and I will come back to it after I finish reading for KT. I've had my share of sleep. Oh, beautiful. That's okay. I appreciate you, Mina. Right. Okay. Show me. What about KT's next relationship? What insight can you guys provide us on KT's next relationship? Oh. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. We're lifting the mood, they said. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna like receive all of the context of it, because they were saying to me the next relationship kind of like somewhat comes with that, just a little bit of like 5 of Cups energy, you know, where there may be tendencies of crying over spilt milk type thing. So let me just get the full context of everything, and then I'll be able to feed it back to you, beautiful. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Your next relationship is a spiritual victory for you, my love. Definitely a spiritual victory for you. So, we do have one major arcana in the dynamics of this situation that you're kind of like navigating through. I think that with the situation with the next relationship, from what I can see, it's a case of being, I guess, optimistic about what it is that you're investing in building, because you're investing into the relationship, right? So you're optimistic about the investment into the relationship. You're optimistic about what it is that you're kind of growing as far as your energy. And it's almost like as you go through the process, you're rather, for the most part, emotionally calm, you know, provided that they're able to actually obviously meet your investment as well. I mean, when they don't meet your investment, you're not having any of it, Katie. You're not having any of it. Like, you don't play the game the way you used to. So now it's a situation where it's like you can be emotionally calm about being overwhelmed. And even when it seems like, you feel like you want to just give up on certain situations, instead of doing that, you actually plan. You actually make decisions towards the plans that you have with this person. I know you do exactly that. Exactly that. That is very, very important to you. And it's almost like when they're not matching your energy, you're very calm and articulate into them, if this isn't where you need to be or want to be, feel free to leave. I mean, if you're not going to give me the reciprocity, I'm not really prepared to continue to give. And you're very vocal in actually having that line of communication as well. And it's not even anything that like you're triggered by or anything like that. When I say it's not anything you're triggered by, so in having the conversation, it's not something that you're constantly like, it's not something that you're constantly, how can I put it? Help me with the words, guys. Okay. It's one of those situations where you're rested in knowing that you're cool either way, with or without them. So it doesn't really matter what they do in that moment or what it is that they say in that moment. But if they're not giving you the energy that you need or the energy that you've been given, and they're giving you something else, you're then also kind of like making it very clear that you're not going to be giving much of anything towards them, actually. And it's something that they're actually going to have to navigate through. I think for you with the situation as well, it's like sometimes it may feel as though there is a lack of clarity as to whether or not there's longevity with the situation, because the reciprocity is very, very important to you. And I think that that's probably one of the main aspects of the relationship where you guys are going to be mostly challenged. I don't know if I was about to say, I don't know if they're an only child, but it's not that they're an only child. It's more like the dynamics of, I want to almost say middle child, but it's not. It's actually a last child sort of situation. So basically, like, they're just used to being a taker. They're kind of getting better at that. So you're kind of the place where they come to learn that, basically. And I think you kind of navigate through the process with your patience for only but so long, right? But it's one of those situations where, as much as there are setbacks to the situation, there's also like not really a clear direction on whether or not you're just going to be willing to just call it a day and call it quits after the first or second, mishap, because they're learning, basically. And I think you can kind of like see that they're learning how to basically be a little bit more enthusiastic, I guess, about their ability to give just as much as they're enthusiastic about their ability to receive. My spiritual team won't tell me who the person is exactly. And I get why as well, because I think even for me, when I was like trying to identify like what's the dynamic with the person, like this unable to do the reciprocity thing, yeah, the unable to do the reciprocity thing was one of the things that I was like really looking at, to see what's caused basically them not being able to kind of like give, like, what's the issue. So yeah, they won't tell me either. That's probably because you probably say no. That's what they said. They were like, if she knew, she'd say no. She'd say no straight off the bat. But it has to be one of those situations where it catches you off guard, because it's basically one of those things where feelings brew and develop. Feelings brew and develop. So it has to be just one of those things, because if they do tell you, your automatic response, I guess, would be no. So it has to be one of those things where feelings starts to develop and catches you off guard, and then you're willing to kind of like give the situation a little bit of a trial and see how it goes, type thing. But yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Okay. And how do you see things actually like playing out then for them as they navigate through the space, her and this person, for the next relationship? Whilst they're in, I know you guys put this into context, but you know, how do you see the whole thing sort of like playing out? Understanding obviously the variable of resistance. Okay. So they're saying heart-to-heart conversations, really. Heart-to-heart conversations is really what's going to be able to kind of like help with the situation. The heart-to-heart conversations is really what's going to allow for you to be able to really see each other, you know, because I think, like I said, if they told you who it was, you'd be no straight off the bat. But I guess that's something that you guys utilize as a very strong tool within the relationship, heart-to-heart conversations. It helps you guys navigate through the best and worst of times, to be honest, to be fair. So what do you guys advise Katie then in navigating through the space with her person? What's the advice? It's interesting. Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. They said, girl, I spoke to my future child, it seems, lol. He says daddy is acting out. It's funny. It is funny, right? Because, so, one of the things here is that they're saying, look, within the next couple of weeks, it may still feel like a no, but just be open to the reality that in the future it's a yes. When it comes to this person, that's their guidance for you on this. It's okay to be at the hard no right now. Okay, it's a pretty hard no, but moving forward is actually a very hard yes. And this potentially is why there's children already assigned, and their genetics needs two particular vibrating components to come together to manifest them, actually, so that they can fulfill their purpose. So keep an open mind is what I say to you. Because they're like, nope. If we tell her, and if she knows, it's a hard no. And that's okay for it to be a hard no right now, because I think obviously that person, like, it's not for you guys to be together now. But in the next few months, there may be something developing, basically. Yeah, I want to say within the next like 10 weeks, potentially. Within the next 10 weeks, there may be a situation developing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm like looking. Okay. Yeah, within the next 10 weeks, I think that there's going to be a little bit of a development in terms of like feelings starting to surface. in a space where you probably wouldn't have thought that there was feelings, girl. That part. Okay. But I do hope that that was useful for you, Katie. Because they're like, yeah. They're like, leave her there. The less she knows, the better, right? She's going to want to try to control some of the variables with the situation, right? Oh, Scenaria, my love. Do you know what? It's not necessarily that you missed your turn. It's just that you weren't necessarily here at the time where we were or you did just miss your turn, actually, because you were before Katie. Oh, you did miss your turn. Yeah, you were before Katie, my love. Oh, do you know what? The donation list I did close and say that Pearl was the last one, but because you were here before, damn y'all. It's okay. I'm gonna let you come in on the donation list, but there's a couple on the donation queue, and there's people that have been waiting for a minute. So what I'm going to be doing with the donation list, if you guys don't mind, because there's guys that have literally been sat here for the last 5 hours whilst I've been here doing what I'm doing, and I appreciate them giving their time. So looking at the list, what I'm going to do, because I just did a free reading right now, I'm going to go to the donation list. So if you do your donation scenario, I will basically do like a free donation. And I'm picking up the pace as well. The guys are keeping the readings a little bit more like well-paced, moving forward as well. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of like get through everything, right? You're good, girl. You're all right. It's not really that. It wasn't necessarily just for a case of resting per se. It was actually more so as well an opportunity for me to go and eat my food. Because I made me some nice, loving little like chicken stew and rice. I want to go eat. So that's what it was. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I'm actually going to be quicker with the readings, so we're good. And the guys are saying we're going to actually sort of like keep the situation a little bit better. But yeah, that's cool. We move, guys. Don't worry. I got my little snacks over here. I'm about to reach for my Snickers in a minute. Oh, yeah, girl. Oh, yeah. I got my snacks. I got snacks. Don't worry. I come to the table with the snacks. I even at some point during the actual live went and got my snacks. Okay. And then Body was like, girl, I needed Snickers to be navigating through this space. Yes, KT, a nice Snickers. Okay. That part. But no, guys. Yeah, we're gonna do a free donation so that we can like, give everybody opportunity, because otherwise the people on the free list are literally gonna be here probably for another hour or two before they get seen to. Okay. Yeah, that part, right? That part. Do short breaks. I love that scenario. I shall do a little quick breakout. I am gonna need to go to the loo soon though. For those of you who don't like grasp the whole British dialogue, the loo would be the toilet. Okay, your girl's been out here sipping. But I hope that was useful for you, Katie. Keep an open mind with this person, because I think it's going to surprise you when these feelings start to brew and develop. Okay. Indigo stars. It's actually your go. I think I did star your question as well, actually, because I know you put it out there earlier. There we go. I starred your question because I knew that it was going to get lost in the chat. Basically, after your question, your girl's going to need a loo break. No lie. I think I've bigged up the Snickers so much. Let's just get onto the Snickers, shall we? Do you? Do you know who it is? Do you feel like there's feelings starting to develop? Sorry, now I'm nosy, girl. Tell me the tea. KT? Do you know who it is? You're laughing. Yeah. Oh, no, I know. I know you're single right now. But I think the person's potentially already around you. So when you say that you think that you know, I agree. Because they're out here saying that if you know fully the person as things is right now, it would probably be a no. But it's a case of letting things develop. Yes, y'all, don't worry. Y'all can live vicariously through me eating my Snicker, y'all. We can do it together. Let's share, guys. They do be so good. Like, seriously. I went off Snickers for a minute, but now I'm back on them. I sense a person's around as well. That's why they didn't want to like reveal their identity. They're actually already in your orbit. And I think they don't want you to block what you need to see of them to make you open to them. And I think that that's why the situation is one of those things where they're like, just let it play out. Just, give it some time. Because they're basically trying to get you to like catch feelings. And then all of a sudden you're moved by those feelings. And then you're in the space. And then it's just one of those situations, basically. Right. Indigo stars. Let's go on to your question, shall we? Interesting. Oh, my. Lucky Nick. Okay. So, I might need to even go. When I go to the loo, I'm going to put on some shorts because I am getting hot, y'all. I did. He is lucky. Snap. Like, it's always nice for somebody to be attracted to you. You know what I mean? It makes you feel good. Why'd you say that? No, you're good. Let's see. I'm not going to say should you because generally speaking, that is it's a pretty closed question. So it's one of those types of situations. I would say, hey, Smaradinia, my love. Dang, girl, it's been a minute. Oh, is that how long we've been in here? You actually got better. I'm okay, beautiful. I'm okay. I actually have your question down. I'm going to answer it in the Wednesday segment, where I'm doing like the free readings, I guess, for the ones that weren't able to sort of like be answered in the live. Amina, she got better by the time I'd been in this space, just to let you know about it. Oh, that is so funny. That's hilarious. But yeah, that is hilarious. Right. I'm not going to give a direct question, because whenever you give a direct question, the guides usually come back with riddles, basically. Go figures. So I'm going to choose the other question differently for you. And I'm going to say, how would things play out if you were to tell Nick how you felt as far as your attraction for him? And then we'll also look at the dynamic, if you don't, how that trajectory would go, right? Because whenever you think, they don't do well with direct questions. I don't know if you guys realize, but whenever you ask like a closed yes or no question, a lot of the times, if you haven't already asked like a series of other questions before, and that's your first questions, your guides are just going to think, they're just going to give you a riddle so that you can go away and think about what's said. But yeah. Firstly, let's have a look at what would happen if Indigo Stars was to tell Nick how they feel. Right. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Put this into context then. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting all the details of everything together. All right. Oh. Hmm. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, that's cute. So, if you were to actually sort of like go down the path of letting them know, I guess, about your feelings, what they're showing me with this situation, a few factors. It is going to come with a little bit of a challenge, obviously, to sort of like transition into something potentially. But I think they would potentially be open, right? From what they're showing me, they would potentially be open. Are they? Are they in something else as well? Can I ask you that? Do you know if they're in another situation or a casual thing? It might not be like, serious, but they may be getting to know each other. I have to ask that question because they're saying that the timing's a little bit off on this one. Yeah. The timing's a little bit off. So, okay, scenario. Let me have a little look for you, beautiful. Check and confirm. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing that somebody else. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Is that because I saw that there was a Cashapp attempt as well? Was that you as well, Sonaria? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I was seeing something for oh. Yeah, again. No. There's somebody trying to do a Cash App situation. I don't want to bait out your name, but hold on, let me go into my thingy, my Cash App, because I've gotten like donations from you before, previously on Cash App. Not you, the person that's trying to do it on Cash App. Yeah, Miss Danny. Miss Danny trying to do a Cash App. Yeah. It's starting to get messy, y'all. It's starting to get messy. But that's really interesting. Yeah. Okay. So not the right time, Indigo Stars. Not the right time. I think that if he's flattered, but really, it might not end well for you. That's just me being honest with the situation. This might not be the best time for you to put yourself in that situation because you may find that it's very limited in terms of how everything actually plays out. It might be a little bit of a non-starter, basically. Oh, here we are again. I think they're still trying to like do the Cash App thing, right? I don't know who Miss Danny is. Miss Danny, listen, my guides aren't letting you go through because the lists are all closed now. I know Scenario just did her donation, but that's because she was actually here before. She missed her opportunity, so we allowed her, right? But my guides aren't letting you cash at me, babe. No, my guides aren't letting you cash at me. They're like, no, we're done. We're done. This might be your guides, actually. Are you trying to come and ask me some more about the mister that's around? Because they're like, no, I see you trying and trying and trying, but it's not allowing it. No, no, no more. I think that's it for the night, beautiful. Cash App isn't down, I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know actually. I can't say. Let me not think. But I think the guys are probably like, if you are going to be asking me a question about this person, you ain't quitting though. I love your persistence. Dude, you're funny. But I love how they are firm, like, they want some Wakanda forever. Sorry, I can't help it. I'm a loser like that. But no, as we were. Indigo Stars, I think he's seeing someone. It's not too serious, but I think he likes them. And I think that I think he likes them. They're not serious. That's what I'm saying. That's why when you say he's in bachelor mode, he is. But I think he likes somebody, and then it will be one of those situations where you'd basically be competing for his time, affection, and attention. So he has two people in particular that is like really, I guess, people that do you want to go on his roster? Let me ask you that, because let me not presume. Maybe you're open to being like on the roster because you've got your own little roster going on and he's just, a part of your process too, girl. Okay. Katie, the guide said no. They said no, babe. No, I don't have Venmo. I don't, unfortunately. I don't. I actually like him. Okay. Okay. Then this isn't the right situation for you. It's not. You're gonna end up being heartbroken. And that's just the truth. You like him more than he's willing to pour into you, and it's probably gonna leave you with some scars. That's why they said that it's not necessarily the right time. He's not even necessarily, oh, so it probably turns serious. Well, he has two people. One he likes more than the other one, but he's attracted to the other one. So he keeps that one around. Sorry, scenario made me laugh. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm sorry. If you are going to be asking about the person, they're firm on this, unfortunately. So, I don't know what it is, but everything's kind of like shutting down shop, I guess, for the rest of the night. That is so funny to me because I keep hearing my phone like every time you attempt, I'm like, what's going on? What is that? But they're firm on this. They're like, no. I know, Indigo Stars. So the thing about it is, because this person is, yeah, it would actually just be like an inevitable ending, to be honest with you. It wouldn't necessarily last for too long, and it would be one of those situations where you want more from it than they do, and then you're going to find yourself in a situation where you are hanging on, waiting, hoping, praying. Shit, at some point you might even get there too. Because the situation like takes such a toll on you because you invest a lot, and the more time you spend with them, the more the attraction is going to grow, the deeper the connection is going to grow. So yeah, that's just one of those types of situations. He's in bachelor mode at the minute, so he's really not kind of like thinking about anything too serious. He's actually just kind of like looking to have fun. Yeah, that's precisely it. Sorry. I think our girl Katie's still trying. Katie, I love you for trying, girl. But the guides are like, no, girl. They're like, nah. I'm sorry. Oh, that's tickling me. I'm not gonna lie. No, it wouldn't be good for you. It wouldn't be good. You would literally basically be in a queue. You'd be in a queue. And as much as they like you, I'll put it to you like this, right? There's a situation where they already have two people. One of them they're attracted to, the other one they're attracted to, and they like them, as in their personality and stuff. And you would potentially just be someone, he's already like developed connections. Those connections have had some time to be brewing, and they're a little bit further along basically, rather than you kind of like expressing, I guess, where you are right now. Now isn't the time. Are you guys like close friends? What's the situation with you guys, usually speaking? Because it seems like things are just kind of like starting to get warm. It's heating up. Yeah. Sorry, Indigo Stars is typing. Following the question. Danny is funny. Still attempting. I love the resilience and persistence. Oh, that's so funny. I know he gets a lot of attention. Lol, we're actually co-workers. Okay. But I was told he might like someone, so I shouldn't do it. Yeah. Here's the confirmation. Again, here's the confirmation. It's true. He likes one person and he also is attracted to another person. Yeah. It's confirmation. He likes someone, he's attracted to someone. You would basically just be like somewhere in a queue, and you deserve better. I mean, yeah, sure, he's attracted. He's attractive, but there's attractive people all over, you know. And also, as they say, I don't know where they say this, but I done heard it back home. You don't want to shit where you eat. Okay, my love, that's your work. If things go a little bit, you still have to work with this person. And then that might affect your psyche to be able to manifest your coins. Okay. So it's probably not the best situation to sort of like put yourself in. Sorry. Yeah. I know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say just kind of like let it be what it is for now. There's other people. There's other people. And honestly, like you're such a beautiful little soul. Like you deserve better, basically. You'll be shortchanging yourself. And if he was to mistreat you, you couldn't even blame him because you making the decision to go into this space basically let him know that that's you undervaluing yourself. You feel me? So what's the advice, I guess, for Indigo moving forward with the situation? Okay. That's why I wanted to word the question the way that I did, so that we could get the full context. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Timing is everything. This is why I said, okay. Sorry. I'm going to organize the cards so I can give you the full context of everything. So let me put it into perspective. Give it 3 to 4 months. Where are we now? June, July, August, September, October. Give it till autumn. The climate's looking a lot better in autumn. Whoever he likes now, that may fizzle out. We're not wishing any negative on their situation, but there may just be an inevitable ending with the situation. Oh, Katie, no, I don't have Venmo. I think it's not written in the stars, my love. I don't know what it is that you want to ask me a question on, but it's pretty firm on the no. I'm sorry. I got tickled when I saw that it kept happening as well, because they were like, they were very firm on the no, my love. I don't think it matters where you actually sort of like finish it. I think now my guides are also saying, potentially I'm going to go and eat when I finish up here. So I think that might be what that is, to be honest. Girl, I might be on someone else by then. Girl, good for you if you are, I guess. Okay, I will be building a roster. I had to ask the question because they're saying like right now isn't necessarily the time. And I think you guys might both be in a different place in a good few months where it may be a little bit more probable for there to be a lot more receptivity. Girl, Katie has not given up. I'm telling you. There's like 5 attempts. She's like, no, but you better. And I love it. Okay, hold on. I got another one. Oh, it failed again. It failed again. Sorry, Katie. Look, I think that they're basically just saying that I need to go and eat after the facts as well because we're going to wrap things up. Um, but yeah, sorry. I love her like persistence though. If he's still there by that time, okay. Why does it look like I see you are awake, girl? You ain't quitting. I love it. It was tickling me because trust me, it's the guides. They're not letting it because they're very firm. In particular, is my great grandmother. We're very in my family. We're very firm on our boundaries and stuff like that. So she's like, no, 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 no. She keeps trying. Did you find another route? Dude, hold on. I think the last one I've got is scenarios as far as the PayPal. I'm probably gonna have to go to PayPal to see. They really, they really are just he's not good at his job. He might churn out the position. Even better, then you won't be shitting on your doorstep, babe. You know, let him go and lose the job, and then in a few months, it might be a little bit more probable for you guys because it's just not a good sentiment to kind of like really be at your workplace in the space. Potentially, obviously, imagine like he's about to lose his job, you get with him, now you have to take on his feelings, and then he's mad at the job because they let him go. Now you have to be mad at the job too, but you're really good at your job, girl. It's a whole mess. So let him go and phase out the space. But I think in the next few months in autumn time, they're saying that things may be a little bit more aligned. Okay. Yeah. Oh, damn, girl. Okay, hold on. Let me go to PayPal. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into the space. I think I'm going to do one off the free list and then come back to the donation list and then free list. So amazing. Post your question quickly. And then we're going to go to Pearl. Then it's Kayla. If she's still here, I don't even know. And then it's Scenaria. And then we're going to close out with Amanda if she's even still here. Because damn, it's been a minute, y'all. It's been a whole minute. We've been here for like 5.5 hours. Yes, Amanda, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that you were still here, girl. Oh, dude. Sorry, I'm having to like directly sign into PayPal just to check, to confirm let's see. No, that hasn't come through either, beautiful, on PayPal. No confirmation. I think it's a firm no. I told you. My great granny said no. She's my guardian. So she's pretty firm, I guess. I'm sorry, beautiful. Sorry. That's what I was saying to you. I don't think it's a payment issue. I think she's just like, yeah, no, we're gonna wrap up. It's gonna be getting light soon. We're gonna go and sit down because after I finish these spaces with you guys, I then go into a meeting with like my team. Like we literally sit down, they give me feedback, they let me know what I need to work on, what I need to do differently, and all of that kind of stuff. So I have to go into evaluation after this space. So yeah, I guess our evaluation meeting is imminent. So sorry, Katie. I have some things to do if it's going to be a while. Yeah, girl, it may be a while. So do your things. do your things. But yes, okay. I hope that was useful for you though. Indigo stars. Yeah. That's okay, my love. Thank you, because you've been like patient for a minute. Okay. So, who did we say we have next on the list? We said we have. This was okay. So amazing. I said you could start putting your question out there. So amazing. And then I'm going to go back to Pearl. I know, but because the free list has been waiting for 5 hours, I'm juggling. I'm doing like a free donation. I know that Pearl's next on the donation list, but I just did Indigo Stars, which is a donation. So I'm going to do So Amazing, which is a free. Then I'm going to come back to Pearl. And then, oh, it's So Amazing not here. Okay, well, I'm going to start this question, and that's going to go into my reading. Yeah, because they've been here for like 5 hours. Like you see, Amanda, like life is going on. She has things to do. It's Sunday. Well, it may be Sunday. I mean, it's Sunday for me now. So amazing question. I will. Okay. Oh, is she? Yes, Kayla. Oh, Kayla, it's good to know that you're here. Beautiful. Oh, lovely to know that you're still here with us as well. Okay. Okay, this is the question. Okay, thank you. So amazing. Are you sort of like in Mina's time zone? Dang, y'all. Oh, I really appreciate you people. You guys are dedicated to like getting your questions answered. This is why I stay up and do this ish. Okay? Dang. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. I appreciate you, my love. Oh, you guys, it's so blessed to be like aligned with amazing people that just like reflect different parts of you back at you. You know what I mean? It's nice to see your reflections in the world. So I appreciate you guys. Okay. Do you want the cards on this? So amazing, or would you like me to you know, just give you feedback on the situation? Because it's not your question as much as it seems like it's pretty direct and straightforward. I could actually go really deep into the context of it. Okay. I'm going to reword the question again, because when we use direct questions, as far as the first question to the guides, they give us riddles, and then our minds are like, whoa, spinning, basically. Yeah, half an hour of difference. I'm from India. Oh, dang. Oh, God. That means it's even later or earlier at yours, depending on how you look at it. Bang. Thank you. Thank you, Sonaria. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to do this one quickly for you. Okay, I'm going to reword your question and ask the question, how effective is Falgani's healing with their healing tools and modalities that they use, right? I'm going to use that question instead. I'm going to start your question as well, scenario, so that we can like hold that there. Right, how effective actually is Balvani's healing services? Okay. Oh. How effective is Balvani? Thank you. Okay, put that into context for me. This is like a major situation as far as this person and what they do and what they're offering. So I want to really put it into context. I've got two major arcanas here. You've got one card to answer the question, and I want to sort of like clarify the cards to put it into context. But I also want to be able to really get an overview. Okay. So, okay. 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 That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Don't worry. We're good. We are good. So, I'm going to be honest with you. So amazing. It's a no. Sorry, I can't even like hold a straight face as I do it. It's a no. In comparison to the question that you asked, I asked how, and what they basically fed back to me is that we got the star card in reverse, which means that there's a complete lack of faith, and it can come with some discouragement from utilizing alternative remedies. Basically, they themselves, there are certain aspects of situations that they don't necessarily look into, right? And that's actually what the situation is. They're not as in depth potentially for yourself, in terms of yourself and what it is that you're doing and navigating through. I do think that they've had other experiences for other people where their situation was maybe a little bit less complicated, but I think your complications with the situation that you're obviously presenting to them, because they're saying to me, how am I so sure it's your situation? Maybe it's for somebody else you want to recommend or whatever. But they're saying to me that this person basically, she has put up reviews about how she has healed cancer and all stuff. So I was dumbstruck. Yeah, but your situation's the situation's complicated. It's deeper than that. So firstly, cancer is manifested. I mean, tumors are grown, basically. I had fibroids, but that was manifested through friendship relationships. That's how fibroids manifest. Tumors are grown. We grow like cysts and stuff like that naturally as humans. This is why we're encouraged not to internalize, because internalizing actually manifests itself as physical ailments. But cancer in particular is when a tumor is basically activated with unprocessed grief. So usually cancer is manifested when the body is trying to ask that consciousness, the consciousness of that individual, to choose life, because they keep looking at a situation that they haven't been able to kind of like let go of or move on from, and that then activates the antibodies basically, for the cancer cells, as a reminder for that person to choose life. Generally speaking, I think that your situation in particular is extremely complicated. The situation, I guess, that you want to be able to kind of like refer or think on or whatever, which is why they're saying that they don't have enough information basically to really be able to navigate the situation. So you might struggle, I guess, to be able to how can I put it? Yeah, you might struggle to be able to get the kind of results that you want. Will they be able to kind of like help? I do think that they'll be able to help to kind of like normalize and moderate the cells so that it doesn't go deeper basically onto the path that it's already on. But will they cure it? I can't say that they will, because there's additional information that would be needed, really. The case that you're looking at is a lot more complicated, and there's potentially some delays, basically. That one's not necessarily taken into consideration, I guess. Yeah, an accident caused of physical damage 10 years back, which is the rarest thing and super painful. I was contemplating on whether to go for invasive treatment or look for other alternatives. Okay. Yeah, I think your dynamic, in essence, and this is why I said that it may be complicated. You see, like how you mentioned that, like, it's been about 10 years since the initial sort of like accident happened. What's going on now in your body is that your body's kind of like developed a little bit of a pattern. So it would be very, very, it would take cycles, I guess, of work for them to really kind of like help to moderate. I think that they'll be able to kind of like help with things like the pain, and, you know, give you an opportunity to feel a little bit more comfortable in your body. But whether or not it will completely dissipate, I don't think that they have the full level of understanding, because it's not new or fresh to your body, and it's not recent. Basically, it's not even within the last 3 years. It's been a whole decade. So your body's kind of like developed a certain, for lack of a better way of putting it, your body's developed a certain sort of like addictive pattern. So your body's developed a certain behavior over the course of the last 10 years. So that, in essence, would be a little bit of a challenge, where they might find it a little bit tricky. But I would say it's good pain relief, potentially, for you. There is no underlying issue that is causing the pain. Okay, cerebral spine fluid leakage, basically. So 24, oh my God. Dang, that's intense. That's really intense. That is. I think that they'll be able to help with the pain. I think that they'll be able to lessen the pain. I don't think that they'll be able to alleviate the issue, period. And that's just me being honest. So the leak has to be stopped in order for the pain to stop. Okay, so amazing. Thank you for clarifying. I'm definitely going to put a prayer out there for you as you're navigating through that. That must be intense to navigate through, actually. Guys, I'm always trying to come up with like these new segments, and I know I've got no time in the world because I'm on so many assignments, but eventually I'm going to create a prayer chain where we come in and pray like at least once a month. At least once a month. I can't do weekly, but at least once a month. Where maybe closing out the end of the month, we wrap up the month with a good prayer, and everybody comes in, and just like we come in for readings, we come in and put out what it is that we want to pray on. Trust me, I'm a deep prayer warrior. Me and God's relationship is firm. I tried to pray like yesterday for something, and God was like, no, I can't grant you that, girl. And then he explained to me why, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Thank you. So it's fine. And I could also feed back to you guys the information that I'm getting from God in that space as well, which would be nice. So amazing. That's okay. I can imagine. Oh, my love. That's okay. I'm definitely going to put a prayer out there for you. I think that they can help with the pain. I don't think they'll be able to kind of like help the entire thing, but I think they'll be able to help with the pain, and that should lessen yeah, it will kind of like give you a little bit more of a sense of like you have some sort of life that you're able to sort of like live, because I know at the minute it feels a little bit like, oh God, what is life right now? But yeah, let's see what the guys advise on the situation as well. What do you guys advise for her to do? Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, they said you're ready. They said that you're ready. I think it's just about having realistic expectations with the situation. Like I said, I don't think she's going to be able to cure the actual issue, but I do think she's going to be able to help. I don't want that temporary relief because it's of no use. Underlying issue has to be healed in order for the pain to stop, basically. The dura of my spine, which is tore, has to be healed, for which, oh dang, oh, doctor has suggested invasive treatment, but it's a rare thing, so I'm scared about trusting him. Honestly, my love, what I would say, because you aren't going under the knife, just under his hands. Have faith. There are certain days where it's just not good to do surgery. And I'm going to speak about that as well, basically. Don't do any surgery around about a waning crescent moon because more than likely you'll have a challenge basically in the healing process. And obviously, as we saw with Jackie O, I don't know if you guys have heard about that one in pop culture, but that's DC Young Fly's fiance. She died. She actually did a mummy makeover during I think it was a waning crescent, but the moon was in Libra and then it went into Scorpio. The moment when it went into Scorpio, she transitioned. Scorpio is such an intensive situation that it's a challenge to navigate through the space. So I think that that's also what the situation is. I appreciate you donating, Katie, my love. I did also actually say that scenario was the last donation because of the fact that I wanted to go and eat. I think the money on PayPal did finally come through, but I did also put across that that was also why my granny as well was also saying a no on the situation because I cooked dinner before I came on here and I still haven't eaten yet. Just to put that out there because that's another thing, I guess, that I myself am kind of like working at as well. But yes, what I would say to you is that if your surgery is timed for a really good timeline, you'll actually be perfectly fine. There will be challenges, I guess, that they'd have to navigate through, but you put yourself in a much better placement of the surgery being okay. So listen, you might as well hit me up on Instagram too, okay? Hit me up on Instagram as you start navigating through the process. And let me know what day. I can even send you a link actually. Hit me up on Instagram and I'll send you a link to a link that you can look at, which actually gives you an indication of when surgery is viable and when it's not, actually. And under no circumstances is it ever permitted to do surgery then, not because God's being egotistical, it's just unfortunately the energies does not permit it. There are too many dark spirits present to allow for Murphy's law, which is anything that can go wrong will. So when you're in that type of dynamic, you just kind of want to, just DM me and I'll send you over like the link for you to look at, because your best bet is probably the surgery, because they already understand the significance of your case and they actually already understand what they're doing. And if they send you a date that isn't necessarily conducive to you being able to survive life after surgery, then you decline that date, because that basically like decreases your probability of even being able to survive it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's okay, Katie, it's all good. That's why you were having such a struggle. But your persistence, which I appreciate, is ultimately what kind of like got you here. Okay, it's fine. We'll kind of like navigate through the process. I think Mina's already added you to the list, so you're good. Oh, then she took it back. It's okay, Mina. It's okay. It's all good. We're good. I'm gonna keep this list. That's the final list. We're good. Don't worry about it. No, that's okay, beautiful. That's okay. It's just one of those things. We have to be mindful. We just have to be mindful. But that would probably be your best bet, because they have a personal understanding of what your situation is and they understand how to move. So God can utilize them as a vessel more so than they could potentially use this Falgani agent, because Falgani is going to be going from a general practice, whereas, your surgeon would know your individual circumstances, and that's exactly what you need. Somebody that's going to treat your body's individual needs when it comes to the situation. Okay, my love. But yeah, DM me, girl. I will send you over that link. Okay? Listen. No. You're good. You're good, beautiful. You're good, Katie. You're good. I have to admire your like resilience and your persistence, because you made it happen. So I'm in admiration. I appreciate it. But yeah. Okay. I hope that's okay, my love. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. Don't worry, Mina. I already started the last one. I love how quick you are, though. Right. Pearl, darling, we come to you. Okay. Unfortunately, Angel Eyes, if Spirit does have any sort of words for you, they won't be able to deliver tonight because the entire list is closed. It's closed, unfortunately, my love. But I may add your question to a little bit of a how best. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. That's okay, Angel Eyes. Thank you. Yeah, we'd love to have you. We'd love to have you. This is a loving space. We're always showing love around here. So, yeah, feel free to join the community. Okay. This is Pearl's question. Right. Dang, Pearl. Okay. Let me get comfy for this one, boy. Okay, this is intense. Are you sure, Katie? Let me know. You're good. I'll tell you how many times you attempted, beautiful. I love your persistence. There was 8 attempts on Cashapp, and then I think you tried on PayPal as well, and that didn't work initially. But then we actually had it come through after the facts as well. So we're gonna do Pearl, then we're gonna do Kayla, then we're gonna do Scenario, and then we're gonna do, I guess if Amanda's back in the space by then, we'll check in with her. And if Katie is okay to still get her reading done, we're still open to just get it done, because that was some persistence. That reminds me so much of myself. That's how I am. Okay, you were very determined. I love that. Okay, so Pearl's question. Okay, girl, I'll tell you what. Message me on Instagram and I'll do your private reading with a change, because I still have like a few people to do. And if it's personal, message me on Instagram your question and I'll get the question done for you when I'm doing everybody else's readings. Yeah, like the film stuff, and I'll do yours separately and send you a link. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. That's precisely it then. That's precisely it as well. We need to get the formula right as far as that particular situation. Okay, so Pearl situation. Damn, Pearl. It seems like there's some... It's interesting. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself. Okay, so Pearl wants to know, guys, how can she navigate through her current work environment? Sorry you didn't get the job as well. How can she best navigate through her current work environment, guys? What do you guys advise? Do you know what it is? No, you're good. You're good, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I can do that for you. Send me your question on Instagram and I will, yeah. Send me your question on Instagram and I will, because you want to obviously keep your question private. So send me your question on Instagram and I will do your own video, and then I'll send you over the link on Instagram as well when I upload it on here, and I'll private the actual video so only you're able to sort of see it. Okay, well, it will be unlisted because if I private it, then you won't be able to access it at all. Okay, and we'll work around the situation that way. Okay, so Pearl, I'm going to tell you this as well, beautiful. The reason why you're still navigating through these toxicities, this is where you kind of like finished up in terms of your work dynamic as far as the cycles that you were navigating through previously. You were dealing with a toxic work environment previously as well. So a lot of those energies kind of like you're not in the same job, but you're dealing with a lot of those same sort of variables when it comes to situations. So I think that that's really a factor in the situation. Oh, damn. It got even worse. Is there more bullying? Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I got you, Katie. That's cool. Dang. Is there more bullying, Pearl? Has that gotten deeper? Because they're showing me there may likely be a transition. There may likely be a transition. Let me have a look and see. Oh God, Pro. All of the cards are internalized. Hi, Aisha, sorry. So what I'm seeing with the situation is that oh God, it's so unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. And I get that because obviously it was one of those things where things, like we said, in that space, it was a case of things kind of being moved for prematurely, I guess, because it felt like there wasn't necessarily anyone on your side to really, night, Katie, enjoy your sleep travels tonight. There wasn't necessarily anyone around to really be able to kind of like, fight your case and that. Sorry, these hairs are like they're jarring me a little bit. It's just getting everywhere and stuff. But yes, with the situation, they're saying that there may be a little bit of a transition. So I'm going to clarify it to go into a little bit more details because I know you mentioned, I think because you're so over it, are you still looking as well? Are you like still actively searching for work as well? Let me ask you that question because I think that that's going to be important. But yeah. Come on, guys. What does this mean for Pearl in terms of the current job? Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'd say keep looking for a job. I think that because you don't want to be there, you're going to manifest your out sooner rather than later. So I would definitely recommend that you keep looking. And I know it's a case of not necessarily having time, but that's not all the way true, Pearl. There's time, it's just what you're choosing to do with the little time that you do have. It's a very small and short window. I'm not gonna lie, it's not like you've got ample amounts of time, but with the little time that you do have, definitely keep like looking and like searching like hardcore because what I'm seeing with the situation is that it seems like there's someone in the environment that is particularly controlling, and have you as you're navigating through that situation, they can sometimes be a little bit I don't know, they can be a little bit bitchy, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I think you being in that space as well is going to continue to like give you anxiety basically as you're having to navigate through the process of this stuff. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But that's kind of like they're not even advising that you do anything particularly within the space because they're like there's manipulative people around and it's quite abusive being in this space as well. They're like kids. They're like kids. That's the best way that I can put it. It's like they do and say things at one moment, and then it's almost like when they're called out, I guess, or if you're kind of like following up on what was said last time, they lie as well. There's like some liars in the space as well. When I speak about the manipulative thing, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. 7 weeks from now, I don't necessarily think that this is the space for you. So this is why I'm trying to say to you, keep looking, because I don't know how quick the transition will be. But what I'm seeing as far as the timeline, 7 weeks from now, is that I wouldn't want you to get to a place where this situation, just under 2 months. It seems like this situation, you would have been sort of like transitioning by then. And this situation was definitely a rite of passage for you to really be able to give you an opportunity to really see how bad things can be. And I think you do manifest something a lot better. But I think at the time when, and this is what I'll say to you, Pearl, don't go looking for jobs at the minute, right? Don't go looking for your next, how can I put it? Don't go latching on to the next role desperately, because you might find yourself in a situation dealing with the same sort of dynamics, the same sort of spirits, manipulation everywhere, deceptivity everywhere, lack of accountability everywhere. Like, all of these variables are the forces that you were dealing with previously. This is now just heightened because obviously at the time when you got into this situation, you were still a little bit scarred from that situation going into that space, right? For this role, I would say take some time and be very clear about what it is that you're manifesting for your next role. Definitely be very clear about what it is that you're manifesting for your next role. And I think, definitely start applying now, bro. Definitely start applying now. Use the time that you do have to look around. You may start to find like really good prospects within the next 3 weeks or so, because I don't think you're going to have as much time, if I'm honest, as you would like to really give into the situation. But I think that within the next 3 weeks, you'll really be able to start to kind of like find opportunities that you start to basically seed a little bit, so if you start the process now, some of the seeds that you start planting by looking now will start to be like manifesting within the next 3 weeks or so. But I think within the 7 weeks timeline, it's like, okay, I see that you may not necessarily be in this space per se. Okay. And really, really, there isn't anything that I can tell you in terms of like navigating the space, because there's the way that they're putting it, there's a lot of mental challenges. The best thing that I can do you utilize crystals at all, Pearl? Because I'm gonna recommend a couple of crystals for you to carry as you move through that place. Good. I would recommend an onyx crystal being in the space, and I would also recommend a red jasper. The onyx crystal is going to help you with the clarifying and the purifying process, and the red jasper crystal is going to help you with manifesting your grounding, because we're also trying to ground you on the timeline moving forward in terms of a job situation that's a lot better. And the onyx is going to help to clear all of these dynamics that you have, that you're navigating through right now, because we don't want to take this into another cycle when it comes to the work environment. You should be clear of this within the next 6 to 7 weeks. And I say 6 to 7 weeks, 7 weeks, you're definitely potentially out of this space. I know, beautiful. I know. And I can imagine, but don't self-sabotage. Don't self-sabotage. This is also another aspect of the cycle that played out previously. We already did that, and we're not going to do that to ourselves again, because you're going to come with graver consequences. Saturn's about to go retrograde, girl. You don't want to do that to yourself. It's not going to be too long. Within 3 weeks or so, the seeds that you're planting will really start to develop. If anything, lesser your hours, so that you're in that environment for a lesser time. Because basically, if you do the same thing, you're going to find yourself in the same role again. I feel like if I don't quit, they might fire you. I agree with you on that too. I agree with you on that too, because I see that there's manipulative spirits that are moving through this space that are very deceptive. And they don't necessarily take accountability. Well, hand in your notice, because your seeds will start being cultivated and manifesting within the next 3 weeks or so, and within 7 weeks you're not even in this space anymore. Around about the 6 weeks is really where it seems like you start to move basically onto the next like role situation. So maybe hand in your notice, and really just go like heavy at looking for your next opportunity. Okay, because there isn't really anything that I can do to, like, even when I'm asking about like how to navigate through the space, they're like, not really much you can do. Like these are the variables of the situation. This is a self-imposed restriction that was manifested based on the other factors previously coming into the space, right? So if you don't have the onyx and the red jasper, I'd say grab yourself a couple of those. And also, what I would say, that part, okay, that part, because that's when it's kind of like destined, I guess, to be for you. So just kind of allow for yourself to really, really just move through where you are right now. Because that's kind of where it is for you, that's just where it is for you as far as like the better job. Good stuff. You have lots of red jasper. Okay. Let me think. Oh no, the onyx is going to be really good for the purification. The onyx is going to be really good for the purification. Beautiful. So get some onyx. What to do with the job situation? That part as well. Well, I say hand in your notice this time. Hand in your notice, like you said, because what we want to do is basically change some of the variables to this situation so that it can create a different type of dynamic for your next situation as well, right? I would say the onyx would be really good at helping to be able to purify some of these dynamics that you're navigating through now. And then the red jasper is going to be really good at helping you to be able to ground it. Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to start sort of like seeing some progress within the next 3 weeks or so. Some of the seeds are really going to start coming to fruition for you. Yeah. Okay, we'll see what they advise as well in terms of guidance on just doing what you're doing now, what they advise that you do. I'm okay, my love. Chili. I'm good. It's good. Hold on. I don't know why the laptop does that these days. It's like it starts to go off after a while. I don't know what I'm doing. What is the guidance for Pearl? Thank you. They said, don't believe, look for a sign. There's definitely more opportunities out there for you. And you don't necessarily have to wait around. Your recovery it can be sooner than you think, but it's not going to be like the timeline potentially that you'd be hoping for per se, but it's there for you. There's a peaceful resolution. Just get some more information on the situation. Yeah. Within the next couple of weeks, it was going okay until I took 2 sick days. Then they turned on me. Yeah. What are you supposed to do if you're sick? What's the big deal? Those are things the body goes through processes where it has to ascend, and it requires like illness as a way to be able to do that, actually. But yeah, I would say, because now they're kind of like, I can see that they're starting to be quite manipulative and deceptive and nasty about the way that and it's almost like it's gaslighting as well. That's probably the best way that I can put it, because it's like they're pretending like it's not that, which is what's even worse on the situation. So I would say bide your time with the situation as far as the next couple of weeks. Continue to look for work, do some visualizing on what it is that you're kind of like manifesting, and it will be here. It will be here for you. Okay. Dang, girl. 2 sick days. People are funny. But yes. Take your time with it as well. Like, give yourself the time to actually like keep looking for work. Yeah, it's important. I know like there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now, but it's going to be important for you. Okay, my love. I hope that was useful for you. God, at least you know that you are getting out. It's just a matter of timing on the situation. I know. That's why I said like there's a little bit of a deceptive spirit and lack of accountability and manipulation. And then it's like a lot of gaslighting, because you know that you didn't do those things. And then it's like they want you to take accountability for things that you didn't do. And then when you don't, it's all just very, very abusive, actually. It's all just very abusive, to be honest. So I'd say just take your time. The only reason I haven't quit is because I thought it would look better to an employer if I was employed. That part, right? But apply right now and speed up the process. I think if you want to like speed up the timeline, a little trick that I would say to use, right? Okay, so a little trick that I'd say to use is chili powder, cinnamon, and I would say basil as well. There are. I'd say with the crystals, the red jasper that you're using, visualization process, right? Before season your crystal. Sounds random, but season your crystal. Okay. The crystal that you're using specifically for this spell work, as far as this situation, season it with cinnamon powder, which is going to help it ground. Chili powder, which is going to speed up the process of the manifesting with the situation, and basil, which is basically going to make sure that wherever you're going, it's more prosperous than where you are right now. Okay. Season your crystal that you're going to be using with that, and go through the visualizing process before you start looking for work. Because what we don't want to do is carry this same energy into your looking process. That's just going to manifest another cycle of the same thing, right? We want to clear the energy first and kind of make sure that as we move, we're able to actually get a little bit of a different outcome. Okay, so that's my recommendation: cinnamon, chili powder, and basil. Oh, but I hope that was useful for you, my love. No, not even. You're good though. It's funny. I think you just oh no, I think this is yep. Yes. Yeah, I think I've got your details here. So you can send over I think this is like Kayla's next. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, Pearl. My ears are burning as well. It's interesting. So we're going to go to Kayla, Scenario, and then we're going to close out the space, Amanda. Okay. There we go. There we go. Kayla, my love, can you post your question in the chat and we will chop that up for you? Yes, we will. Okay, thank you. That's okay, Amanda. You're good to go back and do what you're doing. Probably give us about, who have we got? We've got Kayla and Scenaria. Probably give us about another 30 minutes or so. Keep doing what you're doing and check back in and see where we are by then, because then you can come back in and post your question as well. Okay, my love? Oh, that's okay, Pearl. That's okay. Don't worry. You gonna get this, girl. It's just a matter of timing. I would ideally say to sort of like give in at least a month's notice, but I understand that for your own psyche, navigating through that space, because I can see that there's a lot of gaslighting behavior, and it's a struggle to navigate through gaslighting behavior. There's very little tolerance for that type of behavior. So I can only imagine why it's so imminent on your heart to kind of move out of the space. Okay. And we'll put a prayer out there for you on that. And also ask your guides as well. Like tell them what it is that you're looking for as well. Tell them to go and find you. The job that I've got right now, when my old job was like going through whatever it was going through, I prayed and asked God to tell me what type of role I need to be looking for. So once he told me what role I needed to be looking for, I then looked for a role. There was only like 16 like options available. So it was a very small like target and window. But I found the right role based on the description that aligned with who I already am as a person. I'm integral. I wanted a certain situation and dynamic. So not gonna lie, there's still variables where it's similar to my current situation, but I'm here to help my current situation get better at what it is. So, you know, it's just one of those situations really. But yeah, that's it. That's it really. Let's go and dive into it. Oh, don't worry, girl. Alrighty. So I actually work for a how can I put the words? I work for a events and publishing company. I got 2 jobs. I also do campaign management for a because I sign an NDA. I can't actually say the company, but I also work for another company as well. That's the job that I was phasing out of, and then God told me to go back to help them win the campaign because everybody left him in the lurch, and he didn't learn anything from the last 5 times he sat this cycle. And God was like, you need to go back in basically and ensure that this cycle doesn't repeat itself. So after I left the job, I had to go back to the job and campaign manage. I'm actually managing the campaign, but I bet I'm not really there. I work part-time there, but I'm actually about to set some boundaries in that space this week, actually, because they are starting to apply pressure, and I'm not doing anything for them. I'm moving at the say so of God, and I think that He thinks I work for Him, which I mean, technically I do, but I'm like, bruh, like I actually don't work for you. Like I barely even invoice you because I don't care about the money, and this isn't the money for me. This is about me fulfilling the assignment so that you learn what it is that you need to learn so that God can do what He needs to do with you once I leave. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be clarifying some of these little boundaries this week because the pressure that's being applied is like, I'm not your employee. Like, I just really want to make this clear. You actually don't pay me like that. Because I don't really invoice you like that to the degree of what I work for you, actually. But yeah, that's what I do, Charlie. And then I also have this stuff. I do a lot of stuff in this space for like my business space. I'm actually working on the menstruation program at the minute because it's needed for what I'm doing in Uganda for that project later this year. So yeah. My new job's actually very demanding as well. So I just don't have the capacity. Yeah, that part, girl, that part. Sometimes, like, actually, you know, being so connected to God and being like open to being a vessel, like, I just don't get the luxury to be ignorant to certain things, unfortunately. So I just kind of have to not necessarily just do as I'm told, because that's not really what it's about. It's just doing doing what I'm told and understanding why it's necessary and being able to execute accordingly. So we'll see anyways. I'm going to try and have a conversation this week so that he can get some clarity on what needs to be done so that he can really understand the variables of the situation within him that keeps manifesting this cycle. That part. So let's have a look, Kayla, and see Elle's current feelings towards Kayla. What's that? Like, what are Elle's current feelings towards Kayla? Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, clarify and put it into perspective. You got major arcanas here. You actually got the Fool card out, but you've also got the Justice card in reverse at the bottom of the deck, which is the undertone. So there's a little bit of an unfairness, I guess, or an element where it feels like there's a little bit of an injustice. I want to reconcile with him, but I don't know if he wants to. Okay. Yeah, it feels like there's a little bit of naivety with that situation, is what they're saying, because it feels a little bit unfair. How did you guys end previously? If you don't mind me asking, BTW. That's cute. Oh, we almost done with the list. That's what's up. Look at that. Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask a different question then, girl. Would he be open to reconciliation? Well, that's why we need to ask the right questions. Would Elle be open to reconciliation? Okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh. Sorry, y'all. My phone be popping off. Obviously, oh. Okay. Right. What can I say? Okay. I don't know how he feels towards me at all, especially since I want to reconcile. I think with the situation, there's still some hurt feelings to some degree, as far as like there's a little bit of a wall when it comes to like relationship or the idea of relationship. It's like, it's like that kind of energy. But, and however, it's one of those situations where, yeah, I think it's a case of him feeling like, okay, what would be different this time? I think that's probably like his major qualm with the situation. He's just like, well, what would be different this time? You know, like some of I want to move past it, but I don't know how. Yeah, I think that that's the thing as well. Even for him, he's like, well, what would be different this time? You know, I think the way in which everything kind of like blew up was so big and eventful. I think that, yeah, he, what do you guys advise that she does to be able to kind of like work her light through this space? Like, what can she do? What can she do? Oh, thank you. Okay, interesting. Well, you're not doing what it is that you're supposed to be doing, basically. What they're saying is the best way to kind of like navigate through the situation, like firstly, few factors. We're going to talk about how to kind of like manifest, because I think the one thing about it is for him, it's like he has a little bit of a fear that nothing will change, and the situation at the minute is going to be a little bit unmotivating, actually, to kind of like navigate through. He's not necessarily going to be able to see, I guess, the benefit of being in the situation straight off the bat. So I think that there's still feelings there per se. He's still open to kind of like flirting with the romantic feelings that he has, but as far as acting on those, he's at that place where he's just not sure that you guys can do it again and get it right this time, I guess. And when I say get it right, I mean like being able to not have the same issues sort of like show up again. It's not necessarily about like you being triggered in the situation. It's more so a case of you actually having to be able to kind of like let go of whatever protection you think that you're doing at the minute. You're not protecting yourself nor him. I mean, if you put yourself out there, I say, what's the worst that can happen? Rejection's quite a thing. I mean, it's quite a cutting sort of like feeling, but I don't think that he would reject you per se. I think he just wants to get more of an understanding of what you guys would do differently. So I don't think that he's completely against it, but I think he wants to understand what does that look like, basically. Also, do you know if he's seeing anybody? I'm going to ask you that question as well, because I think that, yeah, I think those things as well are some of the things that it's like I'm trying, but I don't see, but I don't know if he sees that at all. Well, that's why I'm asking you if he's kind of like seeing anybody, if you know if he's seeing anyone, because that might be a reason or a factor as to why they may not be the complete like, okay. That's why I was saying like the emotional, he didn't necessarily have emotional capacity for you. I'm gonna say this to you, beautiful. That comes with great karma, especially in Saturn retrograde. I don't. I'm trying to think how to navigate through the situation, because it's easy for me to say, oh, make decisions sort of like once this thingy's over or once that thingy's over. But I think when we're dealing with Saturn retrograde, obviously, this is somebody that you previously, I want to meet up with him, but he doesn't want, yeah. Yeah, third party situations are navigating through that at the minute, to be honest with you. That's why I asked, because that's what the strategizing situation was about. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to like look and see how in navigating through the situation. Mm. Sorry, they're giving me some factors to the dynamics as to why we're actually here. Um, okay. Okay. All right. So we had a strong sexual chemistry, so I sent him pictures and still nothing. Well, that's because it's not going to take the spirit of lust to basically get third party situations back into the dynamics that they previously were. Because there were so many situations where the variables in those spaces, a lot of the, I guess, the husbands in those dynamics, and I have to say the husbands because I've only been observing this situation from the third party dynamics when it's the husband who's obviously outside of the marriage. Um, it seems as though they've had to pay a grave consequence basically for the decision previously. So they're on their best behavior during this climate, which is obviously why you're not really getting much of anything. And this is why I'm saying that that would be his thing. Like, but how would we make it work this time? But how would the situation even be? What's the advice then for Kayla in navigating through the situation? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh. Mm, okay. Okay, so this is what they're saying. It's not necessarily about waiting for this particular individual. You're actually going to have to get more information on the situation. There isn't really a peaceful resolution for you guys beyond just you, my love. So there's a few factors that's playing out with the third party classes at the minute. Um, the women, again, like I said, I've been observing these mostly from a situation where the men are obviously outside of their marriages. The women who are basically the mistress, for lack of a better way of putting it, are actually learning lessons about how to not manifest emotionally unavailable men. And the men are also learning basically how to manage their relationship with lust a little bit better. Those are some of the factors. Hey, Nadira, how are you doing, my love? Those are some of the factors. Oh, I'm good, BTW. I literally just gave you the same question back at you. I'm doing good. Clearly, I've been here for a minute, but yeah. I'm doing good. Well, I'm doing good for the most part. But yes, with the situation, it is a case of you having to get more information about the context of things because the spirit of lust isn't going to be the thing to basically keep these men around. And also, even for yourselves as well, I think God is also asking the women in these third party situations if they're going to continue to allow for themselves to basically be moved by the spirit of lust and not necessarily get the validation of the things that they want as well. Oh, I did. I did. I did previously. My water's here. It's almost finished as well. But they're not going to be getting the validation of the things that they need as well with the situation. So it's almost like your thing in the space is basically to learn where you learned that it's okay, basically. To kind of like be okay with not necessarily getting what you want. And then in terms of the situation with the dynamics when it comes to him in the situation, he's actually learning how to manage his spirit of lust in the first place, which kind of is what got him in this situation, thinking with his small head as opposed to his big head, and the dynamics of the situation logically as far as the marriage. So yes, Yes, and I'll tell you why, because in this climate, you're not going to get any different type of results. This type of climate, especially seeing as we're going into the sorry, girl, I just had to be honest. Sorry. But in this type of climate, you're not going to get any sort of results differently to what you're getting at the minute. The results that you're going to get right now is pretty much going to be the same as the results that you've been getting, and you're going to basically continue to like deplete your self-worth, navigating through the process of pretty much just hitting your head against the brick wall time and time and time and time again. Really, what actually manifested this third party dynamic and like situation is abandonment wounds, and the spirit of loneliness, which is basically causing you to have the results of the exact same thing, abandonment and loneliness as a result, right? So maybe kind of like utilize the time actually within the Saturn retrograde to optimize on both of those. Well, the abandonment wound, and then the spirit of loneliness, basically. That's the best advice I can give you, because that's literally what's just going on in this class. I don't necessarily see it happening anytime this year. I do think that probably around about October times, there may be a situation where there may be communication, but I don't see reconciliation per se. I don't see reconciliation per se. This situation, I'm gonna be honest with you, my love, if anything, you were the karmic in the space. And it was for both of you guys to actually ultimately understand the law of cause and effect, because that's what karma is. What you do has consequences. And because obviously you chose to be with somebody who was emotionally unavailable, it's the result that you're receiving now. He's still emotionally unavailable. He wasn't emotionally available then. He was simply physically available when he was busy thinking with his small head. And a lot of these classes, that a lot of these women who have kind of like allowed, I guess, for themselves to be in the repetition of these cycles, are being forced to wake up, basically. That's just the best way that I can put it. God is kind of like forcing the wound of the child within that is actually manifesting these types of relationships, the abandonment wound of the child that is abandoned, that is manifesting these types of relationship. God's kind of like, he's almost kind of like pushing for an awakening, for that spirit to kind of like dissipate, basically. We're cleaning up at the minute, God's doing the most, even though we're navigating through so much in the collective, but he's actually trying to help us to rectify the spirit of infidelity, or the pattern, sorry, of infidelity that is kind of like moved by the spirit of lust. Because adultery is one of the biggest sins in hell, actually. So it's pretty tricky to navigate through afterlife, I guess. And there's so many souls that are in there. So many souls that are in that vortex of like infidelity. Like, so in hell, there's like different, just like everything else, like when you have prisons and you have like different thingies, it's the same thing in hell. We go and we do prison time, basically, for things that we do. And honestly, because you played a part in this dynamic, I hate to be doom and gloom, but you may actually have a place. You may actually have a place, because even when we make decisions, basically, we have to do our time. So yeah, just less of your time, I guess, that you'll have to basically sit in adultery prison after this life, before you also kind of like move into your next life as well. And also these dynamics sets the tone for your future as well as your future timelines as far as the lives that you live. So that part. Less of your time, girl. Less of your time. It's cool. You got some time already on the watch, okay? Just make sure you ain't getting no more time. You good. But I hope that was useful for you, my love. Oh, dude, that is too funny. Kayla, thank you so much for your question, beautiful. Oh, dang. Right. Sonaria, I think we're up to you next. That's okay, beautiful. That's all right. Thank you. Now I'm going to need to go to the list. Sonaria actually did post her questions. I starred them. So don't worry, girl. We got 2 questions for you, which means I need a little break. I'm going to come back. This is the first question. Oh, dang, girl. Listen, I'm gonna need to unpack this. Okay, because this looks like a whole Sagittarius full moon vibe and energy, not just Sagittarius, but also Scorpio full moon, as far as like the releasing and all of that good stuff as well. And then also, you know that we are getting a Gemini new moon this year, right? Because there's no need for the shadows to plant any new seed or plant any new sort of like situations. We're just getting a Cancer new moon twice because it's so hectic during this season, and we definitely need to actually like ground ourselves, I guess, in preparation for what's to come. All right, I'll be back. Loo break. Y'all, I might as well put the light off because it's morning. It's light outside. It's morning, y'all. No, you're good. No, it's actually in Cancer. It's supposed to be in Gemini, but we don't actually have a Gemini moon. Just because the season's actually in Gemini doesn't necessarily actually mean that on Sunday. So the moon that's coming on Sunday is actually going to be a little bit of a Cancer moon for when it actually goes into its new moon phase. Oh, I've actually got it up here because I was looking at some stuff. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's more or less in that Cancer sort of placement. I mean, it happens around about like 4:36, and then it goes into Cancer pretty much within like a matter of hours, because really it's a Cancer energy that we're going to be navigating through, not so much Gemini energy. That's a disguise, basically. That's the best way that I can put it. It's actually going to be teaching you about the fundamentals of all of the brokenness that you've actually experienced in your home situation, because obviously Cancer is our fourth house, and that's about home dynamics. It's also about maternal relationships, so prepare for the mummy issues to show up. So it's going to be interesting, to say the least. Okay, that part. Oh, there's a lot of that dynamic sort of like taking place and going on at the minute, to be fair. Oh, thank you, Amanda. You're okay. You're okay. You're good. Yeah, I was literally up this time yesterday, just chilling. Tomorrow I've got Bible studies after 11. Then I've got some work stuff to do. And then I'm spending time with family. So it's kind of like somewhat of a chill day in comparison to other days that I've had. So and then I've got Friday off next week as well to make up for all of this stuff that I'm sort of like navigating at the minute, right? So, scenario. What's up, Shaylee? Oh, damn. That part, right? I'm looking forward to that. Don't worry, God's got me. I mean, He knows when my body's going to be getting to a certain point, then He sets up, okay, we'll put her in a little bit of, hibernation mode. But next Friday, it's so true, just Shakima Day. I'm just going to be a whole me vibe, which should be fun. And then obviously I'm taking Mum for massage on Saturday, so I have to be down there because the massage is at midday. I don't want to be late, which is why I'm scheduling our live for Saturday next week instead. Again. Oh, that's nice. Mummy gets to get that during the yeah. I guess we go see about the maternal wounds, right? The maternal wounds. Sorry. I'm just thinking, it's going to be interesting. It will be nice. It will definitely be nice to just kind of sit. What's up there, Charlie? It just hit midnight here, girl, and we've been going for 7 hours, right? Listen, that's a full day shift. Generally speaking, I do 7.5 hours at work. Don't worry there, guys. Honestly, for the most part, this is actually normal life for me. I would be up till around about, I'd say 4 o'clock anyways. This is just an extra time. Oh, I know there's a lot of that energy around at the minute as well. It's emotionally exhausting and draining, actually navigating through the resistances of life at the minute. So I hear you on that. I hear you, beautiful. Yeah. Okay. So Scenario said, what does Spirit want me to know regarding Jordan, the Leo? Okay. and me ending things with him. Firstly, we're going to sort of like do that, and then we're going to get into his feelings, girl, because that may be a lot to unpack. God is breaking through some narcissism during this climate. So feelings are very heavy. Let's see. Okay, so firstly, we want to get an understanding. What do you need Scenario to know about her ending things with Leo? Right? What do you need her to know about, like, okay, interesting. Okay. Okay, thank you. Girl. Did you guys reconcile before? Like, before you guys ended last time? Answer me that question, firstly. And secondly, Mr. Jordan is so interesting because this was a major arcana, you actually deciding to kind of like walk away from the situation again this time. Yeah. And girl, do you know why that keeps happening? Because he's a little insecure, like deeply insecure about how strong you are, how powerful you are, your Empress vibes. Like, it puts him in a place where he has to be a little bit, how can I put it? It makes him a little bit like emotionally volatile. Just seeing just your strength basically intimidates him. That's what they need you to know about the situation. So when you went back the last time, he was already still sick from dealing with you and navigating with you in the space the first time. He was still sick with insecurity when you went back into the space. So you were still going to be navigating through that demon, and he was never going to be owning up to it or working at it or actually doing any. Yeah, girl. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There was some insecurity there. And these were actually some of the things that were kind of like flaring up a little bit in the space between you guys as well. When it comes to certain situations, those were sometimes when you felt like things were just like emotionally volatile for no reason. That's the reason. That's the reason. He didn't know how to process basically your greatness. It created a shadow of like inferiority for him. And interestingly enough, this is why I said to you, I'm going to unpack that question in two parts, girl, because first we need to know like the ending and how he feels. Okay. Yeah. Deeply insecure, actually. This is what caused a lot of the volatility in the relationship, where it's almost like without even realizing, he would find things to basically pick at you about, because like you made him feel so insecure that he kind of like, girl, you and me both. I'm shook too. Okay. The situation with him, right? So he has a tendency to be a little bit, how can I put it? Yeah, he has a tendency to be a little bit emotionally manipulative, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I think that that's because he himself isn't necessarily the greatest at navigating through his own feelings, right? And his, you laugh, girl, but I'm being so serious. I'm shook too, because honestly, in navigating through situations, like a lot of the times with these men, so he was trying to intentionally interrogate that part, girl, that part. Well, the spirit of insecurity that was moving through his ass was, okay, that spirit was intimidated. It was so intimidated by you, beautiful, which is why he kind of like wanted to break you down so that you can feel how he feels about being around you. And then he didn't even know how to process the fact that you made him feel that way, because he's not to say that he's never really had anyone made him feel like that before, but he's never really had to have anyone make him feel like that in the way that you do. And it wasn't anything, I know, girl, I know. People are so crazy. Like, seriously, the shit makes no sense to me. I'm just like, why would you let this spirit run rampant? It ain't even true. Like, but the lies we tell ourselves, do you know what I mean? Like, when we lie to everybody, it's got nothing to do with anybody. It's actually the lies we tell ourselves as a coping mechanism. The only person that we're actually lying to in those instances is ourselves. That's the gag. So he didn't even want to acknowledge the reality, right? About how deeply insecure, at times, being with you kind of like made him feel by himself, to be honest. He didn't necessarily want to take any. Sorry, y'all. People are like starting to make their way to work and shit. Sorry, I'm seeing people out. It's like 5 in the morning now. So I was just like, whoa, okay. That's what we're doing. But yeah, it made him very deeply insecure. And it was to a point where, interestingly enough, he was moody. This is way more toxic than I thought. Girl, trust me. Okay? Trust me. This is why it was never going to work. It already ended from the last time when you left this space and situation together. I sent him a poem and girl, never again. No. See, these are some of the things that like makes him insecure, because he doesn't know how to express himself. Like, these are the things that makes him insecure about you. You know how to express yourself. He struggles being able to communicate sometimes, right? And putting verbiage to his words. So observing you even do stuff like that, just little things. It's just little things that you did. Because these spirits weren't necessarily being worked out in the space, and these levels of insecurities weren't necessarily being addressed. They weren't even being taken into consideration, because he wasn't even like really acknowledging what the situation. Yes, girl. Yes. This is what I mean, right? And these are some of the things that we're navigating through with a lot of these sick divine masculines in the collective, because we're seeing like situations play out and act up, and we're just like, oh, it's just normal. No. Very deeply triggered by your greatness, because he was still identifying his own within himself. And you already had so many qualities within yourself that you had already optimized. And these things caused him a sense of insecurity. It made him feel as though he wasn't necessarily a match, which is why he tended to do a lot of self-sabotaging things, unfortunately, to remove himself from the space, because he had low self-worth in terms of being in the space with you, because there was a part of himself that didn't necessarily feel worthy of a relationship with somebody that had all of these things together, that could do all of these things that he's still working at within himself. And he couldn't rest within himself knowing that he didn't have those things all the way down within himself as well. Like I said, the only person we lie to when we lie is our own selves. Okay? Not even God's believing that ish. I can't tell you how many people are looping on lies where God keeps putting people on my assignment list, and I'm like, I ain't got no time for that demon. That's a full-blown narcissist. I cannot go into that space. That is just going to project at me, because that narcissist does not want to be able to acknowledge where it really is actually in its emotional maturity. He's stuck at 4 years old, because that's where a lot of these things started to develop. No, don't feel bad, girl. Don't feel bad. I mean, yes, feel bad for him, but don't feel bad to the point where you dim your light, because this is what happens a lot of the time. So with those types of dynamics now, those types of entities, what they want to do to be able to kind of like hold yourself in contention, and then they can start to feed and do all of that kind of stuff. Don't feel bad. And the reason why I say that is because the spirit of guilt can very easily bring you into a place where you can start to dim your light, basically, moving into other situations as well. But all it was is just that you guys weren't necessarily, you know, I guess a vibrational match in certain areas, right? He was still optimizing certain things. And I think that that's how you saw it as well. He was still optimizing on certain things. So you didn't necessarily take it personally, but he himself had those insecurities as far as the conversations he was having with himself, his negative self-talk, the way that his demons would perpetually basically like just talk a lot of negative stuff, right? A lot of negative stuff. Yeah, I'm learning not to dim my light. If I feel yucky just letting someone like that get close to me. No, and you know what it is as well? People don't know until they're actually in the situation, because he wanted you, and before he realized just how amazing you were, like really how amazing you were, he thought that he deserved you. But then being in the space and seeing how much more advanced you were in certain things, he wasn't ready to kind of like really level up in those areas himself just yet, unfortunately, right? And that was the thing. But why I just said what I said to you about like the spirit of guilt, because that's how these spirits move through these men, to be able to kind of like get the women right where they want them. Do you see what I'm saying? The spirit of guilt will very easily then have you come bring your vibration down, bring your light down, dim your light, and then the next thing you know, you're in a psychologically abusive situation, emotionally abusive or verbally abusive. Like they'll start feeding basically, from you navigating through situations like that. So the right balance is important, right? The right balance is important. Otherwise, you'll find yourself basically in situations where you now feel the way that he felt, basically, because as an empath, we take on, you know, people's emotions, and you don't necessarily want that for yourself. I mean, you empathize and sympathize. This is low-key boosting my confidence. I'm so used to dimming myself, but not anymore. Hell no, girl. Don't do that. Don't do that. This is what these spirits want. That's what they want. The more you dim, basically, the more they are assured. You're not supposed to dim. Jesus never dimmed. Like, he was walking on water and he's like, what, my nigga, you can do this too. He was like, this is how you do it. Do you see what I'm saying? He never dimmed. Do you understand? Prophet Isa, I should say, because Jesus is really sort of like the 33 vertebrates. It's really the Christ conscious and all that good stuff. Another show for another time. But Prophet Isa, who we call Jesus, never dimmed. He just simply encouraged people to basically elevate to get to the same place. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what it's about. It's about encouraging others to elevate to get to where you are, as opposed to you having to dim to get to where they are. Because when you have to come down here to meet someone, trust and believe, it's very easy for them to presume that you guys are on the same level, and they can very easily mistreat you at that level, not realizing your worth and value is actually up here. So we ain't going to be doing the dimming no more, sis. Okay. People are going to have to come up here to really be able to live where you are vibrationally speaking in order to have those experiences with you in cognizant, right? Yes. That part. Because so often we do these things, right? And it's not the way of Christ. That's just the best way that I can put it. It's not the way of Christ consciousness, crystal clear consciousness, ultimate perception and perceptivity of life, right? It's no, I get with you, girl. She's at painting nails. Oh, girl, that is so funny. No, but seriously, you made him very deeply insecure, and this was some of the stuff that caused him to communicate certain types of way. It's some of the things that like made him display strange behaviors. These spirits were causing him a mental, like playing with his mind. Like these spirits know what they're doing. They know how to navigate through the human mind a lot better than we do, unfortunately, especially the men, because they literally, they haven't been given the room to basically be able to feel how they feel. So a lot of the times these demons know how to tap 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 tap, like they know what buttons to press. Basically it's a keyboard, and they know basically what they're summoning, what they're manifesting. And a lot of the times they team up with other spirits as well to really be able to kind of like execute, because sometimes when they're dealing with a powerful force, a powerful goddess like yourself, yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. I've noticed I make a lot of people feel that way. Even my old boss and I used to feel bad and shame myself because I didn't know what to do. Girl, don't shame yourself. Don't shame yourself, because that's what these spirits want you to do. They want you to dim. They want you to basically like go into a place where you are kind of like bringing your vibration down. Why? Because then you are more susceptible to them. They can't reach you up here because you're vibrating too high for them. So what they try to do is bring you down so that they can attach themselves to you. Okay? It's okay to be an empath, but it's the right balance. Like there's toxic empathy as well. We don't need to dim to feel the feelings of others. We can feel what they feel. When Prophet Isa, again, when Prophet Isa saw others who were, you know, intimidated, yeah, they are. Exactly, girl. Exactly that. Demons are really actually just like emotional parasites, really. That's actually what that they are. They feed off our emotional traumas. So they're emotional parasites. And that's how we manifest a lot of illnesses, actually. It's when we hold our contracts with our demons for too long. What we don't know is what's in the small print to say, okay, if you do not like let go of this perception or this thought process or this emotion of fear or whatever, it's going to manifest this. We definitely got to get like better with the small print. Okay. From friends to co-workers, including managers and even my parents and siblings, like literally everybody. Yes, because you came in to do what you came to do, girl. That's just all it is. Like God was very specific. God was very specific. And the thing is, all of these people have the qualities that you have. The issue is they choose not to optimize those qualities. They choose not to work on those qualities. They're too busy looking at other people having those qualities and pretty much just kind of like feeling sorry for themselves instead of doing something about it. Like, and that's the whole point. They're supposed to do something about it, but they're just busy feeling sorry for themselves and feeling shit about themselves, for lack of a better way of putting it. And then they project that feeling of feeling shit about themselves onto you. And now you're supposed to feel shit about yourself. Now you start to dim. And now these types of spirits are now susceptible to be able to start feeding. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't do that no more, beautiful. Like seriously. And I'm telling you that because as you move forward later, like when we get into spirits with demons and the contracts that we get into with these sort of like demonic forces that are vibrating so low, the types of things that we manifest. I had to hold on. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Okay, my love. So in my dimming for a 20-year long friendship, this is what I manifested. This was sat inside my uterus for a very long time. A very long time. These were all the things that I saw, that I didn't speak about, that I didn't say, that I felt, that I knew I couldn't speak about because this person's very narcissistic and they were never going to take accountability for anything. This is everything that I internalized. Okay? This is a fibroid. And I want you guys to understand the magnitude of these situations and how these things manifest, because it's so important. I'm so sick and tired of these demons out here, literally just like taking people out, like just literally finding themselves like in the genetics of people. It's to the point now where I can't even internalize anything ever. I just don't bother to. If I feel something, I say something. If you don't like it, that's your problem. We can talk about it. I have no issues with confrontation. Conflict is not an issue for me. I'm okay to have those conversations now because I will never do this to myself again, ever. And I wouldn't advise you do it either, because I'll tell you what, fibroids manifest from unhealthy, toxic friendships of internalizing. Don't do it to yourself, because they wouldn't do it for you. I guarantee you that. They wouldn't. And this is the best way for me to actually even, like, I'm glad that I actually got this. I literally got this picture on Monday when I went to the GP. Sorry, I'm actually quite hot as well. I still have trouble with confrontation. I get anxious because I don't want to set it off. Girl, I'll tell you something. I still get anxious in confrontation, but it doesn't mean I don't confront the issue. I'm going to confront it, okay? I'm going to navigate through all this anxiety right here until, like, I've been observing my anxiety where it's like, oh, I'm at a level 6. Oh, I'm only at a level 4. Oh, this one's really big. This is a level 7 anxiety. Observe yourself. Learn yourself in the process of navigating through this stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? Learn the different levels of your anxieties, and like when a situation like triggers a dynamic. Oh, that's okay, beautiful. I had to go through that situation with that friend to learn that I would never do that to myself again. I would never allow for myself to be that manipulated. I gave that friend my timeline for children and marriage, and she still lied on me. And the narcissist inside of her still basically continued to perpetuate lies about me and tell people stories about me that was really her and her jealousy and her spirits of competition, because there was nothing for me to compete with. Respectfully, the bitch was never on my level. Respectfully, I'm just saying, because we were never at the same level, but because I continue to hold myself here to give her the perception that we were the same people, she became convinced we were on the same level. Don't do that to yourself, my love, because these are the things that we're literally navigating through. Like, it's crazy. When we bring ourselves down, people actually think that we are on their level and they will treat us accordingly. It's not okay for you to do, ever, because they wouldn't ever do it for you. The moment they have an opportunity to supersede you, oh my God, won't they do it? Because they're so insecure about your light. They're so insecure about your capabilities, about your potential, about your purpose in life, that they can't even see their own purpose because they're so busy watching you. Do you understand? Don't ever put yourself in that type of situation again. I'm glad that I even can like bring this stuff to the table so that we can actually have these open dialogues on these types of situations, because I'm telling you, it ain't even worth it. Okay, they're not worth it, because when it comes down to it, they will always choose themselves. They will always choose themselves. These are demons. They're not going to do anything but be primitive. They're designed for that. That's the only thing they know. Don't do it to yourself. I'm telling you, it's not worth it. Right. Next part, we want to see how he feels now, right? How's he feeling since the breakup and stuff, right? No, that's okay, beautiful. That's okay, because I'm sick and tired of these little demons just getting away with stuff and just like manifesting in people. I was fully aware what was going on at the time when it was manifesting. I felt what was going on, genetically speaking. I knew what was going on, but I loved her more than I loved myself. That's what that was. I loved her more than I loved myself. And I allowed her to do certain things to me because I didn't love myself enough. Don't do that to yourself. I would never do that again, mind you. Like, that was the best, like, situation I ever got. I actually got my freedom papers. That got removed from me on her birthday, just to let you understand the level of the karma. Because I was giving birth to a piece of her. Just so that we understand how these things actually move. That part, okay? You don't need to be that girl ever again. It's not worth it. That is wild. That is wild. She got born twice in this lifetime, girl. She's out there, and I gave birth to her demon, manifested in physical form as an illness. Okay? That's how deep this shit runs. Right. Now, we're going to talk about how he's feeling. Let's get into it. How's Jordan feeling, I guess, now about the situation? Oh, interesting. How does he feel like now? Okay, so how does he feel now? Let's clarify what we wanted to, because they're like, there's so many different levels of feeling. So which one do I want to access? So which feeling do you want to access? Do you want to understand how he's feeling now since the breakup? Or do you want to understand how he's feeling now just in general about you? Or what's ultimately, like, how's he feeling? What do you want to understand? Just so that I can clarify, because they're like, yeah, like, as I'm shuffling the cards, they were like, it's a struggle to, like, I have to basically clarify what file I want to access. So yeah, just clarify for me, please. We think demons are like scary creatures. No, that's the whole fucking demon right there. Pardon my French. That's a demon. That's what a demon looks like, manifested. Okay? Sickness. How does he feel about me in general since I've been ignoring him? Oh, girl. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying the question. Okay? Good for you on ignoring him, because he's a whole demon. Girl. I'm just saying. And Jesus didn't rebuke demons. He definitely rebuked demons, but Jesus was a different, like, he got a certain level of respect. These demons don't respect nobody, least of all the, you know, girl, that is a horror movie. Trust me. Trust me. I'm telling you. I felt like it while I was in it, because I kept trying to explain to everybody what was going on, and nobody understood. Nobody, even to this day, people were kind of like, oh. And I'm like, y'all have no clue. It's a pity that you don't even realize that God sent me to relay all of this information to you guys. But don't worry. He's going to put you guys in a position where you guys can learn how to actually, like, respect my words, because they're coming directly from him. I'm not out here talking stuff for the sake of talking stuff. I genuinely, like, I get taught, and then I relay what I get taught. And a lot of the times, sometimes I get taught by the angels, and then when the angels don't have a full grasp or understanding of certain things, then I get taught directly by God, because I need to relay the information to people. But yeah, it is what it is, girl. They're gonna learn eventually. They ain't ready for me yet. That part. That's all it is. Yep. Something just fell in the house, just to confirm. They really ain't ready, girl. There's lots of times where I've asked God to, like, put me on, like, just put me on, like, I'm ready. God's like, no, I'm still preparing the collective. They ain't going to be ready for you. I'm like, now I see he's right. They ain't going to be ready for me. That's why I'm grateful. Like, when I come into these spaces and I speak to you guys, and, like, you guys are already so cognizant, and you guys can sense your own space that you're navigating through, and I'm simply just coming in to pretty much just give confirmation to certain things. It's like, yes, y'all get it, my peoples. Like, I'm so grateful. But let's go and like chop it up, bro. So we're gonna go to like the next part of the question, like really, really, because this is really, really what it is. How does he feel about? So how does Jordan feel about our girl's scenario since she's been ignoring him? How does Jordan feel about scenario? Oh, damn, it's a whole story, girl. Did you see Cod Flag as well? Okay. I guess he feels a lot of ways, girl. Hold on. I'm gonna need to go and grab some cards. Okay. Listen. Oh wow. It's funny that you said a Virgo. That demon right there is a Virgo. Gave birth to that demon 13th of September. 13th of September. Virgo. Very rigid. Very, very rigid. Even though they're supposed to be like a mutable earth sign. I'm a Virgo rising, so I really don't get it. I actually love being like able to, look at the smaller details of things and being able to like be perceptive and so many beautiful qualities to being like that Virgo energy. But clearly, when you're working at yourself, that's different. I can't. Scenario said, OMG, not a September Virgo. We don't claim her, girl. Listen, I was so confused. I was like, oh my God, like, I love Virgo qualities in nature, but I think it's deeper than that, actually. It was much, much deeper than that because when I did Reiki on her, God said to me that she was going to do that to me, but yeah, like how Jesus said what he said, and then Judas was like, all the man was like, no, not us, never, ever. That was me. I was like, oh no, never. God, are you sure? Did you get that right? God showed me her heart, and I still didn't believe. So I think it was more to do with her moon sign and her rising, to be honest. Because, yeah, I think her sun was designed for the actual process, but her moon sign wasn't capable. 7, that girl. See? Number 7's about spiritual victory. That's why you are the way you are. Right? That part, I learned the hard way, girl. I learned the hard way. I was like, listen, when God was telling me, I was like, no, I think I was just so shocked. Like, God said to me, this is how wicked our heart is. And I said to her, no. I was like, God, no. Like, surely you can't, that's not true. Not my friend. She loves me. God showed me she loves her. She cares for me, but she loves her. That's what I learned. That part. Oh, dude. That's so funny. But yeah. It was through the Reiki that I basically transferred my timeline to her. I gave her my timeline because I knew that I really didn't care about certain things. But even then, she went around telling people that she stopped trying for kids and then God just blessed her. After I literally got her herbs, I prayed on the herbs. I did the Reiki before to remove the energy, the spirit that was going to come through, the child that was, girl, it was a whole thing. I have to do a story on that eventually because I've been out here protecting demons for a good little minute, but not no more, girl. Not no more. I is tired. Girl, he has a whole story going on. There's so many cards here. I'm like, damn. Damn. Okay. There's about 18 cards here, girl. Yeah, she did try it. She did try it. Unfortunately, she actually lost a child as a consequence because that was a whole demon that was coming through, to be honest with you. But then God purified the soul of the child that was going to come through and put her through some hardship. And then, do you know what was so funny about the situation scenario? When she did go back and beg God again, like 2 years later, when she now had to go IVF, because that's ultimately the only way that she was going to get the child to manifest through now, because I was her only source to manifest it naturally because she had so many illnesses in that area. When she did go and then like she went and she was praying to God, God let me into her prayer closet and was like, he asked me, he was like, come look at this one. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. This is back in 2020. And God's like, look, she's still a liar. What do you think I should do? I said to God, you know what? She's so desperate for the kid. Just give it to her. Just give it to her. Because I really can't be asked to deal with this demon anymore. Just give it to her. And he did, actually. So she still ended up manifesting a child through me. How about that? How about that? Because if I had said no, karmically, which is what she deserved, okay, karmically speaking, but I paid God's grace to her. And there you go. I still ended up giving, like, people don't even know. I literally was like, I remember I called my girl and I was like, Charlotte, would you believe that Regina's there in front of God trying to like give this perception that she's like overcome so much and she's finally ready to be the type of mom and this, that, and the other. And God searched her heart and he was like, she's still hateful, she's still conniving, she's still a liar, she's still just delusional AF, and she's desperate for this child nonetheless. So I just told him to give it to her. You know, poor child, but now I pray for the child because unfortunately she is the child's genetics. So, you know, there's only so much that you can do with that, right? But yeah. Anywho, let's dive into it. Her loss so much. She's an imbecile. That part, Shaylee. Like, that's how I feel. I'm like, okay, just give her what it is that she wants because she was always going to be the type of person to be navigating through relationships of convenience. But yeah. Do you know what's so funny about that situation? The moment that I forgave her, like I prayed and I said to God when I found out, basically, because when she got pregnant, she told everybody not to tell me. That's how bad it was at the time because we weren't necessarily speaking because again, she chose herself over me in a situation and my spirit of anger lashed out and told her about her dirty little demon and told her that they don't deserve to actually get the shit that they're manifesting because they're horrible people and they pretend to be nice people, but the only person that they're fooling is themselves. So when I told her that home truth, she wasn't happy with that. And then she found out she was pregnant after the facts and then told everybody not to tell me that she was pregnant, knowing fully well. But that's again because she wanted to tell the delusional story about, oh my God, we stopped trying and then God blessed us. I'm telling you, people are crazy. Okay? People are crazy. And the moment that I found out, I didn't even say anything. I processed my feeling of disappointment in her because I knew that God already told me that she was going to do this. I knew that God already told me she was going to do this. So I processed my disappointment. And the moment, like, I said to God, you know what? I can't even help her. You just give her a karma because you already told me that this was going to happen. So just give her karma. I'm just going to stay out of the situation. I'm sorry I didn't believe you in the first place, right? The moment that I actually forgave her months later after finding out, and then I let her know just before her birthday that I did find out that she was pregnant, God allowed for me to deliver the karma myself. The moment that I basically told her that I found out that she was pregnant, she lost the child because she was living in a lie the entire time. And the one thing that was so shameful, basically, it was shame that killed the child. It was the spirit of shame that killed the child because she knew really what she did. I'm telling you, girl. Trust me. I got stories for days. Okay? I got stories for days because she was manifesting that child from a spirit of competition. And I tried to speak to her about that space a couple years before, and she basically dismissed me, and I still allowed myself to go back into the friendship, despite I knew the fact that this was a full-blown narcissist demon. But I loved her, like I said, more than I loved myself. I'll never do that again. She was a very good teacher for that. I'll tell you that much. Right, so we'll go back into the space with what's going on here with Jordan, because it seems like he's he's really in his feels, girl. But it seems as though, okay, let me have a look at it. Oh, okay, so his ego is definitely bruised by the fact that you don't necessarily picked up. He does understand that, I guess it's a rite of passage that you have to go through, but I think for him, he's struggling to be able to move on with the situation, right? He's struggling to be able to kind of like move on because, again, there's a fall from grace for him. Like, he's no longer being given the grace of God that you were previously paying him before. And it seems as though as you're kind of like navigating through this process of of blocking him, it's like he keeps observing and observing and observing, like trying to distract himself, tell himself that he doesn't care, tell himself that it's not a big deal, tell himself that it's not really that big of a situation, but really he's actually very much on edge and a little bit paranoid about the situation, and actually will continue to be paranoid moving forward. In terms of the dynamics when it comes to things. And then it seems as though as you've been sort of like navigating through the process of just like letting this situation be what it is, you've given up on the situation, you're not bothered to kind of like carry the weight of the responsibility of this relationship, because that's really what was happening a lot of the times. You were having to carry the weight of the responsibility of the relationship. It seems as though he feels, I guess, that there's some sense of injustice in terms of how things kind of like played out with you guys previously. And I think now he's kind of like at the place where he's a little bit frustrated with the situation, to say the least. He's a little bit frustrated, a little bit like bored, I guess, as far as like, you know, he keeps like having these missed opportunities. First, he couldn't like get it right in the relationship, and now he's kind of like navigating outside of the relationship, where now he can't even sort of like get an opportunity to like get a minute of your time type thing. So I think that's a little bit frustrating for him dealing with the situation. Definitely his confidence has been knocked in navigating through the situation. I think that he's kind of like trying to figure out how to make decisions moving forward that's going to be able to kind of like fortify him, for lack of a better way of putting it, because I think that he's really, really depleted actually. About the situation. I don't mean to laugh, but it seems like he's like trying to plan ahead of time with the situation. And for the most part, it's interesting because it's like he feels very hopeless about the situation. And having walked away, he knows that you're pretty happy about walking away and being kind of like where you are with everything. And for the most part, I think moving forward, it's going to make him feel very much burnt out, like there isn't really much progress at all to the situation. And he's going to kind of like bury his head in the sand and kind of just like try and focus on work situations. He said something on Instagram notes that really stood out to me. He said, protect yourself. Yeah, from people like him. Because that's what happens, right? These demons are constantly, they don't ever know how to process hurt feelings. Their hurt feelings are the only feelings in the world. Nobody else has feelings. That's how these demons work, especially the narcissist demon. It's when we go into narc mode, only thing we focus on is our own selves. But that was a whole knock speaking right there. Protect yourself. I mean, you didn't just get up and leave his ass for nothing, did you, girl? You know what I mean? I mean, if anything, he should be saying, protect yourselves from me, okay? Because I'm sick. That part. And I'm looking for somebody to bleed all over, basically, is what he needs to be putting that memo out, okay? I'm so sick and tired of these, like, POVs from these demons out here, just like randomly putting stuff out there, like to say, you know, girl, hell no, I went through hell. Exactly. I can only imagine. Because that's a full-blown narcissist speaking there. That's a narcissist speaking about protect itself. Basically, it's got some hurt feelings that it doesn't know how to process, and now it's about to go out there and project itself all over others. So that's actually a warning to other people to protect itself from him. I hope they really do. That part. Okay. But yes. I don't even need to tell you anything on what to do when it comes to that situation, girl. I think you know what not to do and what to do with that situation. You've already been ignoring him. So continue to do what you're doing there because it's not worth it. He's not changed. He's not better. He's still sick. Okay. He doesn't know how to navigate through the process of his sickness, and he's going to continue to project because he doesn't know anything better. He doesn't know how to take accountability for his feelings and process them like a man, unfortunately. So I don't even need to let you know anything to do on that. All right, sorry. They said, all right, pull a little up your light card for her on that one. What do you guys advise for her to do then when it comes to this little knock? What's the advice? Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. They're saying you already went through an awakening with this situation. Focus on what lights you up. Okay. And as you move forward with the situation, trust and believe that because you chose yourself in this instance and it wasn't about anybody else, it's not about the narc or feeding anybody else's ego with the situation, you're definitely going to be going through a cellular activation, a cellular transformation, where there's going to be a deep healing that's going to be taking place when it comes to this situation. Okay. You're a star seed is what they're saying with the situation. And you have to focus on what lights up that beacon of a light, right? That beacon of a light that is within you. Focus on that, and you'll continue to kind of like transmute the negativity of these low vibrating forces that are obviously out here just feeding wherever it can. Okay. That part. That's interesting though. Thank you guys for that. I think you have another question. I'm going to pull that one up as well. I already started over here. There we go. Question number 2. I'm going to bring that up. Amanda, beautiful, if you want to start putting your question out there. I think you've put your question out there a few times. If I haven't already saved it, did I not? Let me have a look. Sorry, I did put some questions on the... Oh, no, I didn't, my love. I'm sorry. If you are here, Amanda, can you start typing your question? I'm going to do the next way. I'll star it, basically, so that I can bring it up. Okay. Right, so will I get my stability from an actual job or my business venture, easy business venture? Because God's going to be utilizing you for so many different things. Like you make mad money for the lineage as well. That's why you kind of navigate through the things that you navigate through with family as well. Because obviously, like you're actually here to elevate beyond their demons, and their demons want to be able to keep the lineage at the same place that it's been at. I'm wanting to get a job, but I fear I'd be too tired and not start my business. I want to start my biz, afraid I won't get a house. You have to do both, my love. You have to do both. So, what I would say with the situation, I'm sorry, girl. I was just being so direct with the situation. Like they're just calling it what it is. Like that's why you came here. That's one of the main assignments of being here, especially on the lineage that you're on, which is why you go through the things that you do go through because you are here to elevate. And obviously, these demons, if obviously, so one of the things that you're able to do by being able to kind of like bring the lineage out of being in survival mode when it comes to finances, then that there's so many demons. You would be surprised how many demons are attached to money, right? Because apartments and house needs, income subs, exactly. I need my own nest, that you do, because that's really where you're going to be able to flourish, outside of the space of the demons of anybody else around you, basically, so that you can continue to pour into yourself. So what I would say to you with the situation is focus on really establishing what the business situation looks like and getting that into a construct first whilst you look for the right job, and be mindful. I would say ask, because you're quite intuitive yourself as well. You heard me, or you probably, I don't know if you were here actually when I was speaking to Pearl, but I was telling Pearl, if you guys ask, what area do I need to be looking for the job in? Because again, you have a path that is your path of least resistance. That is God's will over your life. That is the path of least resistance. Our ego creates for itself, and that path can have many resistances and variables that aren't necessarily aligned with where we are on the journey. It may be an idealistic perception of who we think we are versus where we are vibrationally speaking, but God knows who we are. He knows our hearts, and he's able to kind of like advise accordingly, right? So I would say ask where you need to be looking for the job so that you can look specifically. I was wanting to get into tech sales. There you go. There you go. Start looking sales jobs as well. That's an easier variable. That's an easier variable as well. When you find the job that you want, so start looking. If you haven't already done so, start looking for the job that you want, and then just send your guides on the job. Because like literally, even for me, when I found this job that I'm doing now, I was like, guys, you need to go and get me the job. And I had to navigate through so many demons, so many negative forces, because they knew what was going to come with it. Like I missed the interview like 2 or 3 times, basically. As far as the phone call, we kept missing each other 3 times before I finally manifested it, because the demons were out to get me. They were like, no, we need her right here. I'm like, get off me, nigga. Get off me. That was me. Okay. So, shake it off. They were literally trying to hold on to me to keep me in my current position, just so that they could continue to feed off where I was at the time, because I was navigating through a minute, I would say I was like a level 5 depression. And technically, it's just something that I do because I know that I'm supposed to be. Because if I'm too excited about what's to come, then they will just attack everything. So sometimes I would just be depressed, like, oh, oh. But low key, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited about what's about to come. I'm like, God's about to take me to the next level. That's really how I feel on the inside. But I can't always convey that, because if I'm too excited, then, those little demons are going to be out here trying to, so I will play the, because that's what my human has to do, right? My human has to be a human. Otherwise, if I give the notion that I'm too conscious in this body, oh my God, the levels of attacks that I will get. I don't want it. I don't want that smoke. I'm not even gonna lie. I talk big out here. Like, yeah, I'm gonna back my talk. But listen, I don't want no smoke. Not like that. Okay. Oh, so am I. So am I, Chaley. I'm actually going back for psychology. What are you going to go back for? What are you going to go back for this time? I'm going to go back for psychology because I need the verbiage, basically. I need the verbiage. I need a piece of paper so that people can actually so that I can be validated in what I say. So that's why God's sending me back to school for my psychology degree. Go figures, right? So that these people can actually take in what I have to say. But yes, girl. So what you want to do... Look at us. This is what I'm saying. God is literally out here working. My first major was psychology. Exactly, girl. Exactly. This was the thing. I never actually even wanted to do anything when it comes to school like that, right? But now that I'm seeing, I'm like, God, they don't respect me. God's like, go get a piece of paper then. I'm like, okay. So I'm going to go and get the piece of paper because they respect this piece of paper more so than they respect the knowledge that is literally being downloaded. People, seriously. I pray that we become less moronic as we evolve into the next generations, can I just say? But yes. So what I'd say to do, my love, I'm less than 20 credits for my BA in sociology. Oh, that would be nice for you as well, Chaley. That would be nice. Okay. That's not bad then. 20 credits shouldn't be too bad. You should be able to do that on a short course quickly. No? Within a year. You should be able to do that within a year. And I minored in psychology with an AA in criminal justice. Okay, girl. Right? It snaps. Listen, loving it. I have 30 left to go. Okay. Yeah, I think. And certificate in juvenile corrections. Okay. Listen, that's what's up. I love that. Especially juvenile corrections as well, because we need the youth is who we need to touch, boy. And I don't mean touch like how they've been touching people. I don't mean touch like, was it a Catholic priest? I mean, actually touch, okay? Their hearts. That part. Thank you, but not really. I quit 10 years ago. No, and I figured that. I only want to get my butt. With only 5 classes left. Oh, girl. Listen, I hear you on that. I only want to get my bachelor's because this master's program will help me open doors for my business networking wise. Exactly that. Exactly. That's why I'm going back to go and get my psychology degree, because these people want a piece of paper. So I'm going to go and fetch it for them. Yeah. That part. You did get it, Shady. You good. It's okay. But no. So the best thing to do with your situation scenario is to look for the jobs, get your business plan together, at least put some work into the business that you want to manifest for yourself, right? And get started on that in tandem, whilst you also actually try and do the job itself, right? Because what will happen basically is that within the next 3 to 4 months or so, the job situation will definitely sort of pick up, and that won't necessarily be something that you're kind of concerned about anymore. But I think that the business stuff needs a little bit of a starting point, basically. All right, it needs a little bit of a starting point to build momentum. So as you kind of get into the process of it, that's a situation. Yes, I would like to get a master's in counseling. Yes, y'all, definitely. This is the thing. This is what I'm saying. What's doing? Listen, doing bits. He's doing bits. Let me see what they advise as well, as far as like guidance for you on the situation. I know. And that's the thing. Because you want to be able to, I'm not going to lie, it's going to be exhausting for a little bit, but it's only for a temporary situation. So I would say build what you're building over the course of the next 2 months. Look for what you're looking for. Kind of look, but you know what I mean? Like kind of look so that you're planting the seed. But I guess give it like 50 to 60% of your energy, nothing more than that. Otherwise, it might manifest a lot quicker than you anticipate. And then if you're doing the searching on like 50 to 60% energy, you can then also start moving towards in that like couple of months, you can actually be laying out the construct of all of these different aspects of the situation. I'm not gonna lie, like it's a lot of work and it's constant. I can't wait to be girl, I said the same thing. That's why I don't complain. Do you understand? Like when I come into these spaces and I do what I'm doing, I literally I'm like, it's okay. I literally just thought to myself, oh, it's 6 o'clock now. What time do I start Bible studies? Oh, 11 o'clock. That's 4 hours sleep. I could do that. I had a nap earlier today. Who needs anything more? Like, that's the conversation, the whole dialogue that's going on in here. Okay, so I completely feel you on that. Okay, I mean, I'm not being funny, but I can sleep when I'm dead. Okay, that's all this body's gonna do anyways. That part, okay, because it's the dream. Exactly. Okay, I can't afford to sleep on myself, literally. Okay, I can sleep. That's what the body does when I'm dead. So I'm gonna get plenty of sleep then. You know, I'm gonna make up on all this sleep that I missed, and it's gonna be so well rested. Okay, this body is going to be very well rested when that time comes. But for right now, too much stuff to do. And I'm usually sleep around this time. It's 1:05 a.m. where I am, but I needed this tea, so I'm gonna stay up, girl. Listen, it is light. The sun has risen where I am. People are going to work or church, actually. Well, maybe not church, actually, because it's 6 a.m. Martin hasn't knocked over here. I think he's heard me telling people that he's racist and he doesn't like me outing his demon. So now he's starting to behave himself. He stopped knocking my walls because I keep telling people that he's racist and actually abusive, because it's actually more abusive for him to keep knocking my wall than me actually shouting in my house that I pay my own bills for, actually. That part. So I think he's finally got the memo. And I did also send my guides over there to let him know what time it is. If he wants to be on demon time, he needs to know how I deal with demons. Okay. So I'm surprised. But yes, girl, I'm like, go and handle it. I heard him playing some meditation. I'm like, yes, good. That part. Okay. I'm not disturbing his peace. Peace is something you have to maintain. That's how it works. You don't just come and tell me to be quiet because you want your peace. You figure out how to maintain your peace whilst I live my life. That's how it works, actually. So, in the midst of all of that, let's see what the guides advise for you to do in this situation. Right. What do you guys advise that scenario does? Oh. What do you advise she does with the situation, then? As clearly as you can. Oh, thank you. Okay. So what is it then? What would you guys say it's about instead then, when it comes to this situation? They said when it comes to this situation that you're speaking about for question number 2 with the job and everything, it's not necessarily about answering your calling or sharing your voice or anything like that. It's the fact that you're actually already doing the things that you want to do. You're just expanding upon those things because you already naturally have the facet of doing the things that you're trying to do or expand upon, is the best way that I can put it, right? Thank you. Sometimes I have to like bat the cards back into the ring. I feel like it's oh, interesting. Okay, so they said this situation is more so a case of impatience. They said it's more so a situation in a case of impatience because you're actually already doing a lot of the things that you want to be doing. It really is just more a case of you being able to expand upon that. And you have to allow for yourself to grow into a lot of this expansion that is inevitable as well. I want to put that across, like this expansion is inevitable. Obviously, you're going to have to do the work, you know. They didn't have to eat me up like that. I know, right? I thought the same thing when I looked at the guy. I'm like, dang. Oh, that tickled me. That did tickle me. But no. They said actually the impatience is what's actually causing you a little bit of clouding to the third eye. So our third eye is our ability to obviously foresee, right? Some of the things that generally sometimes blocks the third eye is forgiveness, basically, because that's where we process forgiveness. Go figures. Obviously, forgiveness happens here, but we process it here because basically we spend a lot of time looking back. I already did this a while ago where I sort of like went through the explanation. It's like driving and looking behind you as you drive. You're just going to have accidents constantly along the way as you're sort of like doing this. Right. So it's the same concept. When you're navigating through a vessel and you still have things that you kind of like need to let go of. So you probably need to work through some things that you may still be holding on to. Right. So that you can clear room for your third eye to be able to give you the perceptivity of foresight as opposed to hindsight, because that's what you keep, I guess, in essence, doing to some degree, right? And you need to clean that up a little bit as well to make way for you to be able to really be perceptive about the road ahead. And then when it comes to the situation as well, it's a case of balancing everything and bringing everything into balance, because the impatience is also another thing that's clouding the third eye's ability to really be able to see the trajectory, because you're not allowing for you to get like a realistic timeline together. You probably have a little bit more of an idealistic timeline in mind on certain things as well. Those are some of the factors that they would like for you to work on with the situation, because this, they're saying, has already started to sort of like happen. It's simply just a case of really that's crazy AF. Second time I heard that analogy today. Yeah Interesting. Definitely, because it's a thing, you know. So work on the spirit of impatience and work on forgiveness, and that's going to literally clear up your third eye, where all of the information can flow through your crown and your third eye can pick up on the trajectory of the road ahead, right? And then it will be so easy for you to be able to like analyze and map and everything and put things into the construct of where they're supposed to already be, as far as the road that God's already willed for you, basically, the path of least resistance, because that's where we want to move, right? We don't want to keep, oh, my ego wants it this way, bam, resistance. My ego wants it tomorrow, but no, it doesn't work like that. That forgiveness thing is a MF, girl. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I was in a 5-year relationship and it took me about 7 years to forgive. Okay. Made the conscious choice to forgive when I left the relationship, forgave after the facts of leaving the relationship, but I was still in care. After I was out of care, there was a case of navigating through the cycles and process of situation. It wasn't until one day I was just like, oh, I just forgave him. 7 years later, I was like, I could feel him come off my heart. He's no longer here. I was like, oh. And you know what happened the moment that I forgave him? Months later, he called me asking for forgiveness for some shit he done did. And I was like, it's okay. I done already forgave you. I don't know if you like felt the memo, but it didn't happen. I forgave you for everything. Everything. We good. So, listen, I say all that to say the forgiveness is going to be a big one for you because it provides you with foresight. And also it allows for your heart to be more expansive because our heart chakra is how we navigate and manifest, our heart chakra, like all of the other chakras, obviously they have a space within our energy vortex, but the heart center is up to 10 meters outside of the actual physical body in terms of the energy that it emits. So it is the strongest of all the chakras when it comes to manifesting. So which is why it's constantly dependent on where we are emotionally speaking, how we manifest and vibrate how we vibrate and manifest certain situations into our lives, right? So the forgiveness part is very, very important. Take your time with it. It's a process. Don't judge yourself too much on how the process unfolds. Just allow for it to just be what it is. Keep focused on what you need to do to keep forgiving and keeping on that path of forgiveness. And eventually, you'll see that it's actually happened. You know what I mean? That part, but definitely work on the spirit of impatience. Cause girl, I got 4 huge businesses I'm trying to work on, girl. Trust me. I hear you. You guys hear me talk in these sessions all the time about, oh, I got this program. I got that program. I'm supposed to be doing this program. I forget this program. Like, yeah, it's a lot. Okay. Don't worry, because that's what happens when God has you an assignment. You can and again, you're a Virgo, you're a mutable earth sign. Okay, so you're gonna get all this stuff done. You are designed for it. Okay, don't worry about it. Just take your time with it. I forgive easily, too easily, girl. Trust me. I have the same problem. Trust me. This is why a lot of demons have gotten away with a lot of enabling of their behaviors. No more though. The Sagittarius full moon just came and wiped that right out. It was like, that philosophy, no, that no longer applies. Sunshine 1176. I'm sorry, we are closed for business. Sorry, my love. Ruckshaw. There we go, Ruckshaw. Yeah, we're closed. We're literally just kind of like wrapping up the space. Amanda, my love, where's your question? I didn't actually find it back from previously, and there's no way I'm going to find it now. But if you are here, Amanda, please throw your question out in the chat so that we can get your question answered, because we're going to move on now that we got all of that awesomeness out the way. Okay, that part. I know, because I'm telling you, right? It was a situation where I think you asked like maybe 10, 15 or 20 minutes ago. But I thought she said she was going to go and do something and come back. And then, yeah, I don't know if she's still here to actually put anything out there in the chat. Oh, she might be sleeping. Yeah. I think she might be asleep. I mean, we did an 8-hour shift. I don't blame her. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who else does this out here in these YouTube streets. Okay. I genuinely actually like love to come in here and hang out with you guys and chop it up. Yeah, she'll be back on your next live. I guess so, girl. I guess so. I think she wanted to know. Do you know what? She said if I can find her question, I will add her to my. Oh God, Archangel Samuel. Am I going to find it? Do you think? Oh, I doubt it. It was a long time ago that she put it out there. You know. Oh, oh no. Amanda said a while ago she felt so bad. It was so late. No, girl, it's actually technically, to be accurately correct, it's so early. Actually, it's like 6 a.m. It's so early. But honestly, guys, I had a nap earlier before I came into the space. I also slept and got my full 7 hours in the morning. I then had a nap after I had my workout. I was supposed to have a session. I told you guys all of that good stuff, and that didn't manifest. So God said, "This is your time to nap because we're going to have a long one later." So I did. No. Damn, that's how far back the question was. Maybe I could find Amanda's question. No, that was from after 3. Oh my days. Yeah. I said to Amanda, go and do what she's doing. I might be half an hour or so, and that was like 3:38. That was almost 3 hours ago, guys. Damn. I can't believe that it's been well over a year since I met you. That part, Shaylee, that part, like, I'm so grateful for you guys. Like, honestly, the spiritual warfare that I've navigated through in the last year, like, you guys have been my reason for keeping on going, because everybody else has tried to convince me that I'm crazy, basically, because they don't understand and they weren't trying to understand. But as I've continued to like grow, I've realized that they've now come to understand, and God has made room for them to be able to understand, which this is why I'm just so grateful for you guys, because you guys were my safe place to know that God had a plan for me. And if nobody else can see it, it didn't matter. I just needed to stay on the path and focus on the quest that I was on. So I appreciate you guys like wholeheartedly for that. Like, genuinely. I'm about to tear up again, y'all. But seriously, wholeheartedly, because I'm telling you, every time I've activated, every single time I've gone to another level or ascension point, I've had to navigate through a lot of demons around me, telling me that I'm not who God says that I am, because they can't see God's purpose over my life. And it's not for them to see, to be quite frank with you. It's my purpose. Shit. If anything, they're here to experience it, not see it, you know? So, I mean, at this point, I'm just grateful that I was able to align with the right people, because I had some other YouTube like gangs, like as I've kind of been growing in the last few years. Y'all know that I haven't always been consistent. I'm a Pisces, man. Shit. It's a challenge. We tend to be flaky at the best of times and at the worst of times. We just can't help ourselves, okay? Sorry, I had to do a little bit of Shakespeare, okay? But no, like, you guys have been my motivation to keep going. Every time that I wanted to quit, I was reminded of the obligation that I had to my YouTube gang, and the fact that you guys had certain expectations of me that I wanted to meet, not because I was people pleasing, but because I wanted to prove something to myself. And you guys actually, yes, pro. Hey, I'm still here, but I'm packing up shop. Okay. I'm going home. Dude, it's so funny because it's so interesting how quick like time can go when you're actually here. But I genuinely come in here and I feel like I have like do you know what, Pearl, you're here. I've caught a bus to a different city and you're still here. Oh my days. Listen, Smoradina, before I started the live, Smoradina wasn't necessarily feeling too well. And she came in and told us she was feeling a little bit better. So God is working healing in the space while I'm still in this phase. He's getting you from destination to destination while I'm still in this phase. This is how it goes, man. But no, I was actually just saying, Pearl, like I'm so grateful for all of you guys because you guys have kept me dedicated to purpose and you guys have kept me devoted to my calling. And I appreciate you guys for that, really, actually. I really genuinely do. And I tell you guys all the time, like how much I appreciate you guys, but like these words aren't in vain. Like I'm telling you, like if it wasn't for you guys, listen, I had a house fire back in 2018 and the only thing that survived that fire were my cards. Everything else, my Bible burnt. Everything else that was on my altar burnt. The devil tried to attack everything else, and this was the only thing my guys were able to protect. I'm about to get emotional. Because even then I told people that I had a purpose and there was something that God was going to be doing with me. And reading was a very important part of that. And when they came and tried to attack me, because that's what the house fire was, it was actually a spiritual attack at the time, because I was actually protecting somebody else. And then the demons weren't appreciative of the fact that I was providing them a covering. But in that space, I literally, it was the only thing that survived. My cards were the only thing that survived. And I'm grateful that they survived because it's the only thing I needed for where I was going. Everything else I lost because I didn't need it. So I appreciate you guys for just allowing for me to be who I am so that I can continue to grow in my confidence, because I wasn't confident for a long time because everybody else had me doubting the plans that God had for me, because like I said, they couldn't see it, and that's okay. They still can't see it to some degree, but they're starting to get an understanding that it may exist nonetheless, despite the fact that they can't see it yet. So yeah, I guess I appreciate you guys for just keeping me committed, and God knew what he was doing, getting the right people aligned, you know, to be able to kind of like keep me motivated and connected to that purpose. I love you guys, like genuinely. I come and I tell you guys that all the time, but I come in here and I show up for you guys because, like I said, love is not just a noun. It's not a name of a feeling. It's actually an actionable word. It's a verb. And I show up for you guys whenever and wherever I can because I love you guys. And I want you guys to understand the levels of my love, you know? So on that note, I guess I'm going to love you guys and leave it there for you guys. I'm going to sign out and I'm actually going to go and have dinner, which is technically breakfast. It's technically breakfast, but it's cool. It's exactly what I needed. Okay. I love you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I'll see you guys next Saturday, same place and time. Maybe not for 8 hours, guys. Come on. But I will be here next Saturday. Okay. Mwah. I love you guys. I'm going to take a screenshot of the photos of the questions after I sort of log out, I guess. But yeah, we're going to wrap up. I'm going to do the little signing out stuff and you guys can, you know, catch me next week.
Things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
I love you guys. I'll see you guys next Saturday. Mwah. God bless you guys. Here's to a phenomenal week, because we deserve it. We're manifesting that part. Bye, guys.